Okay, good morning. We're informal still. Hey. But remember to sign your photo release so you could be in all the beautiful pictures. You know, fix your hair, your smile, get ready to be photographed. But you're also entered in the raffle. Oh, it's not working? So you're also entered in the raffle. I think it's working. So for my first song, but please do the photo release. You're entered into a raffle. Is there anybody in here that does not love a raffle? And then you see Dustin over there is signing up for a auction. So if you want to cruise the auction items, there's some really beautiful earrings, toiletry bags, just some outstanding stuff, pins. And some of those match my outfit. No, kidding. So he's right over there with all his goodies. And if the online people are on, we're thinking about you. And we're going to start soon. You're in the right place. Put in the chat what you're eating. Who made your breakfast? Was it Hostess cupcakes or your mom? And then we have some beautiful vendors over there. And they brought their stuff. This is not an emergency. Jokes. But the coffee pots are not doing their magic, so we need to all put our energy so those coffee pots do their magic. Focus. Something's going on with the coffee pot, so focus. We can all let out a sigh of relief. Somebody is on the coffee. I guess I will start so you know. I got two names. One is not my alias, but okay, natanako asteneki ki amspakpikaniaki ki tsitsukeitapiaki. My name is Lori Newbreast. I'm from the Blackfoot Confederacy in Canada and Montana, and I come to you from Badger Creek from the Blackfeet Reservation. And I am going to be the facilitator. It's kind of like, you know, everybody needs comedic relief. No, but we're going to start with including our online relatives. Everybody give a wave if they could see you to the online relatives. We're glad you're here. We actually have a super special thing it's like a happening. We should have rolled out a red carpet and you guys could have all walked down the red carpet, because this is like a worldwide premiere of a very special, like it's a gift, what you're going to see. And I'm going to let Amber introduce it and talk about a little about the background. But literally, this was just finished in production. Luckily, our people are not on a writer's strike or a production strike, right? Because we belong to the creators union called Culture. So we never strike, right? We always produce and persevere and celebrate. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Amber, but we're gonna have you quietly take your seats or keep just doing what you're doing. You're perfect what you're doing right now.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. So there's this amazing group called Ravens Group, and they manage this program called the Youth Cultural Heritage Program. And that program gives grants and fellowships to people who are investing in youth cultural heritage, because what we know is if we don't live it, we lose it. And so I was able to get a fellowship through their program, and that funding was used to create a film. So this film was created in partnership with Hannah Craig, and it was about a 4-hour interview with Teresa John. And so it was probably one of the most special experiences of my life to sit with her and hear from her about Yuraq and about her life and the things she knows. So this is the first time this film's being shown. We just finished it, just special for this conference. So with that, I'll just go ahead and let you guys see the film.
Yupik ne makapugak from Nunagaw Tuksuk Bay on Nelson Island. My English name is Teresa John. I'm associate professor with the Center for Cross Cultural Studies, and I'm very humbled to be here with you today. When I became aware of life, I was a little girl in the village of Nightmute. We moved in '63 from Nightmute to Tuksuk. My grandmothers had just been blessed to return to dancing again after 30 years of banishment on the island. And even though the church banished the songs for 30 years, our grandparents did not stop dancing. They kept drumming and singing inside their homes, even though they were not allowed to be in the kazik, to Yuraq. To Yuraq is to dance. The word Yuraq is very important. Long time ago, it meant agayo, to pray, before Christianity arrived. So Yuraq is the motion dance, and to agayo is to ask for a spiritual help. That is the very ancient meaning of dance, is to pray, because the songs are stories, the songs are prayers, the songs are gifted from the spirit world and from the ancestral spirits. We were very, very lucky to be created by Simeon, the creator, in the beginning, and we were gifted with everything we need. Our language, our culture, our food, our land, our water, the air, the skies, and families. When I became aware of life, I was already dancing. And my first song that my grandmother made for my first dance is Ayagaya Kakko. The songs reflect our daily activities, and so people sing about what they learned, either from the ancestors or from the land experiences. In my case, my grandmother had gone out to go get driftwood. We don't have trees in the middle of the winter in the dog team. And while she was out in the wilderness, the wind came and the blizzard came. So her dog team and her sled started swaying this way and that way. So she made this song for me. Ayaga, yaha, yaha. So here she's going into the wilderness. And then yaha, that is the case. Jani Muraya Kako, the sled is sliding this way when the wind pick up on the ice. Jani Muraya Kako, and the chant, Yaha, Yaha, Aya, Yura, Inga, Yaga, Yura, So when I became aware of life, that was the song that I remember dancing. These gifts are true forms of prayer. That means the stories that they passed down to us because we have the right to sing them over and over again. We heal from them. It's a healing song, and we're reminded about the activities that they practice. The function of dance is for me as a dancer to be a storyteller. Now, the drum, Yuraq, it means love. Because when I interviewed the elders, they say our ancestors reside inside the drum. And they say whenever there's 3 people together, gathered together to drum and sing, once that mumak, the drumstick is called mumak, Yuraq mumak. So once the mumak hits the Yuraq, jik is the inside the drum, jik. Jad ngiskan, Yuraq pikan, their spirits come out. And that's why we feel the energy, the power, the strength. I am very, very grateful for the communities that want to start dancing, because it's the only right, ancestral right that we have, because it's a healing, a huge healing process. It's our way of believing, it's our way of spiritualizing. And it tells history of who we are, where we come from. It tells the history of our language, our culture, our spirituality. And it tells stories about struggle, stories about healing, stories about teasing, stories about relationship between the grandparents and the grandchildren, stories about the community healing ill people that have mental illness, psychological illness, social illness. Dances are stories about struggles of hunting in the wilderness in the harsh environment, where the ocean storms hit and the wind blows, and where the currents make things happen, where the currents bring out the animals, the marine mammals, the fish up into surface. Or if it's a beautiful, calm day, it's stories about the beautiful, soft noise of the water flowing either in the river or on the pond or in the ocean. And we have these in every song and dance that our ancestors have created, and with their knowledge and compassion, we are very, very lucky today to have those stories. During the dancing, there's so much joy. There's so much warmth in our heart, in our mind, in our voice, and in our whole being. Dancing is very, very good because it's good for the soul, it's good for the community, it's good for the family, it's good for the wellness of the community.
Now we will welcome some Yuraq here in this space. So I think that's the next thing. Tiffany was going to say just a few words, but one of the things that we learned from Rose Dominic when we were participating in the Chalghe program that originated in the Kuskokwim area was that everything in our communities came and went from prayer. So we wanted to start with that because that's such a huge part of who we are. And so with that, we'll welcome the dancers, but just a brief housekeeping.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy that everybody's here. If you have people at home that still want to register, like for the online, text them right now. Tell them to register, and somebody can send them the link if they want to watch, so they can kind of still be a part of this. Our coffee is not done. We're you know, I don't know what's going on with coffee, but if you know how to work a percolator and you want to check it out, that would be great. We started it a while ago, but maybe it's just not done. I'm not sure, but there is some tea. You better go fast because there's not that much tea. So we wanted to thank Lori for coming. We have a lot of people that came from other places. But we wanted to especially thank Lori. I think Lori came here in 2019. And Lori's work is, Lori's not gonna brag about herself, and neither is Amber, but I'm gonna. So Lori's work has spanned decades, and her work in wellness is transformative for her home state, like her community. The Blackfoot Confederation, and we're really, really, really lucky to have Lori here. Lori's gonna help walk us through this whole process in a way that will be a lot better than if we were trying to do it ourselves. And how about that video? Amber, that's my sister. So we're really, really excited that we have a group of young people, and we have Margie and Aaron Frost, who have been teaching Teresa John's work for years and years and years. I don't know how many years, but what they've done is they've carried on these teachings, and there's not any other words I could really think of to talk about how important that is. And then Tish has been teaching. There's Tish. So Tish has been working with Norma. Norma and Tish were working with a group of middle schoolers who are now high schoolers, and they've continued to dance together for the last few years. And I can see when they dance how proud they are and how good they feel. And I hope that that's how you guys feel as you're a part of this. Okay, so I'm going to let Lori. Okay. So Margie and Aaron, you want to come up? And Aislinn? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Liana, Aaron and I have been dancing. Well, before I introduce ourselves, Teresa John, amen to her. I had the privilege, she was my very first teacher when I went to UAF at Fairbanks. She taught a Yuraq class, and I took her class. So I have the honor of saying she was my first teacher, my first Yuraq teacher. So I'm very proud that she brought me out of my shell and introduced me. Aaron and I have been Yuraqing since, 99, 98? Wow, a long time. That's where we discovered Yuraq. We fell in love with Yuraq, and we brought it home with us. So we are very thankful for people like Teresa who share their songs with us. So the first song we will be doing is a song that was taught to us by Joe Ayagrak from Bethel. This is, we call it Kuya Longa. This song is whatever you believe in. This song, in my case, we are giving thanks to God for everything He has blessed us with. We are being grateful to God for everything. So the song is Kuya Longa. And feel free to join us. I know I have some kids out there that we've taught before, so feel free to join us. The next song we're going to do is by request, the seal hunting song. We're going to go hunting for muklaks. It's been a while since we Yuraq this song. We might be a little rusty, but we'll, just like I said, we're going to wing it and jam.
That's a beautiful way to gather people and to show appreciation for everybody's life here and online. Don't forget our Zoom village. Give them a wave. That's the right use of technology. But I also, did you want to say something? No? Okay. I also want to say that you'll get to catch your breath, because even though I wasn't out there, I was like, wait, why am I breaking a sweat? But also that Quentin, right, you'll be on in a couple, so I don't want to go into his storytelling time. And so I need all of your help, because I forgot my sacred item, my iPhone, in the hotel. Yes, a tear is rolling down my face. Hey, there was a time before the iPhone when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. I'll be all right. So you guys, and then I had to check, is the school clock right? Because I've been to some schools, they try to trick the students and they put it faster, and all the students tell me, it's wrong, it's this many minutes faster. Especially the one by the attendance person. That clock, because they're the people that make sure everyone gets there on time. But I just want to show appreciation that I go to many communities, and 3 years ago, we were all in a different space. We were all somehow. That's what we say at home in English. We were all somehow. And I've thought a lot about my family, but I've also thought about, I'm wearing my youth power today. All of these were gifted to me from youth that live down the coast from you in the lower 48. At Macau, prior to the pandemic, at Talawadini, the mouth of the Smith River, the cleanest river in the lower 48 that meets the ocean, just across or along the California-Oregon border. And so I thought if they could have just rowed me up the coast, then I could have got to Dillingham somehow, right? But I had to take a plane. But I wear these because we're coming to that time where, again, we're sweating just watching that beautiful offering to the Creator and bringing creation and the reminder of all our life forces into the room. But also, I wear this, I was thinking, this is made by Insanti Dakota woman, Leah Thomas. And it's my pandemic raffle skirt. We're gonna have a raffle, right? That translates to every indigenous community in the world. Our people travel all over the world through raffles. And our artists, our families, our cooks, our horseback riders, people who raise horses, people who are gifted Pendletons, we always help when a family has an ambition. So Leah lives in Nebraska, and she's part of the Dakota Confederacy that's kind of like me. You have communities in the U.S. and you have communities in Canada. So I risked $20, and this is my pandemic skirt. So I won it during the pandemic, and where was I going to wear it? I was isolated in my house, and I was thinking of my one cousin that brought me food, because we fed people. Our reservation is 1.3 million acres, but we closed, no tourists. We restricted movement to leave the highway to protect our people during the pandemic. So I didn't have anyone except for social media and my dogs, right? My dogs are like, yeah, do it. Go on, post it that you won Leah's skirt. So it came in the mail, but I thought of my cousin too, who would deliver me food, and she'd come and she'd pound on my door, And I'd see her because and the dogs would be going wild. So I'd count and I'd let her run back down the steps and go to the pickup where the food was, or she had brought up. And then we would visit. So there's no one to stir my skirt. But this skirt now has traveled around with me since 2021, when again I started going to communities. And the thing we all share is every person in here comes from families the last 3 years where we've seen our strength and our will to live. And so in my work, they said decades, and I was like, I was gonna have this exercise, so everybody 30 years old and under. So 30 and under, please stand up. Be proud. 30 years old, that's after 29. So I'm sitting here and I watched that. Okay, so who wants to see that film again? 30 years, she could say 30 years ago, we finally could bring the dancing again to the island. That's what I heard. Could come out. It had been banished, not by us, or not by you all, but also those marks I hear in every community, including mine. There are people who will say, 50 years ago, we couldn't do this, but we held on to the songs. And then we reteach songs, and my father was a singer, and I'm a singer. I'll make up songs, I'll make up words. That's how I learn language. So I'm going to ask somebody to tell me the name of the drum. So when I go home, and all my singers in my family, they're gonna say, what'd their drum look like? And that pop that they did, I was like, ooh, they're smooth when they were hunting that seal, right? Like I was like, how could I get some of that oil? Like that's what I was already thinking. So language, what I know about it, it's just like all those raindrops in the air that I was breathing this morning. It's floating around. And that's what my dad would tell me. So when I was at Smith River last week, and I went to the ocean, and this is what, I could hear the seals, but this is what I heard. Kush, 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 in their language. I didn't know that. But all of those syllables, all of those sounds are out there. And my dad would tell me, they're just blowing on the wind, like kind of like waiting for you to listen. So when I go home, I'm gonna talk about you, all of you, including the online people that I can't see, but they got a chat, right? So I hope somebody's checking the chat, because what if one of them wins the raffle? So the way I got here, besides boarding a plane, is through, I met a lot of people in 2019. And I came with an organization called Native Wellness, but before, my mother in the San Francisco Bay Area, she started a treatment program for American Indian and Alaskan Native men and women. Then she started another one, the first in the US, for American Indian women and their children. And I was her volunteer. I didn't know that's what you were called, because I was just a child, but I was her volunteer on everything. But I was also raised in in a home where there was turmoil from all the things that in the past have harmed all of us. So I was coming here, and you see what joy that dancing and the drum and the singing and all the colors, the gifts that are all in this room. And I told myself, the only mission or the only thing we have to do from this day forward is to give our best efforts to cause no further harm. Because you'll hear harm reduction. You'll hear a speaker that's flying in. Hopefully her plane doesn't get somehow because of the rain, you know, but you'll hear that term, harm reduction, to cause no further harm. And some of our Canadian relatives say, to heal from the harms of colonialism. That's harm reduction. But when I go to a community, I gave myself this coaching. I'm not here to colonize you into becoming a Sitsiketapi. I am not here to say that my way is the only way, because it's not. But my people, whenever they send me off, one thing they always tell me, I don't know if they tell the other people this, they always tell me, now remember, behave. Anyone else? That's golden advice. You behave when you represent your whole community. And then the other thing that people make offerings for me, they pray for me. When I go to some place, I ask for those permissions to speak, and through invitation, I can speak. But I'm mindful of what I say, because I want to give the good, right? And I was reminded of when I guess another way to look at this is I've been around. They let me into other countries, which I also find fascinating, you know, because they only read my passport, not what's going on in my head. But when I was in New Zealand, they told me the sweet potato doesn't talk about how sweet it is. And I was like, what? So I agree with them. But we didn't have to, that sweet potato, so can you imagine I was talking sweet potato, right? Now I'll visualize it. That potato, sweet potato didn't say have to say I'm sweet, because everybody knew it. But in a time of change and disruption, sometimes the shouts of how sweet you are get drowned out, and other things go through your mind. So I want to acknowledge those other indigenous people at the bottom of the world, because I thought a lot about them since I went to Smith River. The Nigapua tribe is the same thing. Fresh water meets the ocean. That's Smith River. And where I come from is the Triple Divide, and our water flows in 3 directions. And it eventually ends up in the Arctic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, and the Atlantic. And so I'm always mindful about how powerful water is. And this morning, walking here, you know, I was like, if this was Montana, this would have been like orange, hunter orange, you know, so they see me. But I was like, I believe I'm the only person in Dillingham walking in a pink rain jacket. So I think it was all right. And 2 trucks stopped for me and let me cross the road. So I was like, they see me. But I'm always mindful of the water that connects us all. And so when I was coming here, that cause no further harm, it's kind of like my motto, and that we all belong. And Mike was saying how Beyonce, Mike Duncan, give her a raise, was saying how Beyonce influenced one of his organizing his impact group, which when he talks, he'll talk a little bit about that. But I woke up with this English word, belong. And so sometimes when I come out of sleep, come out of the dream state, that's what I thought. We all belong here. Our relatives that are online, they belong. And we're all a part of belonging to not only the dancing, the dreams, the solutions, but we belong here today. And I haven't riffled through my flash bag that I got from the committee, but also at this time would like the planning committee. If you hauled a donut in last night or anything, no donuts, I'm just joking. But if you planned at this moment to help bring this event about, please stand up. And don't make me say your name, because I learned people's names. Give a wave. There's more than Tiffany. There's Amber, Trish, and wait, Cindy. And who was our driver? Lauren. You know, next Mad Max film in the IHS van? Paint a flame on the side and she's in there. So I'm gonna peek at the clock. I wanna make sure that that as we move through the agenda or the day, that if somebody has a question, there's all kinds of ways to ask questions at the break. This way we're all taught in the US school system, right? You could text it to Tiffany, ask this question. Or our online people, put it in the chat. Because when you belong to an effort like this gathering to talk about solutions, spiritual solutions to challenges that we're all facing, we have a lot in common. Even though, you know, you've never been to my house, you don't know the gravel road that I live down, which when I was growing up, that was like a mud road. So we're kind of getting uptown and got some gravel, you know. And, but we have a lot in common because we went through a shared experience. And no matter where I go, to all these places, and then I was like, I think I'm gonna wear my Ojibwe knife earrings today. But I have these woodland earrings. And in the middle, looks like a star. So when I look at through my eyes, this is the morning star, Isopoax. The morning star that governs that transition between night and day, that sets about, in my world, a lot of values to the people I belong to. And teachings for little girls, for women, but those teachings are also for little boys and men. Because when you learn about teachings for women, you also learn about teachings for men. And Isopoax, you could say it has a male gender. So a man has a role in women's life to teach balance, to teach hope, to teach safety, but also for celebration of who you are. So there's a lot of teachings. So those are the people I belong to. They send me, you know, I get my res pass to leave. And there's an important event that I wanted to mention because of the water. So for decades, centuries now, since contact, we have had to stress that we're the keepers of the headwaters of the continent. We're the guardians of the Triple Divide. We're the ones that know the original instructions to spiritually take care of water. And so today, just over from where I'm living, they're having a ceremony for one of our people that decided, she sacrificed to become an attorney, but also our past council members that engaged to regain control of our water. And we won't be like the other nations in the lower 48, like the Navajo Nation, that now the water can run by them, but they can't pull it out to drink. My people are not like that. We have fought hard in our compact. We control the rivers. And we had flooding this spring, but not where I live, because our young men and women were out there controlling the head gates. And as water rebalances across the earth, it's all part of our lives. When I seen Amber and May in Anchorage, there were people, there was another film, and everybody was like this, because it showed that during the pandemic, people were dealing with the changes in the water, the changes in the banks, and about how a community drew together to address that, to save people's houses, to let things go that they couldn't save, and then to rebuild, and how they're responding. So for my people, communities south of us that we don't control those gates of water, they were flooding, but we didn't flood. Because that's one of the things that is happening all over. People controlling access to the water, controlling the shoreline. The mouth, that's what they call it. I thought that was pretty cool. The mouth of the Smith River going into the ocean is controlled. The access is controlled by the tribe, the teachings of it. So I'm here in Dillingham, I'm grateful, and I was walking in the rain, and the difference, if I was walking in the rain, here's at home, here's how I'd be walking. Because the wind always blows. And our light breeze is like 35 miles an hour, you know, that little stingy. So I would have been walking like this. Instead, I was like, I could walk like this down Dillingham. I'm not being blown over. So as we move through the time together, you will hear me share little parts of why they brought me here, but also I just want to say that that was a beautiful way to hear the words of the elder, to hear the importance of dance, to see a hunt. We hunt buffalo, but I was like, I'm gonna tell people, I seen a seal hunt the first morning in Dillingham. I seen a seal hunt. And they're gonna be like, okay, you know. And it's related to their mucklucks, their shoes. Because we make shoes out of buffalo hide. You know, you don't wear a big buffalo, although I have Bigfoot slippers, but you don't have like a buffalo head, you know, walking around. But you have your shoes, your moccasins made out of buffalo and other wild animals. But we belong here together. We belong, the folks online that are dedicated to that digital window. Give them a wave, because now they have to, the camera people are going to have to focus on, because Quentin is going to come up here. Healthy interdependence means we rely and we support on each other in a good way. So I'm really privileged to even witness. We were all on the plane. A bunch of us pretty much were on the plane, but we didn't know each other. But we're all looking at each other. Do you guys see somebody from, you know, you're somewhere and you're like, I seen that at Anchorage Airport, you know, people giving each other, oh wait, I know him. You know, I know that when I seen Mike Duncan and his children, where are the kids? Oh, they're in the other room. So you always recognize somebody. So before I knew him, I recognized Quentin. And now we're really privileged to be able to share space and time with him, and thank the dancers for preparing this space for all of us, including the online folk. Quentin?
Let's give Lori another round of applause, please. Good morning. Good morning. You guys never had gufak yet, I guess. Good morning. Koyan ka. Jisiya ka huinga Yupik. I'm a Yupik man. I come from the Kuskokwim River. Huinga Kusko Kavagamyu. Mamtlari Lamyu Khlu. Anya Gagamyu. I come from the Kuskokwim River. I also come from Mamtlariluk or Bethel, and I come from Antioch or Anyaraq. And recently I found out that all of the descendants of Dillingham came through Anyaraq from Guiluk to found Dillingham during the time of warring. And so we are all connected, and it is a beautiful thing. Hi, my name's Quentin, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm also broken, and I have a sad story to tell you. But first, I want to tell you a happy one. Akatamani, or long time ago, Raven was on the beach. And he was hopping along like Raven does, kind of hopping along. And he looked around and there was something on the beach. And it looked like a clamshell or a pea pod or something that was closed like this. And Raven is curious. And so he went and looked at this thing. And it wiggled a little bit. And he went, "Caw." But he's curious. So he went back to it. And he went down. And it wiggled again. "Caw." And then he wanted to look inside of it. It made him really curious. So he popped his beak in there a little bit and popped it open. "What are you?" "I don't know." "You're naked." "I'm cold." "Where's your fur?" "I ain't got none." "Where's your sharp teeth?" "I don't know." "You have no feathers, no fat." "What are you?" "I'm a yuk." "You're surely gonna die." Boy, you're just curious though. Maybe you look like a naked bear. Maybe he's your cousin. Or there's this one that lives in the water and his, I think they call him a sea otter in English, but he might be your cousin too. Let me go talk to some of these animals and see if they might be your cousins. They might be able to help you. Because the way you are like this, you can't survive here. So let me go talk to the bear and see if he can help you out. So he goes to Jagayak, the big bear, brown bear, and he says, "Hey, I found somebody who might be your cousin on the beach. You might want to come and check him out." And he goes, "I don't know, that doesn't sound like my relative. We kind of get along all right up here. It sounds like your guy needs lots of help. We don't need any help." "All right, well, I'll go talk to the sea otters then, see if they might be cousins." So he goes to the sea otter people and he's like, "Hey, I found somebody on the beach. He might be your cousin." He's like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. We get along just fine. We're pretty good. I got some of the best fur around." So it might be your cousin. "I don't know. Maybe talk to some of your other cousins and relatives around here. Maybe he's related to them." "Okay." So Raven takes off, and he's like, well, all of the animals from the land are going. Bear's gonna go and find all those people. Sea otter is gonna go get the animals from the water. I'll go get the animals from the air. We'll all go meet this guy at the beach. So they all show up at the beach, and they see this poor naked thing on the beach with no fur, no hair, not even tough, just cheap. Can't do nothing, like a baby. So he's like, well, what do you need? Was like, I need covers, I need food, I need all this stuff. I need all this stuff. So Bear kind of feels sorry for him. He's like, you do look kind of like my relative a little bit, and I had a really good summer, and I got lots of fat, and I can share some with you. And it's like, all right. And so Seal's like, well, I got more fat than you. I got way more fat. We got uguk. It's the best fat. But then this bull whale pops his head out of the water and says, hey, I got the most fat, and I'll share with you too. But I'll only share with those people up north on the coast because I don't come up here. But all of the animals ended up, the bear gave his fat, and then the sea otter was like, well, I have the best fur. I'll give you my fur. I don't have much fat, but I got really good fur. And then some of the birds, well, I don't have much fat. I got some fat, but I got feathers. And so the birds gave the feathers. Everybody ended up giving everything. The bear gave his bones, his teeth, his fur, his skin, his fat. The seals did everything too. All of the animals gave everything. And so Raven went to man and was like, okay, this is what they all said that they would give. They kind of got into a competition with each other on who could give the most. And the animals got really generous. And man was there. And he goes, well, what do you got? I'm like, I don't have nothing. I can't give away anything. If I give away anything, I'll surely die. Because his skin is just thin enough for me to survive in this temperature like this. Like, okay. So he goes back to the animals. He's like, okay, what do you want from this man? He has really nothing to give. Well, if we are going to give all of these things to him, the first thing we want is his thanks. We want him to thank us when we give ourselves to him. Okay. And if we give ourselves to him, we want him to appreciate it and use every little bit and not waste it. And then one more stood up. Like, and if we are giving our lives and all of our flesh and our blood and our bones, we want to be respected in this place. These are all good things. And Raven brought these conditions to man. Said, Yuk, these are the three things. First, you will give thanks to all of the animals that give themselves to you. 2, you will appreciate them and respect them. Appreciate everything that they give you and use it. Do not be wasteful. And 3, you're going to respect them. Because without them being here, you can't be here either. And man agreed at that time. And they had an accord. And at this time, Raven said to man, Buga, continue to be just as you are. And that's how we say goodbye in Yupik. Buga. continue to be just as we are, and remember our relationship with all of those plants and animals, because without them we cannot live in this place. And so we're really dependent on all of these animals, just like we're dependent on all of each other here in this place. So when we say goodbye, we say Biuha. Koyanaka. How many of you know of the origin of Biuha? Or how many of you have heard that story before? I am honored to share this story with you if it is your first or 100th time of hearing the story, but it's a really good reminder of where we come from and where we are as a people and our relationship with these plants and animals. And in a certain way, when I get around people, they hold me in a certain esteem because I have stories and I have this breadth of culture inside of me. But like I said before, I'm broken. When I was in 5th grade, I was in Kilbuck Elementary in Mamtlareiklik in Bethel, Alaska. And I was in, I think, Mr. Gross's 5th grade class, and we got pulled across the hallway. And we were going to be taught Yuraq by John Pingayak of Chivak. And when I was growing up in Bethel, there was a man who's passed. His name was Joe Chief. And Joe Chief had the best Yuraq neck I've ever seen in my life. And his neck would go in circles, and I wanted my neck to be like Joe Chief's neck so hard. I would go to Koyana Night Festival, and I would watch Joe Chief on his knees, and he would dance, boom, and you could, every time the drum would hit, boom, he was right there. Oh, that's what a man looks like. That's what a man looks like. And I wanted to be that man. And I wanted to Yuraq like that really hard. And I was Yuraqing really hard in my 5th grade class. And my Iluk, who's not a good man, said to me, "So native you are." And it broke my heart. And I couldn't Yuraq anymore. I couldn't snap when the drum hit. I was too worried of being too native. I was 12. That summer, I went home to Yuraq. And in that summer, I did not want to spend time with my grandparents. I did not want to spend time at fish camp. I wanted to drink, and I wanted to find girls as a 12-year-old boy. And I remember standing between these 2 fuel trucks in Antioch when somebody pulled out that first bottle of R&R, and I was going to take my first shot as a man. And I put that spicy R&R, and I felt it go down my throat. And it numbed me just enough that I could forget what was important. That my grandparents who have passed, that's what's important. I remember I was 4 years old, and I had closed the damper on the stove, and the house started getting cold, and a little bit of smoke started going up in the top, and my grandma come and she goes, "Kid, come here. You see this one on the back? You gotta leave this one open a little bit and watch this. My grandma smoked at the time. She kneels down by me. She goes, fires are alive. They breathe and they need your air. And she goes, and I saw the air go sucked into the stove. And I was like, wow, my grandma's magic. She just teach me stuff about air and fire and breathing and all this with a puff of a cigarette. Like, mind blown experience, because she just like showed me how important it is for this fire to breathe. When we were up at the Aniak River, I was 5 or 6. And it's a magical place on the Aniak River. And it's a gravel bar. And we stop there and camp once in a while and have a picnic. And in the eddy behind my Appa's boat, we're sitting there, and my Appa goes, come, I'm gonna show you how to float a rock. And I'm like, whatever. And so he grabs a rock, and in that still water, he puts his finger, takes it, and drops a rock really slowly and lets the surface tension of the water hold up that rock. And I was like, that's wood. And he goes, no, it's rock. Go grab one. And I grab a big rock and I hand it to him. And he's like, no, you got to get small ones. So I grab a small rock and he wipes it off and gets the dust off and stuff and puts it on the water. And he floats a rock. My Appa's magic. I think all of our grandparents are magic. When we grow up, like there's some mystique about our grandparents. And when I graduated college, I went back home. And I'm looking at these pictures of my Appa and my Ama, my grandparents. And there's all pictures of my aunties and uncles and all relatives and whatnot. But this picture of my grandparents is right there. And I call over my wife and I come here, look at this. It's my Appa and my Ama. Look how young they are. Because this is not the image of them in my head. And these people are magnificent, beautiful human beings in my life. And my wife goes, someday your grandchildren are gonna look at you and say the same exact thing. And I was like, oh no. That means I'm now responsible for more than just my generation. I have more generations to look at beyond me. And it was a heavy feeling. But I think that our ancestors always thought 4 or 5 generations ahead. That was where their minds always were with all of our things. So when I was 12, I began drinking. When I became a father in 1998, I did not have my culture much in me. I had a few stories. I was living in Anchorage, but I needed something to pass on to my child. And so I started telling her the little tiny stories that I knew. The raven story that I just told you. There's a couple other ones like the big mouth baby that are kind of scary. There's some other stories about Raven and Mink that I think that are really beautiful. But I didn't really know like some of our history stories. But when I was growing up, my Appa would always say, remember Makhduli and remember the War of the Eye. And when I got to college, I was in a Native Perspectives class taught by Lloyd Guthrie, who's Simeon from Southeast. But he gave us a book called Yuraq by Harold Napoleon. And in this book, it talks about the Great Death and the time of boarding schools and the transition from our traditional Yupik culture into this Western culture, which was a violent transition over a very short amount of time. In about 100 years, we went from being traditionally founded in our culture to being ripped out of that and put into a whole new cultural experience and taught that everything that we did was wrong. And in that space, we forgot who we were. And we tried to be something that we weren't. Just like me when I was 12. Our whole culture did something like this as well. And we tried to go kasayaraq. We tried to be like the white people. And we get close, and we start doing things like the white people, and we get closer, and we start acting like it, and then all of a sudden, we've lost our realness. There's no more back in this yuk. When I'm in Anchorage, away from my people, away from my culture, away from my land, away from my stories, away from my language, away from my elders. And so I come back to my land and to my river to put the back in this yuk. Because I'm not gonna go far away from my culture ever again. I'm not gonna leave my grandparents ever again. I want my children to be founded with their grandparents and their language. I want them to be honorable, Yupik women. I want them to be strong. I want them to know who they are and where they're from. I don't want them to be broken like me. When I'm a man, I want them to grow up to be strong with this beautiful Yupik woman strength that they have in their souls. I don't ever want them to be ashamed of that. When I was a young boy, I had a good friend in elementary school and in preschool even before that. And in preschool, we were playing, and this boy is blonde-haired and blue-eyed, green-eyed. And I thought, I got a good friend. And we're gonna play at Cowboys and Indians. Like, let's be cowboys. And he was like, no. I'm 4 years old, and this blonde-haired, green-eyed kid does not want to be a cowboy. Why not? Cowboys weren't cool, man. What are you talking about? Cowboys have the guns and the things and the silver, like, I am Lakota, he said, and cowboys were not good to my people, and I'm gonna play the Indian if you want. And I was like, whoa. Here's this blonde kid really proud of being brown, and I am a brown kid trying to be white. There's something wrong with this picture. And all throughout high school, I struggled with that, wanting to be Kasak still. But then when I left home and I was in Anchorage, I needed to find my culture, and I found it in stories. But I only found stories because my wing was broken, because I couldn't Yuraq, because that was broken in my heart. So I became a storyteller by default, because I could do that by myself, and I didn't need a drum, and I could read, and I could do this part. And so that was me reclaiming my culture in the best way I knew how. But I love music. I love the drum. It's in my heart. I still think of Joe Chief and his gooseneck all the time. He was the best Yuraq I've ever seen in my life, and I still want to be like that. So in this journey today, I took extra time out of my work so I could put myself in my fifth grade shoes and be a baby here and allow myself to be courageous enough to suck at Yuraq for a little bit until I'm comfortable enough to let it out of my heart without that restriction that I put on it when I was 12 years old. And now that I'm sober, I think that bringing this back into my life is really important, because like Teresa John was saying, it is the heartbeat of our people, and it is the way that we connect to Yatlamyo, the universe. When we would drum, you would see a model of the universe bouncing because it was so happy that we were there to Yuraq and celebrate the universe and everything that we had to be grateful for as a people. Because we lived so close to the earth, we had no lie in our language. When you fall in the water at home, they go, you takam. Like, there's no other way of knowing what that word means. You takam. You fell in just like a rocket, go takam. And then my partner, we were cutting up a moose a couple years ago, and she goes, I think the caribou named itself. And I was like, what do you mean? It goes, dun, do, dun, do, dun, do. I'm like, holy cow, you're so genius. I have a little bit of time left. I wrote something a few years ago after I got sober. I'm gonna steal one of your chairs. It's called Humble Inferno. And I have to sit down because I'll probably cry. There was a time I had no fight. I had no spark. I had no struggle. And I had the taste of nothing in my mouth. I was in a time lost in empty thought. I was lost in the familiar place where my comfortable tingle of numbness excited the spiral. Where and when, down to my last, my painful past was finally found. Eureka. In this place, my numbness, a close ally, my pain, a dear friend, my insanity, an intimate partner. In emptiness, there is no fight, no spark, no struggle, no taste in my mouth. For I was drowning in myself, slave to my selfish desires, overwhelmed by my weaknesses, who all held me in their awful embrace, smothering me softly with vengeful obsession, worming into the void left in my soul. I succumb to the insipid waters of lukewarm discomfort, empty promises, lazy satisfaction, leaking into my ears, my nose, my mouth. The dark waters wholly engulf me, drinking it in, surrendering. The warm shiver slides down my throat, folding me into itself. In my own belly, I drown. I curl into a twisted rest, ready for the easy night to hold my hand, hold me down, to enter my welcoming nightmare-ridden rest is peace. So I sink, I fall, I squander, I exhale all I am worth. Nothing whispers sweet love with rancid breath. I lower myself until I can sink no further. Resting on a jagged, muddy bottom, I squirm, twist, turn. Bound and broken, basically trash, all rubbish. Gladly smothering in a black bag, I suck on nothing. I drowned on every breath. The darkness is too deep. I can't move. I can't move. The vacuum embraces me tightly. Chest compress. Why fight? It's too comforting in its savage softness. A want for breath. a flicker, a glint of hope, a weak pull against the thick viscosity, reaching for an unattainable solace. A finger stretches its bounds beyond repair. I feel it tear. Cool, clear reality rushes, bites, stings, but it brings a fight, a spark, a struggle, and the taste of metal in my mouth. Choking, squeezing, suffocating, the pressure begins to lessen. I climb muddy nothingness. The foggy thickness is diluted. Something new is closing in. A new fear frees my forlorn soul. I am afraid, but I'm alive. I break the seamless surface. My eyes burn with regretful images, undone imagined dreams, rotten seeds of undead fruit. I choke on forgotten words, broken promises and filthy deceit and bitter anger. The mirror of my shortcomings pierce my eyes with shattered shards of shiny lies. But closer, a fight, a spark, a struggle, and the taste of metal in my mouth. Strained, stringy arms aching to pull myself free. Voiceless cries of empty words. My humble actions scream and whisper every word. I breathe in life, pain, light, and hope. Drawing an electric burn like a first breath, I can feel a fight, a spark, a struggle, and the taste of metal in my mouth. The tease of fingertips just out of reach. The morning fog too thick to defeat. The weight of broken children and dead dreams tug at my bare naked flesh. With all my tearful strength, I summon my fight, my spark, my struggle. I can taste metal in my mouth. I shiver in the coolness of reality as the thickness of sloth oozes from my pimpled flesh. I quake under the gravity of solid ground, but still I stand on atrophied limbs, pure hope, love, and will from strangers who are my intimate companions. Hold me steadfast. They wipe the filthy ooze with compassion and grace. Moonlight honesty, accepting rays of love. I want that fight, that spark, that struggle, and the taste of metal in my mouth. Cool light caresses flesh. Heart swells lonely in a hollow chest. Tattered lungs stitching back together, beginning to bellow, fueling the fire growing inside. Coughing and spit, filthy phlegm from an exhausted exhale. A sorely bruised heart wrenches a beat. A new breath brings hot blood to frozen fingers swelling with pain of life returning. My face flushes with inner heat. Every muscle tingles and swells, the pain of strength renewed. There is a new fight, a new spark, and a new struggle. With a tenacious grit and a tasting metal, we feel the warmth of courage. We feel the breath of spring air. We behold the monarch unfurling its newborn wings, standing, stretching, becoming. opening the soul to the radiance of reality, ready for the rigors of rugged rehabilitation. We hear clear water trickling near. We taste the taste of metal in our mouth, teeth straining, grisly smiles, tenacious grasps, embracing bonds, becoming stronger. Childishly revel with achy knees, reluctantly herd the pack. We humbly rise with sore backs. We happily struggle with calloused knuckles. We fight, we struggle, we hunger, we crawl till we walk. We stand steadfast, sentinels, reflecting the radiance, serving as beacons, sparking the world with our humble inferno. For we have our light, our fight, our struggle, and our spark, and we have the taste of metal in our mouth. Koyanaka.
So when you have privilege to hear and see creativity, that's in all of us. And a story takes you from maybe some place where you felt like this, and you arrive at a new place. So when you hear people say storytelling, what they're actually saying is you're breathing that sacred breath again so you can keep living. And hearing Quentin's words, those heartaches that we all have in here. Has your heart ached? I was sitting there, and so I've taken notes. I'm like, I'm not going to break out in song, but maybe I will. No. But I wanted to talk about when he's talking about his teacher that could, or you zero in on someone. And suddenly, with your neck, you start creating a universe where people can connect again to the universe, right? This part of your body, I know someone who told me not when his fifth grade teacher said, "You're so native. You're so native," But I had in a Ojibwe or an Anishinaabe Kwe. Yeah, learned their language too, East Coast. But she told me one time, "You're so Blackfeet." That's what I said. "Oh, thank you." And then I had a Siwa, a Cree person, tell me, "Blackfeet are like the Klingons of the native world." And I was like, "Is she calling us a butthead?" She said, "No, because you guys are like, everywhere you go, you're in this fierce, like very commanding mode. I've had Maori people come to my house and in my own house. I met some bosses. You guys have some local bosses, right? They're all under 18. Or I don't know if Mike's daughter Love is still under 18, but she has some local bosses. So this is his nickname for me, Commander. I said, I'm good with that. But when Nathan said that, when Quentin said that, I thought of other people that I have heard say those same words in a story or in their telling of how their heart was broken. And I think of this part of your body. My dad, kitana ko Sister Kumanen, ki ni nina. My father, chief over the day, otherwise known as Thunder, because that's my dad. When I was growing up, there would be times when he wanted to share, and he would literally choke because he spoke Nipoye. He spoke our language before going to the boarding school. He didn't know English. And at the boarding school, this is the part they heard of my dad. And we have a very famous story in our family. Him and our other cousin, they were raised as brothers. When they were 8 years old, they ran away from the boarding school home, which was over 30 miles over land in a blizzard. And at 8 years old, they left the boarding school. Maybe the spirits are interfering. They left the boarding school in a blizzard because they know all the school personnel didn't know the land and they couldn't track them. But they had to leave in their night clothes. And so my father and his cousin survived that journey as 8-year-old boys. That's how intelligent they were. That's how many skills they already had from living on the land, that they could travel in a blizzard. And the first night, a farmer that lived quite a ways had the stalls that he had cleaned, that his horses were in. They knew they couldn't go in those stalls or they might be caught. So when the big hay from the stalls being cleaned, my dad and our cousin Jesse, they burrowed in to the center. And that's how they survived the first night. And after the first night, they believed that the boarding school people thought, well, they're dead. So I guess this was my dad acting like a Klingon. He's like, next morning, okay, let's go. And I grew up with this story. He would tell me this story. I rode 10 miles to school on old Blackie. That was the horse's name. The snow would be this deep, and I would go to school. So you get up and you walk those 5 blocks to school. And I'd be like, oh, I got 5 blocks to school on a concrete, and I'd have, like shoes, I'd just walk to school. But so I grew up with that story. But hearing Quentin talk about when somebody's saying, you're so this, now I say, thank you. Because I grew up with those stories of how we overcame hardship, how we learned to express through storytelling. I could lead you all down a road right now because my parents' descriptions and stories were so detailed that they told to me. And often now, as the passing of the generations, my dad passed in 2002 from lung cancer, and I felt my universe shift. It was like, one day I was standing here, and I'm not really sure, but I ended up standing here. And with the passing of the generations, you don't lose that knowledge, but it's your job to remember. And when we heard that film this morning, those teachings, 30 years ago they vanished. I mean, maybe some of the young people that want to be filmmakers, 30 years ago they vanished the songs, but we're back and break into song, you know? Like, it's those types of images that they gift you with. And this morning, the other thing I thought about when I was getting ready was one of our chiefs, Mountain Chief, when the wax cylinder came with the anthropologists that were writing down everything about us, they may have made wax cylinder recordings of you all. So they made a wax cylinder recording of him, and he was in his full traditional regalia. And so they had him pose like this, and he's talking into a megaphone, and it's recording on the wax cylinder. And he starts off saying, Gistu, Gistu, you, I am talking to you. And for a while, they told us, the museum told us that, one, we couldn't touch those cylinders because we were somehow. We couldn't hear the recording of our people because we weren't trained. And so finally, when someone from our home heard those recordings that they were processed and for all the young people, there's this thing called a cassette tape. Go look for it in the archives. No. But when they were finally transcribing those and recording them again, saving them because those wax cylinders were disintegrating, and we heard Gistu, he meant he was talking to us, the future generations. And those were made beginning to be made in the 1890s and into the new century. He was talking to us. Gistu, I'm talking to you. So he was already thinking about us. He knew there would be an us. And so when you hear somebody share how they walk through those, some people call it the dark night of the soul. But as a Native person, I always think, well, why didn't they build a fire? The story is the fire. And what Quentin said, I've heard my people say, fire needs air to burn. And as we move, check the clock, right? Here's how, when you're a facilitator, this is how you go. As we move, and then you're checking the clock, and then you come back. When he was talking, this is what I thought. We say, Ayos tepat biopi. And what we're talking about is the sacred breath of life that we are carrying. Not that we're given, we are carrying it. So when I hear boha, boha, buha, buha, buha. Look, I even wrote it down phonetically. Buha, buha. Continue to be how you are. Like a little bell went off. Like ding, 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 ding. Not my cell phone. So when I heard that, it's like, if you in your lifetime have not heard somebody say, you're okay just how you are, you're okay. You're okay just how you are. Because there's only one of you. We're not like a 3D printer where you can generate 10 of you and they're gonna act, or we're not, what's that doll, Megan? You know, like, Megan's not real, right? That little AI doll. But they're not gonna make a replica of you. There's only one you. And you occupy that place in the circle that nobody can replace. So when I hear that, when I hear Quentin's story, and just continue to be how you are. And if you're somehow right now, you can change that also. But the other thing, as we move towards a break, I was like, whew, just in the nick for the break. I've seen everybody turn and see that little red light on that coffee pot. That's the signal it is alive. And we call it Tsikimi, black water. So the black water is ready. You are okay. We're all breathing. That in itself is an achievement. And this part of the body, if you ever get hung up on a word or a song, or maybe you have to go apply for a job, maybe you're at the airport, I don't know why, but my whole body changes. I get like this. Neutral face. You know, not like, and don't look sneaky when you're at the airport. But maybe you want to calm this part. Maybe you're going to share a dream, a hope, a desire, take a healthy risk, and this part starts getting hung up like this. I'm gonna give you like just an exercise. You can command this own exercise. You simply swallow. What that swallow does is it helps the blood, and then it helps the air, and then it helps your throat. And then your tongue, that is very important. Now, if I'm the first you've ever seen this at a conference, this is your takeaway for the break. You put the tip of your tongue behind your lower gum, and you go, ah. This is your health check. If it's tight back here, and I can only say that, you can't say this at all conferences. I'm sure all of you have butchered something, right? Be proud, yeah, I can butcher out. You know, like we have people that are like, oh, I'm a speed butcherer. I could have that done in, you know, so, but your tongue goes way back here. So when you roll it out like that, if it's a little tight, you swallow. If you're gonna sing, you're gonna break into song, you check, ah. It helps if you make that sound too. If it's a little tight, you swallow and you relax it. So that's a way when you're telling your story or you're becoming a singer, or I seen when they were dancing, they had to breathe. They had to breathe and still breathe when they were, you know, getting that seal, right? They had to still breathe. You can't be holding your breath and like, you know, fall over, seal gets away. That's your story. You have to go report at home. So when you're on the break and you're in the privacy maybe of the facilities that are in the hallway that you might need right now, or you're getting your coffee, you know. So if you see someone go get their coffee and they go like this, they're just doing their health check. So I encourage you all to give yourself a little health check as we go to the break. And I believe Dr. Zink is, right, Tiff or Amber, is going to arrive by the plane. Oh, she's in the back. Hi, Dr. Zink. So we're gonna take a very gentle break. You're going to take care of yourself, and then when we return on time, let's check the agenda. All right, what time is the break over? You all have an agenda. 11. So be mindful, there's still some nosh back there, otherwise known as continental breakfast.
to the right of the left of the registration table.
And we will take a break, talk, visit. Dustin, hold up, give a wave. He's going to have a silent auction back there. We have some vendors. And when are we giving out the first door prize or raffle? So the first raffle door prize is going to be given out when we come back from the break. Please be present to win.
So Dustin is back there if you want to look at any of the stuff we have. We have some really cool stuff right now. Some Shirley Hooch earrings and some giveaways. So I don't know if you can hear me, but Dustin Morris is in the back from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And we have a silent auction happening for the next 2 days. And there's some really good stuff back there. There's some earrings, there's Shirley Hooch earrings, a couple of McKay bags, an Alicia Gusbuck. I think it's a large or a medium. And if you get a chance, walk by the table. So if you guys have not registered, we're about to do door prizes. So if you didn't register, you didn't talk to the ladies at the tablecloth with the red on it, go, yeah, Dolores is waving. You see her waving? If you haven't had her either check your name or add your name, we're gonna use that for the door prizes. So make sure you stop by and talk to her and get your name on that list, because we have some good prizes. And if you haven't opened your bag yet, you have some really cool cups in there that have like a recovery message on the back. And the coffee is here. So you can get coffee, or you could get water at the water fountain in the hallway. So please register. If you have not registered, go up and put your name on that list. And then we'll do door prizes here in a minute.
Wait, I gotta stand over here. I should put my dot down. Okay, we're going to come to a natural conclusion to the break. There are still people out in the hallway, so if you can hear my voice, please rejoin us, because not only are we going to hear some good words from Dr. Zink, but we are also going to have a door prize. So soon as Tiffany makes her way back up here, raffle prize. Prize is all you need to hear. There's going to be a prize given out. And then once again, please visit Nathan's table with the silent auction, the vendors. Oh, just look at those little girls. Gaspak. You're gonna have to correct. Got it, eh? Look at, there's a little pink one. Now, it would only fit my arm, but there is some little angel you know. How beautiful. And then we also have, I was calling them the Purple Ladies, but the Alaskan Native Women's Resource Center. They got these cool little heart gels, purple heart gels up there that they were like lures to all the little children that were in here last night. So please visit, they're good information. We have beautiful earrings. What else did I see over there? There's something in a bag. If you see a brown bag at a Native conference and it's on a table, it means something's good's in there. So there's a brown bag over there. I don't know what's in there, but maybe it'll reveal itself. So they're working out the app. I see the door prizes being collected. I see Tiffany over there. Uh-oh, now the people are circling the silent auction. And then also the planning committee members, please do not leave. because we would like you all to gather once Dr. Zink up here concludes her good words. So I don't know how to say, we say book support. Like, it means please bring your whole self to me, Amber. Quentin, Simeon, please make your way quickly to the front of the room for your prize. Woohoo! Quentin. He might be taking care of his essential business out there. Oh, he's right here. Woo!
Next one is Adrian
Adrian Wanhola. Adrian Wanhola. She registered. Okay. Diana Gamechuck. Well, her. So Diana Aimchuck, you do they need to be present to win? Oh, the crowd made the decision. That's called community mobilization and collective agreement. Yes, we're give a nod of the head. You must be present to win. All right, collective agreement. Frida Larson. Woo! Janelle Chapman. Woo! Here she comes. Scott Runzo. Or in Montana, we say, Scott, that, you know that one, that Runzo family. Wassily Andrews. Sounds like somebody should be interviewing him. Betty Gardner. Woohoo! So there will be more, so you must tell the people you must be present to win. Live streamers, the new tribe, the new village. If you win, they're going to notify you by email. Let it be written, let it be heard, let it be told. You get a door prize too. So I believe that So the landing strip was clear, the plane made it, had enough gas, and it brought us a very special person that Tiffany is going to introduce.
Thank you. This whole thing started because Zink said she would come here, and we were in this meeting, and I was like, well, when could you come here? And she was like, I could probably come in August. And we were like, August 8th and 9th, and she said, yeah. So we planned this around Zink and her availability to come here. And her work, I think, really speaks for itself. I don't even really feel like I have to introduce you. I think that we could just hear from you, and we're so, so, so grateful that you're here and that you made it.
I got to talk right into it. Okay, sounds good. Hello, good morning. It is such an honor to be here. This part of the story she didn't mention is that was like 10 months ago. And in the meantime, there are all these things that came up, and I was like, no, I said I was going here. We are going to Dillingham. And so it's just really wonderful to be here. And the plane did land. There was fuel, and it was great. I see a couple other fellow passengers from the plane that was on here. So, and it's great to be back in Dillingham. I've had the opportunity to be here a few times, but not long enough. And so it's always an honor and a privilege. I was asked to talk a little bit today about opioids, about past, about healing. I'm just really inspired by the nature of this conference and what's come together, and to see all the smiling faces in this room, to see the gorgeous children outside playing with Play-Doh, and in the other room, it was really fun to say hello to them when I walked in. And so I was just going to talk a little bit about a little bit of data, a little bit we know, with a few stories tucked in there as well, because at the end of the day, we're all human. You know, I oftentimes say, you know, no one says, oh, there's a 5-foot brown object 120 feet down the road. You say there's a bear, right? And so there's stories that we use, but as scientists and as public health professionals, we talk in terms of numbers, and we don't always talk in terms of stories. And behind every number is a person and an experience, and that is incredibly real and incredibly important. And I think acknowledging and understanding those stories are there. So I think Sean and I have got this down, so if you can go ahead and move on to the next slide. I'm just going to talk a little bit about myself, like why I'm here, and then move on in. So I was born and raised in Colorado to the Tom and Carol Braun, who are both involved in medicine. I promised myself I would never go into medicine. That didn't work out so well, but I quickly found that I was really attracted to the ways that science and people and their experience come together. And that's what ultimately attracted me to emergency medicine. Because people don't come in and say, you know, I'm having a heart attack. They say, my belly feels like it's full of wet sand. And my job is to try to piece that experience of that human's life experience together and walk side by side with them to bring the information and knowledge that I have learned with their experience and find what is their best path forward. And that's what really brought me into emergency medicine. I came up to Alaska in college as a mountaineering guide and was blown away. I'll never forget the very first day I landed and did not know that there was a place on this earth as beautiful or people as kind, and fell in love with not only the land but also the people and a specific person, and all of those things resulted in me moving back here after residency 15 years ago. And I've been lucky enough to call Palmer my home in the land of the Dena'ina people since that time, which has been a great place to raise my two growing girls who are now 15 and 18 and spreading their wings and flying, and now had the opportunity to work as this role as the Chief Medical Officer for the state of Alaska for the past just over 4 years. So if you go to the next slide, part of the reason that I came into this role was this experience of seeing the same patients again and again in the emergency department. Seeing patients who were struggling with addiction, seeing loved ones who had lost someone because of an opioid overdose, seeing patients who were struggling with depression or mental health illness and not having any place to refer them to. And it became, honestly, really depressing for myself. It was kind of like having my soul battered over and over again, and just seeing the same thing over and over again and not being able to move upstream. And I knew that I wasn't going to last in this profession if I didn't find a way to make systems of care better, because I was failing my patients if I didn't care about the larger systems of care. And I find that the emergency department is where all good systems come to fail. It's where people come when they're like, I can't figure out X, Y, or Z, or this is really scary and I don't know what to do about it. And the emergency behind, a 2-year-old with a fever at 2 a.m. is just as real as an emergency to the person who's, hit a moose, or the person who's having crushing chest pain, or someone who is really struggling with withdrawals because they don't have access to opioids, and they've, their bodies developed a resilience to opioids in general. So I started to get into public health. I started to get into systems of care to try and improve that space. My first work really was around opioids. I felt like a drug dealer, honestly, in the emergency department. I'd have patients every day saying, just give me 5 more, just give me 10 more. You don't understand how much I'm hurting. It did not feel good as a provider. I just wanted to help. And I wanted people to have a healthy, productive life. And I felt like we were in battle rather than in partnership. And I was also just seeing person after person that I had cared for overdosing. And that was devastating. To answer what we call the bat phone in the emergency department and declaring another 23-year-old dead day after day was incredibly demoralizing. And so our group started to try to figure out what we were going to do, what agency we had over that space and what we could do, and started to have a lot of conversations with people. At that time, I still work in the Mat-Su Valley in Palmer, with people who were struggling with addiction. And I'll never forget one gentleman who I knew well in the emergency department. We all did. He had gone through recovery. He was in sobriety, and he came to our doc meeting, and he looked at us and he said, you and you and you and you and every one of you gave me opioids. And every time you did, you told me that my life was not important, that your scores to get me out of here, your patient satisfaction was more important than my life. And so I went and I continued to use. And it was incredibly humbling to have him look you in the face and say, you aided in my addiction. And he was right. We were not thinking about ways to offer medication-assisted therapy. We were not offering Naloxone. We were not talking about the ways to treat his addiction. And it was very powerful. In a year's time, we decreased the opioids out of our emergency department by 90% through those conversations. We increased patient satisfaction, so patients actually said they felt more satisfied the way that their pain was dealt with. It became a totally different place to work as a clinician, and in that process started to become involved in policy. The opioid task force out of Mat-Su is still ongoing. And actually that gentleman is now on the APA board, and now in the state role that I have, he and I still battle back and forth. Yeah, and so he's like, look at me, he's like, we gotta change this. I'm like, we've been through this, we gotta change this. And so it's really inspiring to see him now creating across the state improved systems of care through his recovery. And his inspiration is part of my fuel in that process. And what I learned in that is that to make any meaningful change, you can't just ask one thing to change. It's easy to say, oh, providers just need to do this, or patients just need to do this, or policymakers just need to do this. And I really came to learn that to have any meaningful change in healthcare, you needed patients, you needed providers, you needed the public, you needed the press, you needed awareness overall, and you needed policy. And you had to have all 5 of those things to have meaningful change. And so when I'm involved in any sort of healthcare reform or structure now, I ask myself, where are the clinicians? Like, Kevin in the back, we have like these CMO meetings, which is happening today at 4, so I'm gonna miss it, I'll be on the plane. But we have like regular conversations with clinicians, like what do we know what's happening in the state? It's part of the reason we set up during COVID, like all those Zoom calls to say, how can we make sure that patients have the information that they need to make the best decisions for themselves? So that was my journey into public health and to continue to move upstream, and part of the reason why I've had the honor to serve in this role for the last few years and why I'm here today. So now going on to the next slide, I oftentimes start with this slide just because I've always loved it, and I think for me it's kind of a grounding force. And this is a quote by John Hari, and it says, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. And I think that that really speaks a lot to the structure of today's conference and of this community, that this is about connection, and about connection to our past, connection to our present, connection to our future, connection to each other. I remember a patient once telling me who was struggling with an opioid addiction, they said, the first time I took an opioid was the first time I felt loved. And that really struck me, and what ways we can fill our communities with love and caring and connection. There's studies that show the same thing. If you have a mouse that you put in a deprived cage with nothing in it, they're much more likely to become addicted to cocaine or to heroin than in a mouse who is in a happy playground with lots of mousy things to do to make them very happy and content. And so in general, the more we can fill our communities with connection, with meaning, and with purpose, like you guys are doing today, the more it helps to make us resilient from all sorts of things, including the risk of addiction. So moving on to the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple lessons that I have learned from you all. I also welcome questions afterwards. One of my favorite things about going into communities and speaking is actually listening, and so really open to questions or conversation afterwards. But I think that it's powerful to look back on specific times where communities were really impacted by large changes. And one of the biggest impacts that we saw on life expectancy came from the 1918 pandemic. And many of the stories that I heard from this community and others were the impact of the 1918 pandemic and the fact that the hospitals built in the orphanage at that time. And if you move on to the next slide, we did some looking kind of at the data specifically, and there's a lot of different ways to count this data, and the data is actually quite poor from the 1918 pandemic. There weren't a lot of public health officials documenting exactly what the morbidity looked like at that time. But you saw this big spike, particularly in the first year of the wave. 2/3 of all the influenza deaths in Alaska took place in the Nome census area, and in the second wave, 94% of the influenza deaths occurred in the Aleutians, Bristol Bay area, Dillingham, and the Lake and Penn, so this area. So this area, as well as Nome census area, were by far disproportionately impacted by the 1918 pandemic, which created some big shifts in the demographics of this area and of others. If you move to the next slide, this was some data that I had the team just kind of re-look at. And this is if you look at deaths per capita from the 1918 pandemic compared to COVID-19. And what you see here on the right slide is you see just the really disproportionate burden of death really along the coastal region from the 1918 pandemic. But what I want to highlight is, I oftentimes heard of the 1918 pandemic being referred to as the Great Death. And what we see from COVID-19, the first estimates in COVID predicted that it would be worse than the 1918 pandemic based on what we knew from SARS-CoV-1, a similar virus. If it had been the same as the 1918 pandemic, we would have seen over 10 times the amount of deaths that we did see during the pandemic. But I think what's really interesting in looking both at Alaska as well as other Arctic nations is that you see the demographics have shifted, and you see that the communities that remembered their history of the 1918 pandemic did not suffer the same rates of death that you see in communities that didn't have that history in the same way. And there's actually interesting studies now coming from Arctic nations from around the globe. There's a big conference coming up happening in Iceland this October, talking about the impact of COVID-19 and when people had connection to land, to stories, to community, to indigenous food and indigenous way of life, they were more resilient to the COVID-19 pandemic than communities that were not. And so I hope that we're able to remember, even though this was an incredibly hard time, the resiliency, and remember it as a time of great resiliency, because that is what I saw consistently during COVID and what I really saw amongst regions that were most impacted by the 1918 pandemic. Move to the next slide. I think there's a lot of different historical trauma. Everyone has some degree of experience that may be hurtful or harmful, and different people to different degrees. But if you move on to the next slide, I think something that really impacted me was a book called The Deepest Well. I don't know, has anyone ever heard of The Deepest Well? Anyone read that book? Okay, it's just me. Oh, wait, one. Okay, awesome. There's one expert in the room here. She can help share. It's great to have someone else who's read the book. But so the idea behind The Deepest Well is that, back in the 1700s, 1600s, we didn't understand why people got sick. It was thought to be, maybe there is a spirit that has made you ill. Maybe it was someone who had made really bad decisions, and that's why that they were ill. And John Snow is kind of this hero within public health. And during a gigantic cholera epidemic in England, he started to map out where the cases were. And he said, who's got cholera and who doesn't? And he said, I'm not going to believe that just because someone's bad, they have cholera, or the spirits took them, they have cholera. I just want to see where they're happening. And he started to map out exactly where all the cholera cases were happening. And he kept mapping it, and he kept finding that there was this really intense concentration of cholera cases around one well in England. And he's like, I think it has to do with the well. I think it has to do with the water. And people ostracized him for that. They said, that is not the case, that you don't understand. and they would not let him shut down the well. So in the middle of the night, he went and he broke the handle off of the well so that no one could use the well. And lo and behold, the cholera cases stopped, because suddenly the bacteria that was coming, causing cholera, could not come out of that well, and the cholera epidemic stopped. And so in public health, we oftentimes talk about that as the deepest well, finding the source of something and moving on, and trying to be able to address that. Well, there's a clinician, a pediatrician in California, and her book is called The Deepest Well. And what she talks about is the deepest well of kind of our overall health. And she talks about how adverse childhood experiences or our historical trauma and our life experiences is kind of that deepest well of who we are. And by addressing that, as well as finding protective factors, is kind of the key to being able to promote and protect our health overall. The data that she gets that from is from a book where it was actually came from a study initially where a doctor was helping to treat patients with obesity. And every time a patient came in with obesity, he would ask, about their life history. And he suddenly realized that many of the patients that were struggling with obesity had had really aggressive and harmful domestic violence experiences early on in their life. And so he calculated out what were these adverse childhood experiences and what was the long-term impacts on both mental health and physical health. And then called those ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences. And there's a lot of debate if those are the right ones or not, but there's a lot of conversation on that. So if you move to the next slide. I'll talk a little bit more about ACEs. I kind of jumped ahead in my own slides here. I'll talk a little bit about opioids, and then I'll drop back to that space. So I'll talk a little bit more about ACEs, but I guess I'll just highlight some of the data that we have for opioids in general. So here you can see in Alaska, we've had an overdose death rate that's increased 74% since 2021. And in fact, we were just looking at our data from 2022. And for the first time, and we think a really long time, overdoses have surpassed suicides in this state as the #1 cause of death, particularly for young people. And so we're seeing a real increase. Part of this has to do with fentanyl, and there's going to be more conversation, it looks like, in looking at your agenda on fentanyl specifically and the science of addiction. But if you go to the next slide, here you can see overall deaths had remained stable, but fentanyl had really increased. So fentanyl is that kind of last box over there. Still quite a bit of methamphetamine, but we're not seeing the benzodiazepines or the heroin, but fentanyl has really been increasing. And fentanyl is so lethal that is part of the reason why we're seeing more overdoses as a whole. If you go to the next slide, here overall, you can see overall death rates in the Southwest region involving fentanyl. And if you go on to the next one, this slide, I think, is just a powerful kind of story of how strong fentanyl is. So it's a synthetic opioid, so isn't made in nature. It is manufactured. And it's about 50 times stronger than heroin and about 100 times stronger than morphine. And so just a little tiny bit, like that little bit compared to a penny or just like the tip of a pencil of fentanyl is enough fentanyl to kill you. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is 6 out of 10 illicit pills. So pills that may look like a Norco, a Percocet, some other pain medication, oftentimes, 6 out of 10 times, has illicit fentanyl in it. And there isn't really good control measures on illicit drugs, I will say. They're not double checking all of their distribution. And so you might have one pill that has nothing in it, and you might have another pill that has enough to kill you. And so that's part of the reason why we're really trying to get out the message that unfortunately just one pill can kill. It may be one pill that a friend or someone else gave you, but it may have enough fentanyl in it. So it may not be someone who's been struggling with an addiction. It may be a teenager who tried a pill at a party. It may be a loved one whose back was hurting and was given a pill by a friend because they wanted to take that. So this is not an experience that I had in high school and college. This is an experience that is very different, secondary to fentanyl being so prevalent in the market. And in fentanyl is what we're finding kind of laced within much of the heroin and methamphetamine that we're seeing as well. So we're seeing people overdosing when they're taking illicit drugs, but we're also seeing people accidentally overdosing when they're just taking one pill. So it's part of the reason we're seeing such a large increase in opioid overdoses. There are many things that we can do to help to prevent a death. Again, a friend that I've worked with for a long time, he always says, a chance to breathe is a chance to recover. But if someone's not breathing, they don't have an ability to recover from that addiction or to learn from not taking that one pill. And so for opioids, including fentanyl, we're fortunate that we have a medication that can immediately reverse it and can save someone's life. And so Tim's here from state, and it's always great to see. I feel like I see you more in community than I see you in the same building that we work in at home. But is here to kind of teach about naloxone. It's incredibly easy to carry. It's incredibly easy to give. There really is not any harm in giving it. The worst thing that will happen is someone might go into withdrawal if they've been using it for a long time, but that is way better than them dying and not living. I think there's been a lot of stigma associated with naloxone and Narcan giving it. I wish that all CPR was treated so that when you saw someone, you started chest compressions, asked for an AED, and asked for naloxone, instead of looking at someone and judging if you think that they're an addict or not. And I don't think that that is helpful, and it's definitely not helping them breathe, and addressing what the person needs. And at that moment, if someone's not breathing, naloxone can save their life. So again, I mentioned I have a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old. You know, they carry it in their backpacks with them to school because you never know. I have had more of my staff members than I can count who were at the airport and someone was unresponsive, was walking down the street and someone was unresponsive and had naloxone on them and was able to give naloxone and to save a life. So I just really encourage every single person here to leave with naloxone and make sure that their kids and others have it as well. It's easy to carry, it's safe. We work hard as a state to try to make sure it's free and available to anyone. It used to require a prescription, and it's still kind of under my license that we make sure it's available across the state. It will be coming over the counter in the future, but in the meantime, we're working to just make sure it's there regardless. So moving on to the next slide, there's a lot of information and training, and again, there's more information coming from our team later today to be able to share about naloxone. Moving on to the next slide. A couple other preventative measures that I just wanted to highlight. One is making sure that if you, for any reason you were given an opioid, to make sure it's locked up in your house. Treat it like a gun, you know. It has the potential to kill just with one accidental use. And so putting it in a gun safe, locking it up someplace. So if someone's working on your house, some friends are over, maybe they've been struggling with an addiction and you didn't know it, and they looked in your bathroom cabinet, and that may be enough to trigger someone. So just, you know, lock away or give away. Get rid of your extra opioids if you don't need them. We have no opioids in our house. I mean, I'm just like, there's no point in them in our house. A couple other things, you know, pain. There was an interesting study that showed that 500 milligrams of Tylenol and 200 milligrams of ibuprofen was more effective than 15 milligrams of oxycodone for pain when people didn't know what they were getting. And so when I'm in the emergency department now, I almost always just prescribe Tylenol, ibuprofen, splinting, and ice, even for large fractures and for other injuries. And I will tell you, most of my patients come back and say my pain is better controlled now than when I used to take Norco for those. So, you know, talking to your doctor, trying to avoid using narcotics at all because of the multitude of side effects. There are good reasons for them. There's a lot of cancer patients where they're invaluable and make their quality of life. It's not the medicine itself that's evil. It's not our understanding of the consequences and awareness of it, and making sure that we're using it in the most effective way and trying to minimize the downside side effects. Project Gabe is a project that our public health team has kind of taken on, and I bring this up here just simply because of the large fishing presence. And this is really to make sure that fishing vessels and fishing industry has access to naloxone as well. When we look at the highest rates of death, it's between those who are, you know, 20 and 35, and a lot work in kind of industries, including fishing. Unfortunately, Project Gabe was named after one of our public health nurses' sons who died suddenly of an opioid overdose. And so she's put a lot of time and effort into making sure that there is these kind of emergency kits that are, you know, vessel worthy for ships to be able to have them on there. So that's Project Gabe. Awesome. Moving on to the next slide, this is a little bit what I wanted to talk about trauma and where I was moving into the next one. And so thinking about what ways that we can be able to address previous trauma both on an individual level, an organizational level, and a system level, because we alone cannot do this, but if we don't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of the system either. You know, that putting that oxygen mask on first in the airplane sort of model. So moving on to the next slide. You know, helping to reduce stigma, words matter. I think medicine, and particularly Western medicine, has been particularly problematic at this for a long time. You know, I remember when I was in training and I was told by my orthopedic colleagues that if I didn't write for 120 Norco and opioids that I was gonna fail my rotation because they didn't want to get called. They didn't want to deal with the questions that were afterwards. And ultimately, we were failing our patients by doing that. And I'm sure there are things that we're doing now that we are also not helping. And so being humble to always being able to listen and learn, but also being advocates as patients to say, I'm concerned about this, I'm worried about this. It's a partnership with you and your provider to making sure that your health is cared for. Talking a little bit more about adverse childhood experiences, I think one of the really interesting things about adverse childhood experiences to me is the rates of not just addiction, depression, or suicide, but the rates of cardiovascular disease, asthma, autoimmune disease. You know, I sometimes think that our mind and body are connected in every single way except for how we pay for healthcare and how we study healthcare. True, right? And so we have to treat our mind and body as one and are connected. The stress that you experience from a job change or the loss of a loved one impacts us physically, and our physical stress impacts us mentally. It's depressing to hurt, and it hurts when you're depressed. The two go together, and so the ways that we can treat both. So moving on to the next slide, a couple additional statistics. So for every single adverse childhood experience, we saw the rate of prescription drug use increase by 62%, so really increasing with every single adverse childhood experience. The likelihood of illicit drug use increased 2 to 4-fold for every additional ACE score, and that grief really adds to that. A couple of things I'll just talk about adverse childhood experiences. It's clear that the biology of the brain almost has these windows for teaching and for opening in a couple different places. And the first is really those first 3 years of life, when kids are seeing and learning, experiencing their world, and really what they experienced at that time has a big impact on their lifelong projection. And then after that, kids really get into growing, right? They're like growing their immune system, and they're growing tall, and they're getting all big. And then it kind of all opens up again during adolescence. And that is another opportunity when kids are really learning essentially which brain cells they're gonna keep. That early development, they're just building a lot of brain cells. But during adolescence, we kind of trim down our brain cells. We decide which ones we wanna keep in the long term because those are helping us, and which ones we don't wanna keep because that's not helping us. And so really those experiences in adolescence impact a lot of our choices older on. So I kind of think of these windows of opportunity to help to support our kiddos. They always need support, but really during that kind of early adolescence, as well as that the early infanthood and the later adolescence is these most impactful times on the way that the brain and the immune system work together. Here's some data specifically from adverse childhood experiences looking at the state as well as kind of 10 comparable states. And unfortunately what you see in Alaska is you see that, and here are some of the adverse childhood experiences: emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, intimate partner violence, household substance abuse, parental separation or divorce, or incarcerated members of the household. But you can see across all the categories, Alaska and Alaska children have higher rates of adverse childhood experiences than comparable states. So there's a lot of trauma that has happened. But I think what's really hopeful is the way that preventative factors can help mitigate the impact of that trauma. So if you go into the next slide, and the next slide, thinking about the ways that protective factors can really make a difference. So minimizing those adverse childhood experiences, but then also helping to create ways as a community to be protective for our youth and for each other. And I think that's a lot of kind of the topic of the whole conference, is how do we recognize the hurt and the harm that has happened, and how do we build protective factors to create more resiliency. So the data really shows that, one last slide back, Sean, thanks, so I appreciate it. Strong and supportive relationships, community involvement, cultural and spiritual connections, education and employment, resiliency and coping skills, positive role models, and recreational activities are kind of like where the data continues to settle on, that when kids say that those are a part of their life, and when adults say that these are important parts of their life, they have resiliency factors where you're not seeing the impact of adverse childhood experiences in the same way. We can't change our past, but what we all can do is work to find ways to minimize other trauma and to build these protective factors in our communities, in our kids' lives, and in our lives. Now on to the next slide. So I think about the ways that a person is a part of all these pieces. 80% of our health is determined by things outside of healthcare. Well, healthcare is really important. The majority of our health is determined by what we eat, who we talk to, who we hang out with, our walking, our somatic responses to trauma, as discussed earlier, our social connection, our ability to access healthcare, all of these other things. And so these are things that we all can do as a community to improve our health, which is going to make us resilient for whatever challenge comes our way. On to the next slide. You'll see some of these reflected in Healthy Alaskans 2030. And the reason I bring up Healthy Alaskans 2030 is it's the state improvement plan. A lot of times people say, why aren't you doing this? And how about this? And why don't we do these things? And they're really important things. And so we try as a state to bring people together to say, what are the most important things that are going to make us healthy and well? And so this is done in combination with the state as well as ANTHC. We get together every 10 years and have this like gigantic kind of a 1.5 year long process of saying, what does it mean to be healthy in Alaska and how are we going to get there? And out of that, we look at the data, we look at what work has been done, we look at priorities of community, and we set Healthy Alaskans every 10 years and what those goals are. And we have a scorecard every year that we try to be able to reach. But the reason I bring it up in this is because this isn't a state project, this isn't an ANTHC project, this is an all of us project. Because many of the things in here are things that we can each do every single day. So if you go on to the next slide, I believe, yeah. Here are the different categories, including healthy weight and nutrition, environmental health, healthcare access, and you can kind of go through the list here. A couple areas that I wanted to highlight. So if you look under mental health and suicide prevention, one of those is making sure that every child has 3 adults who care about them in their community. So asking yourself, like, which youth do I care about in my community? Or if you work at a school, taking that kid list of all the kids in that school and making sure that every kid in that school has 3 adults who care about them. And if they don't, rearranging so that all of those kids have some adult who's checking in on them and making sure they've got a role in that. We can all play a role in that. Healthy weight and nutrition, the state launched a program called Fresh Start. Anyone can go to it. It was designed to be able to be used all across the state. And you can get free access to being able to support healthy weight, decreased smoking, blood pressure, and diabetes control, because those are the #1 causes of death as heart disease. And so anyone can go to Fresh Start and see if you're eligible. It doesn't matter what insurance type you have. If you've got diabetes or high blood pressure, they can actually send you monitors to your house, and it can all be done online to help to just make sure it's as easy as possible for every Alaskan. If you get to the end of the questions and it says you don't qualify, it just means because you don't have any of those health conditions, you're still a very valued Alaskan. I've gotten that comment a lot recently. I'm like, no, it's just you don't have high blood pressure or diabetes. So far, we launched it just less than a year ago. Alaskans have lost 8,000 pounds with this program, and we're seeing a huge reduction in diabetes medication as well as hypertension medication as people are starting to use it. So feel free to share around. It's free. It's easy to use. It's just called Fresh Start. So I just highlight those as a couple of the programs as a part of Healthy Alaskans that we can all participate in. Moving on to the next slide. And then on to the next slide. So, I just really, when this conversation came up a while ago, I sometimes feel like we're on a Zoom screen far away and like a talking head. But the change that's going to happen in a community is going to happen from you all, from the people in the room today, making a decision about what a healthy community looks like. And the more that we can empower those conversations, the more we can support you all in what that looks like, the healthier we're all going to be. And so if you go on to the next slide, I am open to any questions. I'm here, through the part of the rest of the day, not as long as I wanted, but it's great to be here. And I just really appreciate everyone's time, effort, and being able to come together. Thank you. Do we do questions? Do we do questions?
Should we wait a second for questions?
Yeah, we've got a few minutes if anyone has any questions. I wasn't keeping track of time. Yeah, I love questions.
You said that in the beginning of opioids and medication treatment, that in the beginning they were prescribing, without being careful, and then they started meeting about how much to give patients now, and that now you prefer people, or you want them to choose ibuprofen and Tylenol versus opioids. I was wondering how, I don't know the history about that tranquilizer, what is it called, fentanyl? How is it coming into the United States, and why aren't strict measures being taken? And is there something that, Alaska and the world can do to try and, have it banned or controlled or something like that? Why is it being, out there so readily available?
Yeah, that's a really wonderful question, and I appreciate you asking because it highlights some of the things. So fentanyl was initially made to be used in the emergency department and the operating room. It's very rarely prescribed to people, and when it's prescribed, it's usually as a patch for someone with like really bad cancer as a long-acting pain. But what's been found is that people have gotten very creative and been able to make it and synthesize it without it being sold. And so we're seeing it manufactured primarily in China, some in Mexico, and then it is entering into our communities primarily, honestly, by the mail is where it's coming into. And so people are getting shipments of it and then being able to distribute it. One thing that you see again and again throughout all of history is that the illicit drug trade is incredibly creative and gets around forces really, really quickly. And so we work really closely with the Department of Public Safety to just encourage people to try to reduce it out of their community. So some communities have actually identified additional people to go through all the mail before it even comes into a village to try to catch any fentanyl before it came in so that it wasn't specifically there. The DEA didn't used to have an office in Alaska, and now they have an office and multiple agents who are working. And the thing that when I'm with them presenting, and I didn't see any of them here today, that they will oftentimes ask is that there's a free app and a tip line where they ask people to report if they know an illicit substance came into their community. I think one of the hardest things for me as a clinician to see is when a community gets an illicit batch of really bad fentanyl in, and you see like 3 or 5 overdoses in one night, and a whole community loses a generation of all these kids. Same thing happens in the emergency department. It will be fine, and then suddenly a bad batch will come in. And so I think it's upon all of us to be, no one wants to cheat, to tell on a friend, no one wants to report someone else. But if we don't all collectively say, in our community, we cannot have these illicit drugs, we run the risk of them coming in. So there's a lot of different ways as a community to report them, try to keep them out. But man, they're tricky. And when you create an obstacle one way, people find a good way to come around it in a different way. Interestingly, we looked a lot at the opioid response and kind of with COVID. If we could identify cases in Anchorage, we could prevent them from kind of buckshotting into rural communities. We spent a lot of time keeping people in Anchorage, keeping fishermen in Anchorage, keeping people there to try to identify cases there. And we're trying to do the same thing with opioids. The same thing happened before. So really looking at mail and cargo that's coming in. There are a lot of privacy rights in going through them, so that's one of the other limitations, and so that's why it's not enough. But we do need people to kind of keep an eye on it. So thanks for bringing that up. I meant to highlight that, but it's an important point. Thank you. Yeah.
I was just wondering if, in the past I recall a meds return project for folks to get rid of because it's amazing how quickly that stuff just collects in the cupboard or wherever, but I imagine that creates its own slew of problems, and I think a lot of people would like to, get rid of the extra things if that was something that was on the list. And you mentioned the stigma training, and that language, it plays such a crucial role, and this is I think a big issue, because I think we've all seen some folks try to go in for help, and that language can be the determining factor if they actually get help or not. So I'm just wondering if hospital staff, and I mean all of the hospital, intake, doctors, nurses, if that's something on the list for that. Because everybody needs help with stigma issues, not just the general public. Thank you.
Yeah, no, really great questions. And maybe I'll start with the stigma part first, and then I will move to the disposal part second. I just don't want those to cross and get weird on you all. So regarding the stigma part, I think it's a really important topic. One, if someone is struggling with an addiction, I would encourage them to not let someone's words get in your way. They may be very hurtful and may be very harmful. As a clinician, it's also really hard to take care and feel like you can't help. And so we don't always choose the right words, and we need to get better at that, but I don't ever want that to get in someone's way. There is a lot of education happening with clinicians. I think it's different than it used to be for training. I think a lot about asthma medication or diabetes medication. We don't say to someone, I'm not going to give you insulin because you just ate too much and now you're diabetic. We say, you have diabetes, and how can we treat you? And here are some tools to think about your diet, your exercise, your lifestyle, but in the meantime, we're gonna help you with the insulin. Same with asthma, same with high blood pressure. And I think we really need to treat addiction in a similar way, where we have medications that can help to treat people as we're dealing with some of kind of the underlying causes that left to it. And I know that in the community here, there's more medication-assisted therapy than there had been before, and a lot of conversations, but there's always room for improvement along that side. 2, regarding disposal bags. So those are these charcoal bags. I'm looking at the team. There's some back here. Okay, sounds good. I was like, I think we have some here. So yeah, the team here. Do you want to just tell them?
I was just back there. The table beside the registration table has small and medium disposal bags. And you can just put your prescription drugs in there, add water, shake it up, and it deactivates it, kind of makes it into cement so people can't dig through the trash and get it, and it can be safely disposed of. And she's holding them up back there.
Perfect. So they're right back there. We try to get those free. And then usually there's a take-back day in every community. And then not to put the hospital on the I think some of the hospital team walked out, but oftentimes you can also bring them to the hospital because we have ways of dispensing of opioids. So it's not uncommon in the emergency department where I have someone who comes in and says, you know, my husband was on hospice and now my house has all these opioids and I have to get rid of them right now because I'm concerned, and so they bring them to the hospital. And so we can oftentimes help walk people through that process as well. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Bristy Larson. I'm from Dillingham. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
great. I just wanted to, I'm helping someone right now. Okay. They're in the hospital doing detox right now. So this is heavy on my heart, so I might cry. Okay. But my dog this summer jumped out of the car window and she busted her leg. So I flew with her to Anchorage and I waited at the pet ER for about 12 hours, the same as you would with your kid, right? And the first thing the doctor wanted to give me for her was fentanyl. And I said, I don't want fentanyl for her. I don't want to bring it home. Mm-hmm. And the doctor said, okay, I understand. So they gave us 2 other things that, you know, gabapentin and trazodone that could work together like fentanyl. Mm-hmm. And she's home now and she's fine. But I knew that I was bringing her home to a situation where those drugs would be saved. We save drugs here because we don't know if someone's going to need them, especially a dog. Mm-hmm. If a dog has been hit by a car, we want to have the drugs to give to them because we don't have a vet here. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying, I'm bridging, is that while my partner was detoxing, he took those drugs that we were saving for the dog. And he admitted it to me. And I'm so thankful that I said no to the fentanyl because he would not be alive if I had taken it home. So our capacity here for help is so small. We have 4 beds or 4 or 5 beds in our ER. We have maybe 5 rooms in our inpatient. So right now, because he's in the hospital detoxing, someone else can't come in. So I know there's more than 5 people here in this room that might need to go into detox. And it took us maybe 3 days or 4 days to get to that point where he could get into the hospital, right? And then we had to wait for the hospitalist, which is a word I never heard before. The hospitalist had to arrange for him to be in the hospital. And now it's gonna be another process, thank God we have it, for him to get into Jake's. And that will be another process. So these processes, each one is a cost, right? He doesn't have insurance, he doesn't have IHS. I'm doing the forms right now for Medicaid for him. But just those things, each of those things is another reason that he had not to do it and not to start. And every form, every application, every single bill that he gets is another reason that he has not to want to live. And I just, when I'm walking with someone, I'm just astounded at how many hurdles are put in front of them. And that hurdle to me is nothing. It's a questionnaire, it's a box to check, it's a something to sign. But for that person in going through recovery, each of those obstacles isn't one more reason to stop and go back to use. So, or go back to the drug dealer's house or whatever the case may be. So I live in Nurka, and I think 95% of the people in Dillingham know where to go to get the drugs that we're talking about. And it's just down the street from my house. It's 3 doors down. So whenever I walk my dogs, I see people walk past my house. I know where they're going. And I look them in the eye and I say hi. And some don't look me in the eye and don't say hi. And I grew up in a neighborhood of Nurka where we trick-or-treated at everyone's house. People Slavied at other people's houses. As kids, we were invited into everyone's houses, and we learned that there's some houses you don't go in. And there are houses, we know in Dillingham that if the cops get called to this house, the drugs are just gonna go to the other house. So I know the people who are selling illegal drugs are trickier. So I'm sorry, my question's going on and on, but basically I just wanted to say thank you for being here, because the struggle is real. It's really going on here.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing your story. I want to give you a thank you for sharing, and I think it really I think you're totally right. Every single one of those forms, every single one of those barriers, every single one of those words that comes across as judgmental or not supportive is one more reason for people to not want to or can't, because we have people working for systems instead of systems working for people. And we need to make our systems work for people so that it isn't all of these barriers to be able to cross. But they're hard and they're big. And just in you sharing your story, you've highlighted the importance of community, of loved ones, being able to help walk side by side with someone who's struggling with addiction, be it filling out the paperwork or saying no to the fentanyl from the veterinary. And honestly, in Alaska, we do see a lot of opioids come from the veterinary clinics as a place where they've dispensed them to dogs, and then people end up using them illicitly, making sure that they're locked up or not having them all in the house. I think the other important thing is this isn't how our communities always have to be. We've seen countries and communities ravaged by opioids who as a community have chosen a different way, and you're choosing a different way, and all of you all being in this room here are choosing a different way. And you're choosing that for your community and for your future, so that when you walk past the houses, you can trick or treat, and you can say hello, and you can look eye to eye, and you don't have people who you're having to hide medication from, like your loved one, and that we're not having to struggle through this in the same way. But it's gonna take all of us as a community to be able to move there. So hang in there. Good luck on your Medicaid insurance. Make sure people do get, the redetermination's happening right now. It sounds like for you guys, it's a new application. We're trying to reduce every barrier we can on the paperwork side from the federal level to try to make it smooth, but it is not easy. It's not an easy process, so hang in there.
Hi, my name is Maria Dosal. I live here in Dillingham. I'm from King Cove. Do you have a model community that has had the opioid issues and has implemented the 5 Ps that you had mentioned, that has made improvements in the community, just a community model that maybe us as Dillingham can look and see how we can improve and implement those same plans?
Yeah, it's a great question. Those 5 Ps are kind of my own 5 Ps, so I don't think they've actually been studied by anyone, so I'll just put that out there. But I do think that there's a couple communities to look at. So I'm a little bit biased because I work and live in the Mat-Su area, but I think that the opioid task force out of the Mat-Su has been very powerful in its ability to change the opioid trajectory, to change the conversation. And, I kind of talked a little bit about what it was like to work there initially. And the person that I was mentioning, he's now started an entire program and project. So now there are beds available 24/7, and all I have to do in the emergency department is call True North, and I'm like, I've got someone who's struggling with addiction. Can you meet them right now? And someone who's a peer-to-peer lived experience comes and meets them in the emergency department and has them go back to a home where they can be supported with someone else who has walked that path with them and be with them. And there's models from Medicaid to pay for all of these things on the background, but it takes someone to kind of set up
They also have a really involved, just public group that's very, I mean, I get a lot of emails from them. They're very good about connecting to state, national leaders, trying to figure out grant funding to be moved. So I would say that community involvement, Matsu. Sandpoint comes to mind, because Sandpoint really spent a lot of time and effort as a community working with the airport to decrease the amount of fentanyl coming in general, a little bit to what you guys were mentioning earlier, how do we decrease? And so Sandpoint, there's a couple other communities where that has been kind of the approach that they've taken. I think in general, Portugal, I think, is a fascinating country to look at that was really ravaged by opioids, and making medication-assisted therapy readily available, I think, is a country to kind of look at where they're really not dealing with it in the same way. And another country I oftentimes reference is Iceland, where they were really struggling particularly with youth and alcohol, and really, really high rates of alcoholism. And by highly engaging the youth in community service activities and making that a required part, like their number, like the people that are struggling with alcohol has just plummeted. I think they have like 40 people in the entire country involved in the jail system in total. Like, and if you were to translate to that, Alaska was like 120 people. I mean, like the number, it's just like, it's not a criminalization method, it's very much engaging youth. So looking at a youth model for engagement, I would point to Iceland as another example. So those are some like Alaska examples. Another one that about stigma, I would point to Ketchikan. I think Ketchikan is doing a lot on stigma and stigma awareness. And they're also doing a lot with youth residential supporting treatments for day treatment, like for being able to have a place for youth to be involved in their community, and some really great work happening down there. So a few examples, local and abroad, that I would highlight of great successes. So yeah, thanks. Any other questions? Yeah.
The facilitator has a comment. So I think you could see the number, everyone knows what Jell-O is, right? Jell-O? Okay, just checking, learning curve. So sometimes you need your question to Jell-O. So, you know, as an outsider, and you said U.S. Postal Service, so I was just saying, well, does the U.S. Postal Service have an opioid task force about point of access to rural communities? Point of access, availability, right? So we heard that, point of access, availability. But also, I want to be mindful that the youth, I don't know what they're doing, but they came in with some mad prizes. I see the food. Anyone else notice the food come in? Be honest. The food. And then I believe you're going to be with us on TAL.
Till about 2, my flight's at 3, so until then, 2:30, 2 o'clock. Oh, okay.
2 o'clock. So I would say is, and we have some people that are 12-steppers, so they will know this phrase. 12-steppers is not like a dance, but it could be. Okay. Any burning desires for a question before we give? That was a beautiful presentation, thank you. And we give her a little pause, maybe to get a drink of water. And, but that we need to make the transition to the food. So any burning question, desire right now, or do you want to be like Jell-O and we can pick it up before she leaves? And I will talk with the planning committee about the agenda.
I have one, I guess it's a burning desire for well, so when you talked about doctors working in partnership, you know, with us, one of the reasons that we've modeled some of the way that we've approached prevention is to not do anything the way that it had been done because it wasn't working. But what we kind of decided as a group was that you know, we see culture as prevention, like a really strong tie to culture. But because of all the things that you talked about, sometimes our relationship with providers can be really strained or it has a, and this is like a hard thing to say because I know you came here, you're a doctor.
Say it.
But, and there's this, you know, there's a, things are centered in a culture that's not our own. And one of the things I really appreciate, you have always heard us. So I'm thanking you, and I'm also asking for, I guess, for you to take the knowledge, or I guess the feeling of Bristol with you. There's so many stories. We don't have time for all the stories, but I do know that the more we feel grounded in who we are, our own culture, the more we'll advocate for ourselves. We'll have a feeling of self-worth. That's a big part of this. And when you talk with other people at the state level who are making those decisions, remember us, and we'll always answer questions. We kind of like to talk. So if we'll share, you know, our experiences, but there's not enough programs built for us or by us, maybe any, and that's lacking. So it's a request, and also I wanted to give this to you. So that request is just remember us. But we have something for you that is really special. I'll let you hold it because it's really hard to hold all this stuff. So yeah, you can hold this part. We're giving you the bag of stuff. These earrings and these medicines were picked by Tish or Cindy. I think it was Tish, and prayed over. These earrings were made and prayed over as she made them, and they're made with, I think they're made from king salmon from this year that she tanned herself. She didn't go hunt the seal or anything, but you know, there's a lot of heart and love in this, and I think this medicine is going to go with you when you leave here, and we really, really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm humbled, and again, just to even be here. I was telling someone earlier, you know, COVID was hard and long, and I was out here during kind of 2020, and there was a lot of feelings at that time. The stories that you told me during that time and that you told the federal government have been the stories that I have been sharing on a regular basis, and in fact, the preface to a large Arctic nations scientific journal about what's been learned has the stories that I heard from you all in this space. You all are changing the conversation about what it means to be connected by culture, what it means to be healing and recognizing that past and moving forward. And it is an honor to be here and to hear stories. I'm around. I love stories. I hate heartbreaking ones, but they are what make us human, and they are what make us real. And you know, my sister died of suicide when she was 26, and I think about that space and what we've all lived through in different ways, and we have to call it out. We have to have these stories, so thank you for taking the time to make this happen. So appreciate it.
Well, there's one more thing I forgot.
One
Sorry, it's a lot to remember up here.
Pressure.
This is also a shirt that Amber Webb made. She's in here somewhere, and she gave this to you. So this is, and then you got like a cup.
Oh man, I only came with my carry-on.
It'll fit.
Okay. Thank
you.
you. Awesome. Well, I hate to stand between you all and lunch, but I'm around, so feel free, and I will hand it back over. Thank you.
So another thank you to Dr. Zink and to the team who worked their magic. And I think what my takeaway is, when you're talking about everyone who's concerned for a safe, healthy community, keeping family members alive, protecting our dogs, right? Who doesn't love their dog? I even love other people's dogs. I follow them on Instagram, you know, all those things. But when you talk about, and you can see in real life, where being interdependent in a healthy way, being allies in the effort to restore peace, health, and safety to communities, all of you are a part of that. So own that ability to shape your own future. And you could see, right? Come away with some earrings, like totally new outfit. Like, we're practical, right? I learned that from my elders. We're practical. We'll make sure that you're fed, you're clothed, and if you didn't bring enough blankets, we collect blankets. I don't know if you guys do that too. We will give you a blanket, you know, but we're practical in our appreciation, but also your knowledge. And I'm looking forward, I wrote it down, Arctic Conference, to hear the sharing what is unique about this part of the globe. You're part of a global community that transverses geopolitical lines and countries. And that knowledge is critical. And that GNOME map, if you know loss historically through stories, that's also why my people survived. Because we never sunsetted our plan to care for our nation. And we help people in Canada, not the federally recognized tribe in the lower 48 that I'm a part of. We transverse that border with all the jurisdictions to help people in our confederacy when the vaccines came out, before the Canadian government could respond. And we just didn't vaccinate our own people. We vaccinate the Hutterite colonies, the people that follow the Mormon way of life, the farmers that make the wheat in Alberta, anybody who could make it to the border. So when you're talking about being part of that universal global glimmer of hope, that's what Quentin talked about. Knowing how to breathe breath into that fire. The fire for their desire for safety. And to see our young people, where did they flit off to? Out the door. I see the doors open, but not too far from the food. So I think this is the planning. Amber came and whispered in my ear, we're just going to do lunch. So can I have a collective agreement nod from everybody just to do lunch? So we say sugap. This is our hand movement for it. So I do not know the protocol for lunch, so Amber's going to school you on how the lunch is going to go.
We'll have elders eat first. Does nobody really wants to go first sometimes when we say that? But you know, if you think of yourself as an elder, please go get some food. Let's eat. What's that? Yeah, and Dr. Zink, you're the guest. I know it's weird, but you have to do it.
It's not ready yet.
Oh, 10 more minutes? Oh, 10 more minutes, I guess, on the food. Sorry, we jumped the gun. I think we were hungry. You got a door prize? Yeah, we have some door prizes we could do. We'll do door prizes. 10 minutes? Oh, 15 minutes? Oh, okay, we're ahead of schedule, she says.
Do you want to do? Okay, is it possible to do a door prize committee? Book support, chickies. Let's just fill this time with the prize. And remember, the collective agreement must be present to win. Must be present to win, including our virtual folks. So I hope the virtual folks that you Googled while you were on that Arctic conference, because to me, that would be allowable travel in my mind, but also that you maybe for your community, you are also Googling those places that Dr. Zink asked, that our sister said, what model communities are following the 5 Ps? And I'm not saying you're going to go to, what was the country she named that they responded? Iceland was one. What's the other country? Portugal. Everyone know where that's at? If not, Sister Google will help you. And you know, we love those key words online, people. Portugal, opioid response. Iceland, opioid response to alcohol response in youth. Google is like a great search engine. So while they're getting their prizes up here, they have the magic sheet. And lunch is now about 8 minutes away. Ooh, look, more clothes. So one of the things, tomorrow I brought one of my boarding school t-shirts the National Healing Coalition has. And I just want to say that I've also been given a lot of clothes. So my sister-in-law, who currently is boiling in Albuquerque, New Mexico, it's very hot down there, I put away all my clothes that I receive, and she goes through them when she came. So she was a happy camper. She left with new regalia from my house in her summer visit. But we are ready, okay. She just has the number, but you are all more than a number to me. Debbie Snyder, please make your way. You have won a prize. It matches her hoodie. That's the magic happening. Number 5, like Chanel number 5. Christine Andrew, please make your way to the front. Scott Runzo, lucky number 91. 9 plus 1 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. Again, duo, nato, twice, it's good. His new Blackfoot name is Double Winner. Number 91, bingo. 120, Sophie Woods. 120, Sophie Woods. Another match. Look, it matches her outfit. Holy. $150, Chandler Kemp. Make your way. Quick step. Oh no, it matches his pants. We're on a roll here as a collective brain. Christina, love, please make your way to the front. Giving her a pop of color. So we are inching. This is when you're inching your way to lunch, right? If we all started inching and lining up, we'd be right on time. So who's going to give the high sign for lunch when it's ready? It's ready? Dr. Zink, and please all elders report to the line. And if you think you are wise and you're over 45, I think, in my mind, you qualify as an elder, but that's my definition. And if you're wise, see, there's two preconditions before you're diagnosed as elder. Over 45 and wise. That second one's really important. But remember, the sacred brew is right back there. Tea, coffee, and I believe juice. Juice is the word we didn't have in our language. Juice. Ayuk is in the back also. I learned from some people that thunder tea was also used to scent so you had a successful hunt from Fort Akachik. We are going to kick off our afternoon about 1:15 with another round of door prizes. So remember to visit Dustin over there. He's looking kind of lonely somehow. And that silent auction is incredibly important to give your energy to keeping people so they stay alive. We heard that a lot. Give people a chance to live. So that organization is very important. We have the ladies in purple, all the vendors. And then those medication disposable kits, are they all gone now? You heard how easy it is to get rid of those opioids or make them inert. Is Quentin in the room? Is Quentin in the room? Right there? Okay. Here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna pray for the food. Lord Jesus, we thank you and praise you for the awesome God that you are. And I thank you for this gathering. Thank you for all the good blessings that we've heard about this morning, and all the good things that you provide for us that come from us. And strengthen us, guide us. Bless this food to our bodies. Bless the hands that have prepared it. Things in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. So after everybody starts enjoying their meal, the Narcan kit building team, after they eat and get to nourish a little bit, they will come up and make an announcement because that is one of the activities that will be going on. So give everybody a chance a little bit to eat and visit. The online folks know that we're on break until 1:15, and remember, you are also eligible for a door prize.
they're not like super hard to figure out.
So you work with, let's just kind of like Alaska AV?
Northwest Strategies.
Northwest Strategies. And Alaska AV is pretty easy, right?
Yeah, the cameras and stuff are ours. They just have the projector and the speakers.
So this goes hooks up to your computer.
Yeah, we have like a little switcher there so that the people online can see. Yeah. We should be able to sort this out. Great. That's your job. That working with the switching. That's what Holly really wants to do. We'll take the other one.
Koyana Gunishjish. Raise your hand if you can hear me. We got a couple people. Can everybody else hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. We got, oh, I know. Here we go. Koyana Gunishjish. My name is Christina Love. Oh, I can still hear people. Hold on one second. I just want to get everybody's attention really quick. Closer, 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 closer. Okay, I'm going to do it one more time. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Christina Love, and my pronouns are she and her. My family is originally from Igigik village. I was raised in the village of Chitna, and today I live on Tlingit Ani, which is home to the Akantaku Kwan of the Tlingit Nation, also known as Juneau, Alaska. And I am up here to introduce my dear, dear friend and talk to you guys about harm reduction. So there was a lot of really wonderful questions in the crowd. I'm so grateful to Zink for coming out and talking about the solutions. After lunch, we're gonna get into the how we heal. We're gonna talk about the importance of knowing what recovery is and all of the different pathways. And we're going to talk about what your role is in your community, no matter what you're doing as a person who's in recovery, as a family member, as a provider, as a clinician, as someone who is taking care of children and doing childcare. No matter what your role is, all of our role is harm reduction. How many people know what harm reduction is? Raise your hand if you know what harm reduction is. So the goal is that everybody would know what harm reduction is. And so what we have the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium here with us. We have Jennifer Summers and Amber Beasley, who've come all the way from Anchorage to bring some kits. And so I've been working with Amber for the last 4 months. She has a really incredible story. I worked with her mom for a really long time, and she's very, very, very passionate about this work. And they have brought harm reduction kits for us to build. And so Amber's going to introduce herself. She is so brilliant and she is so creative, and it's really, really important for us as Native people to acknowledge that brilliance, to acknowledge that creativity. And if we're not doing it for ourselves, that we're doing it for other people. That's who we are as community members, as Native people, that we are empowering one another, that we are speaking life and all of our skill sets, and that we're reminding each other of the important role that we all play. So I'm very, very, very grateful to introduce you to Amber, and for Amber to introduce the program. Please give her the biggest and warmest welcome. She's a little bit nervous, but we're not going to acknowledge that. We're going to make her feel so loved. Will you give her a Native welcome, please? Amber Beasley.
Well, hello. Thank you, Christina. As she said, my name is Amber Beasley. I'm with the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium in the Substance Misuse Prevention Program. Oops. We brought enough kits here with us to create to make probably 300 opioid overdose response kits. So we've heard a lot about what that naloxone and the medication. So tell you a little bit about the kit. What's in it is the naloxone nasal spray. There's 2 doses of the Cloxado. You might have heard Narcan, naloxone, Cloxado, all the names, right? There's 2 doses in each kit. There's also latex gloves, a face shield CPR mask, the fentanyl test strips. If you don't know what those are, let me get one out. Fentanyl test strips, they look like this. Chris, you gonna open one up?
How many people know what fentanyl is? Has anybody seen fentanyl? Do they know what it looks like? Claire, can you tell us what it looks like?
Christina. Fentanyl can look like a powdery substance. And if you're not sure, you're going to show us how you could test for that.
Thank you, Claire.
It can also look like, so what we've been seeing in a lot of the communities are these little blue pills. And any way that you're traveling into a community is how drugs travel into the community. And let me tell you that it is cost effective. So if we're talking about the business model of drugs in our communities, it's huge. So what cost $10, $15 in the lower 48, they come up here, cost $50 to $100. And that's what those we call them nifties of heroin. So for people who, after lunch, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about my experience as a person who has intravenously used drugs. That means that I have injected heroin and methamphetamine and other types of drugs into my body. I sold drugs, I bought drugs, overdose, and we're going to be listening to other people who have these stories, and we're going to be talking about the power of recovery and the power of these resources. So in this kit is a testing strip. So if you come across them, when you're working with communities and they want to know the potency or what's in these drugs, these are life-saving agents. It's really, really important. So people might be buying one type of drug like methamphetamine or heroin and not knowing that fentanyl is in it. And if you're asking yourself, why is this important? Some of the myths that we come up against is people will say that this is enabling or that this will cause people to use more drugs. And we know that those are myths. People are going to use drugs one way or another. And that's also what we want to talk about is the role that drugs play for our communities as individuals and as entire community members. So in these in these kits that you're going to get, this is what it looks like. And then when you dip it in, it will tell you if fentanyl is present in those drugs. This will save people's lives. What else is in the kit? Oh yeah, these. These are Naloxone sprays. We're going to do a longer training this afternoon that's going to teach you all about how to do these, how to use Naloxone. But when we first started doing this, it was an IV, and we had to inject it in people, and we couldn't get a lot of people to show up those trainings. So we're so grateful that these are now, it's a nasal spray, and it's very, very easy. This is a life-saving agent that reverses the effects of a potentially fatal overdose. And they have increased the potency because we're seeing a lot more fentanyl overdoses. So I'm a person in recovery, I'm a peer support and recovery coach, and I respond to overdoses. I go and I will respond to sexual assault and to domestic violence. Every single overdose that I've responded to in the last 6 months has been fentanyl. So the amount of fentanyl that's coming into our communities is really, really big. It's really important that we can identify these drugs and that we know how to respond when somebody is overdosing. And I know that this is something that's really important to this community. My heart is very heavy. I am very aware of the life that was recently lost because of fentanyl. And so we have come into the community to prepare all of you to be educated, to be informed, and to know how to respond. And we're here to answer any of those questions.
We also really want to bring awareness to how to access these. So if you have your cell phone handy, you can pull it out and scan this QR code here. It'll take you right to iKnowMine, where you can access these kits. You can take a quick online training, or you will be trained later this afternoon with a more comprehensive training from Project Hope. We also have other harm reduction supplies on the website. Alcohol lock bottles, prescription pill lock bottles, safe medication disposal bags. We have some in the back corner there too. So yeah, thank you for having us. We'd like to invite you to come up, and we've got an assembly line ready to create the kits. How do I?
Yeah. So this is something, so Amber's position with the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium is that she works with communities and tribes. If you want to be able to be an organization that has these readily available, then she's your person. If you'd like to put something like a vending machine in your agency, then she's your person. She also has wall units. How many people know what a defibrillator is? Not enough people, no. It's a life-saving agent that is in most agencies. So any place that there are people we should see these harm reduction kits. This is something that happens accidentally. We heard a story of somebody who found something in a bathroom and thought it was one thing, and it turns out it was another thing. And they overdosed, and it took multiple different sprays to bring them back. These are things that are happening every single day. So if you're there, if it's a bathroom, if it's a business, if it's any type of agency, we want to see these life-saving agents in everyone's hands. So I carry these with me everywhere, and I hand them out to people. And so we want to practice with you how to have those conversations with people that says, maybe you're not somebody who's using these, but I bet you know somebody, and that and this is part of normalizing, that we know that say no to drugs doesn't work. We know that telling people to just not use drugs doesn't work. Later on in the afternoon, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the role that drugs play spiritually for us as individuals and as communities, and the role that trauma plays in using substances. That to go up against substances, we have to really understand why people are using them in the first place. And our best defense is to be able to talk about it, is to be able to normalize people's experiences. That shame and that stigma comes from people feeling guilty. Sometimes we say our safety plans are only as good as they are honest. If people don't feel like they can talk to you about what's happening in their lives, then we have no chance. So you want to say things like, I'd like to give you this kit, and maybe you're not somebody who's using it, but I bet you know somebody. Or you tell people, I give these to everybody. So then we're not singling people out. There's no bias about it at all. So within the kit, we have that's what I was going to say. So what we're doing here, this is an example of what you can be doing in your community. This is called a kit build out. It's a great way to bring people together, to get them familiar with what these look like and how to build them. And also, if you're a spiritual person, I pray over all of these. Every single thing that I touch, I pray that people would know that recovery is possible. The goal is that not one more life would be lost. Every single overdose is 100% preventable. Every single overdose is 100% preventable. Every single overdose is 100% preventable. And this is how we make it preventable, is that every one of you will leave here with one kit, or take more than one and hand them out and keep them in your car and keep them in your business. And if you want to host something like this, then you want to contact Amber to build these out. It's a get it on the radio and talk to people, and also so we can have these conversations. Like, I know that there are thoughts coming up for you. You're wondering, why do I need to know this? Or maybe what also is coming up is maybe some misinformation. Maybe you're having some thoughts like, this could be harmful. Or I've heard people say this in some really bad things. I heard a pastor once tell me that he believed that people who were using drugs shouldn't be saved, that was a part of selection. So, and I want to hear those things. I want to hear every single thought, every question that has to do with these life-saving agents, so we can talk about it honestly. And there is no such thing as a bad question. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it with all of the honesty and the humility and the education and the experience that I have. I want to meet you where you are, and so does Amber and Jen. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So when you have a chance, you want to pull up this code. These resources are all free. You can have them sent to your house. You can have them sent to your community, 100% free. The other things that are there are not just naloxone kits, but also gun locks. You can have gun locks sent to your house. You can have lock bottles sent for pill bottles or for alcohol. What else is in there? I'm trying to think of, there's so many things, and it's all free, and it gets sent to your house. Educational materials. What else? Or maybe you want to pull it up, and if there's any questions that you guys have, we want to make it as easy to access as possible. This afternoon, Tim, also from the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, is going to be doing a longer presentation with Project Hope, and that will give you the certification to be able to use naloxone. Is there any questions that you guys have before we let you go back to lunch? Yes. Oh, you can't hear me? I can hear myself so well. Maybe it's because of the speaker. Did you have that problem too? Get really close. Get real close. Get real close. Okay, question.
Hi, thank you for being here. I've had a couple of people that I know overdose, and the story was that they needed 7 Narcan kits to be awoken. How common is it for that case to happen?
It's happening a lot more lately because of the potency. When we look at the science of addiction and how people can become addicted, where you have that like physical dependence, it depends on how readily available substances are. It depends on how potent they are, how often people are using it, and then also the method of use. So when you look at something like fentanyl, and if depending on how they're using it, but mostly the potency of it, that's why we have increased what is in here. So the life-saving agent, Naloxone, has been increased so that they won't have to use as many. So these newer kits, right, have a larger, you want to talk about?
These ones have 8 milligram doses in them. It's increased, it used to be 4, and now it's up to 8 milligrams each dose. So there's 16 total in this kit. But it's still really important, like you said, people are using or needing that much more. So it's really important once someone does administer naloxone that they stay with the person, get EMS help right away.
That's wonderful. Other questions? Yeah? Do you want to take it?
So when I hear people say that every overdose is preventable, I would have to argue that if someone's using alone, I know there's like a never use alone hotline, but I was just wondering if you guys know more in detail, like if someone was to be using that and they needed medical assistance or whatever, would they be able to contact emergency services for them, or how does that work?
So somebody can be awake and actively in overdose. They could lose consciousness quickly. They can also. We've had somebody walk into the emergency room and say, I think I'm experiencing an overdose. So the hope there is that they will access help.
Well, and part of that 100% preventable is about all the things that happen before that. Before that, just meaning like we die in a lot of ways, and this is one way that is totally preventable. Like it doesn't have to come to that place. The legality of it is we have something that we signed years ago called Senate Bill 23, and that protects people when they have to call for help. So that means if I am overdosing and I call, let's say I've got all kinds of drug paraphernalia out, and I say, I just overdosed on heroin and I need help, then law enforcement is supposed to come out and just treat the overdose. And so there's a lot to that. And so there's protection for people, and that's really good for people to know, especially because what we were seeing is that people who were with other people wouldn't call for help because they were afraid they would get in trouble. So if you and I were using drugs together and I overdosed, you might be afraid that you're going to get in trouble, you just leave me. So we put these protections into place so that people would call for help, and so that people would get that help. The other thing is that we do, especially for women, we do a lot of safety planning because we know that when we are incapacitated, there's a lot of different types of harm that come to us. And so with domestic violence and medical providers, we're asking that we screen for things like that. So we have these really honest conversations about what people are doing and how they're doing it so that we can be safer. That means that, that we talk about the drugs that we're using, we talk about how we're using those drugs, we talk about how often we're using those drugs very, very honestly so that we can keep people alive, and then we give them lots of different options. And so if somebody's not ready to stop use yet, we want to make sure that they have everything in their hands to prevent them from dying, like testing strips and Narcan. After lunch, that's what I'm going to talk a little bit more about, is how I got here and how I got to be in recovery and all the different pathways that helped me get to this place where I could choose to do life differently.
you have a question?
Yep.
Actually, I was just wondering if you can repeat that again about, I think because that's the big fear is, you know, they don't want to get in trouble. Could you repeat that?
Okay, well, let me make sure. So you're asking me to repeat that part?
Tim probably will.
Oh, yeah. Senate Bill 23, the legal protections. So if somebody is in an overdose, you can legally call for help, and they will come out and respond just to the overdose. And whatever else is happening there, the most important thing is that we keep people alive, period.
Tim will
Right?
talk more about that too.
Okay. What was there another question? Oh, yeah, in the back, all the way. Here we go.
Like what kind of PR is happening around Senate Bill 23 so people know?
Ooh, okay, so the question is, what information is getting out to people to know more about Senate Bill 23? And this is what we're doing right here. Conversations like this, public awareness, these kit builds out, getting that information out to people. Because if that's new information for you, how many people knew that? Raise your hand if you knew that there was that protection on calling for help. Not enough people. And how did you learn about that? I guess that's the question. You know, how did people already know about that? It lets us know what is helpful and what we need to be doing in communities. We've got multiple different communities here, so having people on the radio to talk about recovery, to show that recovery is possible is one thing you can be doing. Posting on your social media, sharing the iKnowMine link, as well as letting people know about the protections that are available for them is also really, really helpful. Just having these conversations with your family, no matter the age. We want to be able to talk about addiction from 9 to 99. My 9-year-old daughter can tell you that addiction is a disease, and she can tell you that it should be treated like any other medical issue, like heart disease, like lung disease. She can tell you that when people are sick with addiction that they need help. She can tell you that when people are sick with addiction that they don't act the way that they would if they weren't sick. It's a disease of the brain. 9 to 99, so our elders know that, our young children know that, because if we're not telling them, they're going to create the story themselves. These are things that we catch instead of being taught, and if we don't have the information, then we get misinformation. Okay, is there any other questions? Okay. Oh yeah, here I'm gonna.
Okay. So let's give that duo a round of applause. And what Senate bill was that? That the Good Samaritan law, if you help out, what number was it? 23. At Home Village, the online people, please put that in the chat. Look up Senate Bill 23, the law that protects the Good Samaritan. And I'm looking right at them. See, everybody look right at them. They've been watching you eat. Say, ooh, I could taste that. Oh, that's my cousin eating that. Who caught that fish? Who cooked it? Are the cooks still in the room that were cooking? Or did they exit? So let's just send the good energy out to the cooks, because we're now going to have a door prize. Trish with all the numbers. And then it will be the table exercise, and then Christina, and then Tim? All right. So do not hesitate to still migrate to the table. So you will have all afternoon, but including the next break. Okay, first door prize.
Love Duncan.
Love Duncan. Must be present to win. Better text her, Mike. Love Duncan. Love Duncan. Love Duncan. Must be present to win.
I think she's in the middle school getting stuff together
Yeah. If they're youth. Christina Love. Wait, that was Love Duncan won the first prize, and then Christina Love won the second one? That's a lot of love right there. Eva Kapotic. Frank Logosuck Jr. JR. Right here, right here. Right here. Lauren Walton Kelly, please make your way to the front. There's Love Duncan. Look at Love. Love Duncan and then Christina Love. Lauren Walton, are you here? Must be present to win. Celicia Eversole. Hey, wait, isn't that from the Hunger Games? Wasn't there an Eversole in the Hunger Games? District, never mind. Marianne Johnson. Woohoo! A mug. Ooh, that looks like good for soup, tea, or big coffee. Amber Webb. Woohoo! Yes, you have to take it. You're present and you won. That's the only rule. You could gift it in the... Marina Harashka, return to the building. Oh, there she is right there. Claire Geldhoff. Amber has a cup for you. Claire, woohoo, right there. Look, it matches her outfit too. All right. Well, what a beautiful lunch, but we're going to give Amber a minute or so. So, one thing I know about this after lunch, I'm going to tell you the story about indigenous food. Usually people have energy after lunch with indigenous food. And if you're planning a conference and you have the other kind of food, like that, anyone have that chicken? The chicken that always shows up at a conference? That's a big chicken, because it is at every conference, right? So prior to the pandemic, we had Sean Sherman, an indigenous chef, but he was still had a food truck, not the big restaurant. We served indigenous food like this, the food you know, and nobody got sleepy after lunch. That was just what happened. But I'm going to, you know how we've had speakers here, Dr. Zink, that now, you know, will be safe travels back to her important work. And I think that was really a gift to have somebody so passionate and really stories from the front line of not only the pandemic, but also the opioid challenges that we all have come here. But I am concerned as a facilitator about chair body. So I would like everybody that is able to please rise out of their chair. And I'm gonna give Amber a couple more minutes because her and Tiff are gonna be on next. So please rise up, my people. Out of the chair. And if you're in line, you can do this. Okay. And at home, I'm worried about your online Zoom body. Not Zumba, Zoom body. Online, my online village people out there. So when you stand up, sometimes people stand like this. Look at my feet. They don't have these flash socks like I do, but you know, right? They stand like this. Or the ballet, even if they never had a tutu on in their life, the ballet. A lot of people who stay in touch with the earth stand like this. Or this. So, feet parallel to your hip bones. And we all have different hips, right? I have antelope hips from the plains. And I have buffalo shoulders because the women were very physical, still are, and I'm the worker in our family. I was born into that position. So straightforward to your hips. And then the great thing about the indigenous world is backsides, or we call them oosies in our language, comes in all kinds of flavors. Poppin', flat, somehow. So you put your feet in line with your hip bones, and then you, as if we all still had our tails, you tuck your tail. So you're kind of looking like this, kind of like squinchy, but not really, right? So you just tilt the feet apart, hip bones, tilt. Roll your shoulders back. And I haven't seen too much of this, but our phones, although they are beloved, and some of you they'll appear in your will, you know, the next generation. That's your intergenerational wisdom. I give you my phone. I leave you my phone. The tech neck is real. Remember we talked about how important this was, and language, singing, sometimes it can be interrupted. So the tech neck is real, like this. So you want to help yourself out. Oh, wait, online people. You just simply give your chin a little tilt back. And sometimes if you've been rounding your shoulders too much, you will feel a little stretch right here. So you feet over hips, tuck your bum with your oosie, roll your shoulders back, give your head a little tilt back. Okay? Arms at your side, thumbs forward. So this is called a neutral body stance. And you heard the term somatic. It's not like a rap group or anything, you know, like, you know, nomadic, right? If you look up, there's a rapper, an indigenous rapper called Nomadic. And he also has another name because he became an artist, and he has a gallery now in New Mexico. His other name is John Peppian. He's from the same community I am from. And so this is a neutral body stance. And in this stance, we had the dance this morning. From this position, you can move to any level, right? In that neck, right? That neck, you know, you can move around any way you want, right? From this position. So the way we're gonna move is you're gonna, not your shoulders, just your arms are gonna go up in the air. You're gonna roll your shoulders back. And literally, you're gonna tell yourself, I'm gonna lift my ribs to the sun. Not to be boiled or barbecued, just to show. So you just lift your rib. Your ribs are right here, in case you didn't know, right here. This one is spicy southern barbecue. No, okay, all right. So you have your arm up like this, you lift your ribs up to the sun. And you don't drop your head back like this, you keep it neutral. and you just lean back from your ribs. Now what that chair does, now you can gently drop your arms. What that chair does is it does something right back here. And when they start talking about somatic, and you're sitting in that chair and you feel this start to get a little tight, because sometimes stories or memories have a home in your body, even if it wasn't your experience. And so if it starts getting tight right back here, now nobody even needs to know you're gonna do this. Neutral body stance, feet, hips, bum tucked, shoulders back, arms at your side. Now you squeeze your buttocks, clench. Look at, nobody even knows what's going on under this ribbon skirt. Clench, you clench it for like a count of 4. Then you relax. Because what happens in stress or putting people in a stress position, or maybe a memory, we talk about something that wasn't so happy, or you know, even physical stress, it interrupts the blood highway to your tootsies, your toes. So if you clench, even when you're in the chair, see I'm clenching right now, so everybody clench. I know you're doing it perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, release. And then you wiggle your toes. Even when you're sitting, that helps you relax. And nobody needs to know. You could even be doing, let's say you're on that airplane, right? Maybe the airplane's going somehow. You hear some glasses clinking in the suitcases, you know, little small planes. Just clench and then release and wiggle your toes. And that's also a technique to stay in the present moment. Because sometimes memories can transport you through time. So when they start to talk about somatic, it's just what you did. You start engaging yourself, and I got the head nod from my bro there. Wave. Okay. So it's just engaging so you stay in the moment. So I find myself, so now gently, this is the other thing about going in a chair. Wait, I gotta make sure I don't fall over. You're all royalty in my eyes. That's how I'm gonna start. So there's a way to get in a chair that doesn't engage your core. And it's like this. Right? But you use your royalty memory, princes and princesses and kings and dukes, and you glide towards the chair. And that engages your core. So you don't have to rent a video or take a class or do any of those other exercises. You just merely glide towards your chair, right? Who can glide 10 times, right? And you're engaging your core. So please glide towards your chair. And the Webb sisters will be singing a song, and they're starting off with, no, I'm kidding. They actually have an exercise called a table exercise. Nobody will be dancing on the table, and you don't have to give any $1 bills to them. So, Tiff and Amber, you ready? Oh, hold on, okay. So the other exercise I want to run you through is 2 hands, or as many fingers, you know, you have. Pinky to thumb, next finger, middle finger, pointy finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So I learned this, or I'll do this hand movement. Can everyone see this? My grandparents and my parents did that hand movement, because that's the only movement that was allowable when they went to school. Otherwise, they had to sit like stone children. Otherwise, there's consequences. So around our community, I worked with people that I knew that when we worked for our tribe, maybe we were somewhere, I worked with veterans, and the older veterans that also attended certain type of schools, they all did that. But it wasn't a sign that they weren't over it. It was a useful skill. And you heard Dr. Zink use that term, resiliency. That was kind of like their secret handshake. Because once you've seen, and I seen my parents, but also men and women that I worked with that were older than me, that was their way to tell me that they had been able to survive and cope. They had drawn on that inner strength to come out the other side of school. And so it's like a badge of every generation. And now you can even buy these in the dollar store. I guess, you know, inflation is probably the $2 store now. Those little poppers where you pop through the little, they use that with kids. They use yoga cushions for kids to sit on in school. So there's all sorts of techniques that people learn to make it to the other side of school. And it isn't that there's something, that's the resiliency they carried. They learned to take care of themselves, to be self-reliant, to empower themselves as children. You said I couldn't move, but I got 2 thumbs. You said I had to sit still, but I got 2 thumbs. Because they were children that weren't there because of choices they or their parents made. So when we move into these exercises and you start hearing that terminology, somatic or OUD, it's not IUD. If you don't know what that is, Sister Google, please help them out. But OUD, you hear any of these mysterious Bill 23, any of those things, those are appropriate questions to ask. So any terminology you've heard today, maybe you didn't understand, you want to look it up, or we can ask, because somebody in here knows it, right? All the ladies who laughed know the difference between OUD, IUD, and the rest of you should also know the difference between IOU. Sometimes, no, I'll make some other jokes around that. Okay, so I believe they're ready now. Remember.
Okay, what we're gonna do, everybody's gonna kind of get up and move around the room a little bit. Did the kids all leave? Oh, kids are here. Okay, cool. There's a few. So before I go into this exercise, I'm gonna have AJ Knittle stand up, and then Lisa Runzo. So AJ and Lisa are here. If you have any like big emotions or big memories, something that just feels overwhelming, we're all here too. You could always, go look to the person next to you. So what we're gonna do, you guys could sit down, thank you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna walk through an exercise so that everybody can somatically experience in their bodies a little bit of how history impacted us. So the first thing we're gonna do is so quickly I'll talk about the center of our communities before other people came here and separated us from our culture and our beliefs. The center of our communities was prayer, Creator, Chlamua. So this drum in the middle is going to represent that. Everything comes and goes from prayer. So the most, after that, children, everything is centered around children. So if we could have all the younger little kids come up and stand. Maybe, do you want to pick up that headdress and those fans? I don't know. Where's Bailey? You should probably grab those. A little bit closer, guys. Yeah. Is there any more kids? Amari, you want to come up here? Can you guys sit a little bit closer?
Perfect. Close up
there you go.
circle. Great. Thank you.
So, it's you guys wanna try to get in a little bit more of a circle, just a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, but so now could we have people who think of themselves as elders? Oh, it's okay. If she doesn't want to, it's okay. You want to? So if we could have people who identify as elders come next. You could bring chairs if you want to, or if you could stand. Okay. Anybody want to, thank you. Any other elders? You could be a young elder. Can we have people come up and fill these seats so we have this circle? 1, 2, 3, go. So how about this? Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Everybody in the room. Okay, if you are over 20 years old, come sit in these chairs. Anybody over 20? There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Bailey. So now, if we could have women make a circle around. So you guys are some of you are playing the role of elders. So now, if we could have women or all of our people who identify as women come around this circle. So you could kind of like put your arms out and spread out if you need to. And then, okay, ladies. Now, can we have our men come and stand around the outside of this circle? Can we have a few men over here? Just a couple more. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna be a man right for this right now. So what if you guys put your arms out, men, kind of put your arms out. So as us men, this is the way that I was taught. I'm gonna tell you the way that I was told this. So nothing and no one comes into or leaves this circle if it's not safe. So I want you to imagine growing up with only safe men in your life. And if you maybe have not always been a safe man, I want you to think about what would life have felt like if you were always a safe man. And I just want you to kind of let that sink into your skin and your bones and everything just a little bit. And then now the women, I want you women to, you don't have to put your arms out if you don't want to, but I want you to really feel how connected and how much trust you have between each other. And how you don't have to worry about somebody like trash talking you or tearing you down or taking your man, that kind of stuff. So, I saw evil laugh. So you guys have this really, really safe circle on the outside, and then another safe circle, and then as elders, everybody that's in this elder seat, you are so valued, and your existence, your knowledge, everything that you do and everything that you are is one of the like central pieces of who we are and the central part of our community. And then for children have all these levels of safety and protection. And in like Western world, they call that a protective factor. So there's how many circles of protective factors. But for us, everything comes and goes from prayer. So if it doesn't fit with what's right, then it doesn't happen. And everybody has that intuitive sense, and we're all connected to each other, and we're all connected to Creator, and we all have that safety. One thing that I've been told, or sometimes when I'm doing this work, some people say that I'm not native enough, or sometimes white people say, or non-native people, say I'm too native. They can't like relate to what I'm saying, or they're not going to participate because they don't fit. So that's another way that we kind of like tear at each other. But none of that exists in here. This is all safety right here. So this is who we are. This is how we have been here for thousands of years. The stories that Quentin told about our relationships. We were in right relationships with animals, with the earth, with each other, with Creator. So now what's going to happen? It's just a couple minutes, so just humor me, please. I want all the men to go to this far corner over here. All the men are over here, because one of the first things that happened, so you guys all go over there. One of the first things that happened, and then can somebody grab the drum in the middle? In this process of genocide or separating us from our culture, one of the first things that was taken away was the way that we pray. And then men were removed from being protectors and providers. So all the men are over here, and so in Alaska, a lot of it was men were forced to hunt. So now I want right here, from this half, I want all of you guys to sit down. You're already sitting, you're cool, just sit. So you could just kind of, it shows, so the way that disease impact us, like it was quick, and it was immediate, and all these layers of protection are now gone. So you guys are left. So right now, though, so I've come in and I'm an outside culture. This whole space here, there's things here that I want. There's resources. I want what's here, and so you can't be here anymore. So you guys are all gonna have to go over there by the front door. So everybody from here up has to get up and go over there. Kids, adults, men, women, or women. So you kids go over there. You're gonna stand with everybody. You guys stay here. You guys stay here. Stay here. You guys stay here. Just these guys. Yeah, you guys. Here you go. Yeah. You guys go over there. Good job. Okay. So I want you to feel in your body right now how this feels. And so somebody's really happy. We got a happy person. That's good. So all of this being split up, just sort of just feel it. So now all of you guys, even though you're kind of getting used to being over there, even though it's not your home, I want you to move again, because this is now I want this too. And I'm making you do these things. You don't have a choice. So all of you guys, I want you to go further into that corner. You're gonna stand close together. You're kind of losing your like personal space. You're losing that autonomy or that sense of like how you exist. But you're also losing connection. Even though you're closer together, it's not the same. It's not your community structure. It's forced, and it's disrupted your relationships. So now, I want you to just feel how this feels. Now, all the kids from here, I want all the kids to come and sit around this table right here. Or, yeah, come sit around this table right here, all the kids. So then, after all this forced moving around, kids were taken and put in schools, institutions. So we're all separated. What's that? Yeah, those like death camps, concentration camps, labor camps. So from this feeling right here, I want you guys to all come back to that community structure, come back to where you were sitting before, and we're gonna circle back up, just like we were. You put the drum in the middle, hand it to Bailey. So we'll have ladies in this circle, and then men. Elders, yep. Thank you guys for walking through that. I know it's uncomfortable. So if we could have just like we were, kind of women and men, it doesn't have to be exact. I'll wait for everybody to get here. So come on in, men, a little bit. So you stand back in this. I don't know what it is. It's some I don't know. It's a magic thing, but let's just say, so like we're men. You guys are gonna be. Thank you. So what we're gonna do is I want you to just feel this, kind of like men too. Think of the safety that you provide, and then for women, think of how much you can lean on and you can trust the other women next to you. And as elders and the kids, you guys have complete, you have a complete safety to be and teach and do all the things that you were meant to do, your birthright. So feel this again, and then take one step back. Does anybody feel the difference? Does anybody feel, and then come back to it? So here we are in this circle, our ancestral community structure, and this is where we're meant to be. We've always been this. And we still are this. So you guys could sit down. Where's that other mic? Is that other mic still?
Oh, who needs a chair? Yeah, they could go. Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, you guys.
Who's missing a chair? Anybody?
Chairs?
Anybody need a chair? Maybe over here I'll put one. Maybe a couple.
Okay. So, so now that you guys have walked through that, can some of you share how you feel, what you walked away from that with? Maria? I see Maria.
I come from a community called King Cove in Cold Bay, and we have community centers there, and it's just a really lovely gathering space where we can all hang out and be together, and like being in that circle felt like home for a minute. You know, like it felt like that connection to home, and being able to like see everyone so standing close together and we pretending like we really love each other. Like I didn't want to, when you said, okay, go back to your chair, like I didn't really want to. I just wanted to stay there and like be close to the people in the community and make that connection. I guess.
Yeah, thank you. In the back.
Hello. My name is Gregory Ebersol. I'm from Togiak, here with my wife and my daughters. So for me, I've done this exercise a few times, and I see the same thing every time I do the exercise. That's how it should be. That's how it's supposed to be, but it's not in a lot of communities nowadays because of how they were forced for so many years to change their ways and lose their values and traditions. So it's that much harder, and I think it's important. This exercise alone, it shows what we should be doing and how we should be together, and to me, I'm drawn to that. That's just something that I get out of that exercise.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just wanted to say that what always astounds me about this is that people don't want to say that they're an elder, which is natural, right? Because the Western culture that my parents come from, to be old is to be useless. To be old is to no longer be productive, and you no longer have industry, right? And that's what industry is just what you can do with your body. So I think that's powerful. One of the things we're missing here are people who identify as elders.
Thank you, Bristy.
So I've done this a couple times too. I really liked how you added, think about how it would feel to always be surrounded by safe men, and then you went on to add, think about how it would feel if you were safe now. So I think you worded it differently.
I'm not sure, but I think
you
I'm with you.
included people who had done harm in the past to bring them back in, and that's something that we are really trying to do actively in our communities everywhere. So I liked that piece.
Thank you.
This is my second time doing that exercise, and one point I like to highlight is the men in the circle, and I just want to give the men a round of applause for being here today in this facility and with us. And the hardest thing for me about suicide is how it affects mostly male. And I wish there was a way that we could take this exercise and show every young man how important it is for them to be with us and connected, and how that feels when they're gone, and how that affects all of us, all the family, elders, everyone. I just wish there was a way that we could convey that to them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Candace. So the men, you heard that, guys.
This is my first time doing it, and when we got around, you could feel the energy, and it felt good. But after the separation and the coming back, the energy was very different.
Was it? How did you?
Yes.
How was it different?
It's like more scattered. It's like it made me understand how my parents and my grandparents probably felt. It was like there was something lost. The connection wasn't full. Before, when we first did it, it felt like complete. But after you did the separation and then brought them back, it was different. And I think that's how my parents and my grandparents felt with the Western culture coming in. That's the only way I could explain it.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to add to that. When I got back, I was looking to my left and I said, "Hi, who are you?"
Who was it?
I don't even know. You get it?
No, you have to spell it out.
That period where we're all standing over there, that was a pretty long time.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And, hop back in the circle. Oh, I'm sorry, who are you?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Is you got to get reacquainted again. And
so even if it was the same people, you don't know what has happened to them since. Lots of things in them have changed, or maybe everybody's just all different. Yeah. Thank you. So, so Wanda?
Kind of like what Lena was saying, that when we were together, it really did have a feeling of safety. And then when it got split apart and put back together, but even though it came back together, you knew it could be taken apart again. So the safety was not as complete as the first time.
Yeah, thank you. Every time I do this, I feel a little bit different. Is there anybody else? I want to make sure Christina has all her time. So in our whole, all of us being here, the reclaiming culture, we're reclaiming who we are, reclaiming language, reclaiming our food sovereignty, reclaiming land, reclaiming our relationships with each other, all of that. It's a lot of work. And I feel like for myself, the most difficult relationship that I've had to rebuild is the relationship with myself. That was really kind of like the heart of, and it is the heart of trying to be a healthy person and trying to really like stand and live in the ways that I should have always known all my life. It's not always easy to be honest with myself, and there's kind of a relief. There's kind of a relief in laterally oppressing other people. So all that oppression that came down and how we were all separated, one of the impacts of that is that we have continued to become that. We've become that person. We've become that person that puts us all in different places, that kind of tears each other down. Like we do that to each other. So nobody can do that better than us, really, to each other in our own communities. So some of the things that happen, like at home, even in our own families with the people that we love, in our own communities, are so stressful and so challenging that it makes it feel almost impossible to get to that next part of connecting, like to our culture, to our traditions, our teachings. So this is something to kind of like have in your mind. We're going to talk a lot more about that. Other people are going to talk about that. But I feel like having this felt sense of being together and then being just completely torn apart and then coming back together. So I feel like, to me, it's almost like if you're going to build a new house, it's a little bit easier than having to do like demo work and tear down something and then build it the way that you want it. But I always feel like right now we have the opportunity to completely rebuild. Even if people make it hard for us, it doesn't matter. We're doing it anyway. And I just want to kind of encourage everybody to think about, are there any ways that you make it harder for the people in your life, the people that you love, family or friends, to feel that safety, that psychological safety? Mike Duncan, one of the first times I heard Mike Duncan speak, he's going to speak, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, I can't remember, but he's going to speak about his work and what he does. And one of the first times I heard him speak, he talked about psychological safety and how when you come home, like if you come home from work and your kids just scatter and everybody just gets away from you, you are not giving people psychological safety. This is a sign that there is none around you at that point. And I really had to think, and it was a tough moment. Like after I've had a difficult day, or like sometimes you fight at all these different levels, and then you come home and that fight is kind of still rumbling around in your body, and it comes out like on your family. So that's what lateral oppression is, and we'll talk, like different people are going to talk about it, but Mike Duncan talked about psychological safety, and I realized that is kind of the heart of what we're regaining when we follow our culture, when we live that culture, when we're in that circle. It's safe. Like you could use a lot of fancy words, but there's safety there. So in this we wanted safety. There's people that have strained relationships with each other and they're all in this room together. There's people that don't necessarily get along or have had difficulties. We're still all each other's people. And if we can't right our relationships with each other, our work is going to just kind of like bottom out and stall out. And so I want to encourage everybody to be a safe person and be a trustworthy person. Don't worry about other people so much. Worry about making yourself that trustworthy person. And especially if you're in a position of power, if you're in a position of leadership, if you've been elected into a position of leadership, please make sure that you're that trustworthy person, because we really need you right now. Fentanyl is, we're overrepresented in COVID deaths. We're overrepresented in fentanyl statistics. We need everybody. This is like an all hands on deck situation. We need everybody working together, not splitting. And that community structure, it exists. It's still inside of us. It's inside of all of you. It's inside of me. And I know that it's there. You don't feel it. You don't feel it in your home community. You don't feel that safety. So as we go through the rest of today and tomorrow, keep that in your heart, in your chest, in your belly, like how can I be a safer person? Instead of, how can I make everybody around me be safe? Or like, how can I make sure that they're safe for me? Make sure that you're the safe one. Sometimes that's the hardest part. Or it has been for me. I should speak for myself. But so I think I'll end it there, and then I know that we're gonna have. Oh yeah, go ahead. You want?
Well, my name is Asi. I've been working with Tiffany and her sister Amber since they were little girls as a drummer for them, and it's been a privilege for me to work with them, and little did I know am I going to continue to work with them on such a wonderful subject. But the stuff about what we heard proclaiming our ancestral community structure, Yupik structure exercise was excellent. I grew up hearing about this stuff from my parents because, you know, if you think about it, each of our respective histories is different, even within the same society as Yupik people. And no two are alike, no two are worse, some are worse than others, but it's all the same. So I strongly referenced to Amber and Tiffany and their working group that I think doing that exercise, the circle from the little ones to the elders and then to the parents and then the men outside, I think it's time to seriously table this idea of resurrecting the Qazghiq model for the very things that we are talking about, not just fentanyl and overdose, but to resurrect that lifestyle again. And because it's all right, we grew that as our people grew that ancestrally, and it worked. It kept our family safe. It kept us strong. It kept us strong spiritually, maintaining that relationship with the world that we were nurtured by. We cannot ignore it. If we go back to the resurrecting the Qazghiq model again, we're going to regrow our safety nets again. You know, as fractured as we are as Native people, we have enough healthy people to help run it again, and I told the same thing with in New Haven about a couple months ago. You know, it was about domestic violence and whatnot, and I will say the exact same thing. We can resurrect that safety net that was built into to our culture physically. And the men, you know, in my community at one point, you know, a real classic example was, which I won't name names, but a couple were failing their children. All of their boys ended up in jail at one time or another. And because of that, our elders were going to resurrect the Qazghiq model for that very reason. And they were going to pull in those parents and tell them bluntly, you are failing your children. We're going to retrain you how to be parents again, and then we will release you back to society once we deem fit that you are healthy again. We have that power to do that, and taking that next step is going to, we've been healthy. In terms of spirituality, I can give you example after example. But the one I remember that that's what it comes down to is in the element of our spirituality is a big chunk of it. And that came from interacting with the land that we were nurtured by, the environment and the sea. A gentleman in Teller, Nome, was a herder for many years, all his life with his wife, and finally he let him go. And with a heavy heart, and said, I'm too old. I can't take care of you anymore. You need to be free like you were meant to be. Some years later, he passed away, and a phenomenal thing happened. An entire herd of reindeer showed up and surrounded that community for 5 days. For 5 days, they paid respect to the community knew it was that man's herd. And to illustrate the highest level of spiritual awareness and development that man attained. In some of us, we call it Tlam Inga, eye of awareness. That's what we will end up aspiring to become healthy again, to be resilient again. You know, we need to, seriously resurrect that. table the idea of resurrecting the Qazgik model so that we can carefully watch our little ones, their growth. My father said this I heard of this word, when you turn 18, you become an adult. He basically said, that's a bunch of hocus pocus to me. They carefully watched our growth, and in scientific biological, they know that scientists and biologists know that the human brain does not stop developing at age 18. It fully matures between 25 and 27 years old. And that's when I don't know how, but it parallels that logic. So we are so capable of resurrecting that safety net as we go back to that Qazgik model and put bluntly to the other people, the outside world telling us how to be, how to be and whatnot. I think it's time we can kindly tell them this. You've done enough damage. You need to step aside and let us do the work we need to get done, because we know how to save ourselves. Nobody's going to save us but except ourselves. So. Did you ask me
Well, I feel like that's a really good place to stop. And then, is Christina here? Oh, you're here. Yeah. All right.
So we know Dr. Zink, it's like Elvis. He's getting ready to leave the building. So let's all give her our best wishes. Thank you. Safe travels. For our father, brother, uncle that we just got all fathered by. Later on, Mike will father us again. And I'm taking it as Christina Love. Christina Love, make your way to the front. Christina Love. Yeah, because she didn't. And then we're going to go on the break. This is how it's going to roll, folks. Christina, break. Tim, Mike, end, dance, eat, dance, right? Simple. Oh, recovery panel after Christina, then Tim, then the break, right? Right?
Christina, break, and then panel.
Yeah, Tim. See? Christina, break, Tim, Mike.
Christina, break, Tim.
So Christina's going to come up here, but also just thank everybody for that exercise. Tiff and Amber, thank you, and all the good people in the back. In our corner, hey, I was comfortable over there because there's an exit. That's what I say, an open door. That's my father coming up through me. You can always get away. I just want to honor my dad in that moment. So, Christina, I think you're ready to share, and then we will, so we all see the clock, but we're kind of morphing, but 45-ish, and I'll give you a cue. Okay, thank you so much. And just a technical thing that we can all do as a collective learn. When you ask a question, you speak, right?
Koyana, give a really big hand of applause for our host here. On March 3rd of this year, I celebrated 10 years in recovery from IV use. Somebody get excited. About 15 years prior, from around this date, I was drugged and I was left in a ditch, bloody, for dead. I had overdosed in a flop house. I went there to get a speedball. I thought that I was doing an IV methamphetamine and heroin, and it was heroin and bath salts. And I lost consciousness for 3 days. And during that time, I was beaten. I was sexually assaulted multiple times by the people who were left there. I remember sitting around that exact same table, and we'd made jokes about what would happen if somebody overdosed. And the people that I had bought drugs with and sold drugs, this is before Senate Bill 23, they said, yeah, if somebody overdoses, then we would just leave you because we're not going to get in trouble. Most of the people who were there were on probation. We'd all been to jail a few times. And so we just joked about it. And we would also make jokes, and I know this sounds insane, that if we had found a batch of heroin that was really, really strong, or if we knew somebody was overdosing from it, then we would go buy that because we knew it was potent. And that's the reality of the world that I was living in. The story that I want to share with you today is how this story is not very common, how it happens all the time, and how our people get to a place where that is something that's happening very, very, very often, and how a lot of us don't survive. The woman who made this cussbuck, Marie Riley, was murdered in Anchorage 2 years ago. All of our communities know this pain. There are people here in this room who are in recovery or who have struggled with addiction. The story before the story, that we know the whole story about how our communities, how Alaska can be one of the richest states in the nation, but our people are the poorest. It's not a coincidence that you don't own land. It's not a coincidence that you don't own a home or that you don't make enough money to own a home. But our state's the richest. How many people are familiar with the Great Death that swept through here in Alaska? We should all be familiar. This is our history. This is how they've taken land from us. One of the first things to be colonized was our bodies. We witnessed violence. So it's really important that we start to think about trauma more as a wound to the body than a mental health issue, because you'll feel it in your body. So when my baby was born, both my babies, when my babies were born, even in utero, I remember rubbing my belly. My little girl running around here, she's so excited to go native dance. She says, Mom, I'm gonna go native dance. She was so excited. But I remember rubbing my belly when I was pregnant with her, thinking, how can I give her the whole world when I don't have it for myself? And right there, I knew that I had a lot of growing to do, that I was gonna have to be so much more than I already was, so that she could have a totally different life than I had. And when she was born, and when my son was born, I placed them on my chest, and my heartbeat synced with their hearts, and my breathing synced with their breathing, and our nervous system synced. I've done probably 1,000 reentry conferences, but we talk about how do you rehabilitate people who have never been habilitated. And I was one of those people. In and out of incarceration, struggling with homelessness, using drugs. You see, the role that drugs play for people is that they keep us alive, some of us, until we find another way. That's exactly what drugs did for me. It's not a coincidence that the majority of us have experienced domestic violence and sexual assault. And these are very important questions that we have to ask. We have to ask, why does Alaska have some of the highest rates of violence? Why are women harmed more than men? Why are Native people harmed more than non-Native people? People with disabilities, our LGBTQ, two-spirit relatives. It's not a coincidence that they are all harmed at higher rates than people who don't experience disabilities or who don't have different identities or sexual orientation or experiences than other people. These are very, very, very important questions that we need to ask ourselves. And the answer, I think one of the greatest stories of my lifetime has been learning the truth about who we are and who we have always been. This part of this type of practices, these storytelling, that we look at everything that's been taken from us. This work of healing and prevention is about reclaiming everything that's been taken from us, reclaiming our story, reclaiming our bodies, reclaiming our communities, our relationships, our families, because those are all the things that have been taken from us. Sometimes we talk about these things and they say it's really complicated. It's not complicated. How we get there, the solutions. We need our land back. We need money and resources. We have always had the solutions, but we have never been connected to power and resources. We've always known what we needed. We value our youth. We value our elders. Food is very, very important to us. Water, connection to the divine. These are things that we've always had, who we've always been. So when we talk about moving from being trauma-informed to centering healing, what that means is that every conversation that we have, every time we come together, every phone call that we make, every meeting that we have, every conference carries the possibility of healing with it. And you will know healing by the way that it feels. This is beyond the medical model. When we talk about addiction and mental health and trauma, beyond the medical model, we know this. You're all doing healing. We're all on a healing journey, and we have been. Even before we were born, our ancestors prayed for us. And when we think about healing for the next 500 generations, that's what we're doing here today. We're dreaming beyond where we are to where our children are free, and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. So when we understand the whole story, so before I was born, my mother was born in Ninkikik Village, and during that time, how many people know that prior to the 1970s, it was illegal to have a mental health issue here in the state of Alaska? Raise your hand if you knew that. In this state, prior to the 1970s, if you had a mental health issue, you were taken from your village by train, by dog sled, by plane, and you were brought to Morningside Hospital, where people were tortured, where they were experimented on, where they were physically and sexually abused, where many of them died. They were buried there. They were never returned. So my mother's family made the very hard decision, because she was born with developmental disabilities and autism, to place her in BIA school, where my grandmother, where my great-grandmother, and where many of my other families went. They made that really, really hard decision because they didn't want her to be taken away. This isn't that long ago. And this is really important when we understand that those same people that wrote those policies that made mental health illegal, those same people that placed a lot of the children who were orphans after the Great Death. So if you go to the museum in Anchorage and in Juneau, it will say that during that period of the Great Death, that thousands of Native people across Alaska, when they died, the children were entrusted to look after the cannery. That's the language they use. What does that mean? What is that? What? That's right, slave labor. These children, thousands of children, were entrusted to look after the cannery. They were slaves. They worked in the cannery. My mother was one of them that worked in the cannery. And she was rescued there from a white man who was preying on people who had developmental disabilities. He went on to have 12 children with my mother and another woman who also had developmental disabilities. And I was born in Fairbanks. That's where he brought my mother to. And he kept my mother and these other people. My uncle was one of them, and another woman out at 9 Mile, where they had no running water, where he would take their Social Security checks and preyed on these children. I was 12 years old when he finally went to prison for physically and sexually abusing his children. I was living in the small village of Chitna, and it came out on the front page, and it was a very, very, very hard time for me, because a lot of people in the community sided with him. They said, he's such a good man. He's so smart. He's so caring and generous. He was part of the volunteer fire department. He would never do those things. Those kids, they're liars. My older sisters were struggling with substances. They cussed. They didn't want to go to school. And when you understand trauma, you know that those are all very normal responses for children. Very, very, very normal. This is really important for us to understand, because if you don't know the science of trauma, then we beat ourselves up and we blame ourselves. Did you know that you can be brilliant and not remember the paragraph that you just read? It's a very normal trauma response. Many of us spend our whole lives thinking that we're not smart. That voice in my head that says, I'm still a dumb village girl, I don't belong here. Who benefits from that thinking? Not us. When we feel like we don't belong here, who benefits? Every time we tell ourselves, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I shouldn't be here. Somebody else can do this better than me. Somebody else can raise these kids better than me. We have these thoughts. These are not our thoughts. This is part of that lie that we've been told. This is part of that lie that says that they were entrusted to look after the cannery. That lie that also says that during World War II, when our villages were taken from us and then burned, the language at the museum, they just wrote this last year. They brought all these brilliant people. They paid them a lot of money. The language that says that they were gently relocated. People were brought to internment camps. Gently relocated. Do you know what an internment camp is? How many people know what that is? That's fancy language for a concentration camp. How many people were sexually abused and who were murdered in these places? We don't have the numbers on that. We did a radio show where we interviewed survivors, people who went to these internment camps, and it was horrific, the things that they talked about. This isn't history that I know. I didn't grow up learning this. I've had to really work hard to get this information and work really hard to capture it, because a lot of the people who experience these things are still alive. It's not a coincidence that more of us end up in incarceration, like myself. And I started to think differently when I looked around and I saw that most of the people who were there were brown, native, black. I had that same feeling when I was in class, where they would send all the kids that were struggling with reading. They said that we all had disabilities, and I looked around and it was all myself and other kids from the village. I had that same thought, except that if you don't know the whole story, then you start to think that there's something wrong with us. That we start to, they don't have to police our own thoughts. We start to have those thoughts for them that tells us that we don't belong here. That same thought that I had after my daughter was born, and I remember grabbing the fat where her home was and thinking that I hated that part of my body. But again, we have to think, who benefits from that thinking? We don't. Where does that come from? Every part of my body at one point or another I have hated. From my eyelashes to the hair on my toes. This is what it means to be a person in 2023, and it's all connected, all of it. The connection that trauma has with substances, that trauma has with health disparities. We have pain in our bones, we have pain in our stomach, we have pain in our head. The truth is about substances is that we will find any way to end our own pain and suffering. And for some people, that's heroin. For some people, that's alcohol. For some people, that's food. For some people, that's suicide. And when we understand the role that ending our own pain plays, then we normalize, then we understand that our people are hurting, and we're doing the very best we can to survive. And that's the point. That's what harm reduction is that we're all doing the very best we can until we know another way. I get to be here today as a mother, as a friend, as a coworker, as a community member, as somebody who just loves people. Because of you. I want to tell you how I got to be here today. So I was living in Fairbanks, and I was in my addiction. Let me go back. I want to tell you the role of that somebody played for me, and this person. I think that's what we'll end with. Is this? I have a gift for all of you. I want to give you. So my mother, when she was in Fairbanks, she was brought there by Daryl Love, which is such an interesting name, because in the village, when somebody would say, "Who's your family?" and I would say, "My name is Christina Love," then they would immediately know that I was one of the Love girls, which meant immediately they knew that I had been harmed in this way and that my father went to jail. So I hated my last name for a long time. I despised it. I thought it was like some kind of joke that God had played on me, like that I would be given a last name that I didn't know what it was. And I didn't realize until I was an adult that it was never about the amount of love that I was given, and it was always about what I was willing to receive, that I didn't think that I was worthy of love. And it's really important that we normalize the ways that harm shows up for our bodies. Because as a child, when people would try to touch me or they'd give me a hug, then I would have this reaction. And that's really important for us to know, that when we're stressed out, when we're overwhelmed, when we're afraid, or when we're physically or emotionally hurt, we have a response in our brains and in our bodies. At the heart of trauma is dysregulation. That means that trauma is more of a wound to the body than a mental health issue. That means that if I run up or if I get into your face, you're gonna know what kind of trauma response you have. If a bear runs in here, you're gonna know what kind of trauma response you have. If your children run into the road, maybe you've wondered why your first response is to get angry and then to hug them. That's a trauma response. And if you don't know that when I poke you in the eye, that your eye is going to water, then you'll blame yourself for the way that you have behaved, for the way that you've acted. There's so many of us who have thought that our entire personalities were our trauma response, and that's not true. For a long time, I thought that I was just angry, full of rage, and that's an important emotion for us to have. Anger is very important. It burns things away, and sadness is important because it washes things out. And maybe you thought when you were being harmed that it was your fault because you didn't move or you couldn't say a word. That's your trauma response. I'm so grateful to be alive. I thought that after being in recovery and not using drugs and not being homeless, that I wouldn't be harmed anymore. 2 years ago, I was sexually assaulted by an IHS employee. 2 weeks ago, I won my case against the federal government. I sued the federal government and won. There's 20 of us. So by the time that I reported it to police, there were 20 other people that had tried to report it. And my doctor told me we didn't believe them because they had mental health issues. That's what they said to me. And the doctor who I reported, he called me at home, he got my information. He said, nobody's gonna believe you because you're an addict and you're a felon. And I had learned far earlier when I was younger that I shouldn't tell anybody because I saw the way that my older sisters were treated. People said that they didn't believe them. So I remember sitting there in the courtroom and watching my sister testify. And I remember my family saying things like they didn't believe them. To this day, our family is split between people who still associate and go to barbecues with my father, and then the rest of us who don't. And that is not something that, that's something that happens in a lot of our communities. That we continue to support people who have caused harm. And I want you to know that there's healing for people who have caused harm. There is, but we have to do that work and we have to be honest about it. So my father brought my mother to Fairbanks, and during that time, coffee was 25 cents a cup. And there was a woman by the name of Betty McAllister who was born in Little Rock, Arkansas. And this is really, I want to tell you this story because it's one of the most incredible stories. And it's a way for me to honor the role that this person played in my life. So Betty felt like it was very important to teach me about sexual education and healthy relationships because nobody taught her. She got pregnant when she was about 12 years old or she delivered, I think, when she was 14. So whatever the math is on that, in Arkansas. And the father did not claim the baby, so it was considered illegitimate. She went on to marry a man who struggled with alcohol, who was very violent to her. Betty told me that she remembered the day that she knew that she had to leave because she might die. She had went to look for him at the bar, and she was about 8 months pregnant, and he'd backhanded her off the bar stool. And then from that moment on, she made her plan to get away. She hitchhiked her way to Alaska and left all of her kids and her husband behind. She didn't graduate school. She dropped out of school in the 3rd grade. I still have a picture of her handwriting, and I remember I'd watch her carefully write it. So she found a job working at Kentucky Fried Chicken. And that's not a lot of money then or now. And this is so important because I know that she didn't have very much, and I can only imagine how hard it would be to leave my family and hitchhike to another state where she was working as a waitress at Kentucky Fried Chicken. She said that she saw my mother and my father come in, and she saw my mother's belly grow, and they would come in together a lot. And then my mother started to come in only by herself, and then she remembers the first day that my mother brought me in. And Betty McAllister said that she cried when she held me. She said that my body was covered from head to toe in a diaper rash, and that there were signs of physical and sexual violence. And she just knew in her heart that she had to do something. Otherwise, it was very clear that my mother with developmental disabilities and autism could not take very good care of me. So she made the very hard choice to take in my mother, who was then who got pregnant with another child. So she took in my mother and these two small children. And I know her as Grandma. And this is such an incredible story because it tells me that there is so much good in the world. That this woman made this. When I first started telling this story, I was her age, but I'm older than she is now. But I couldn't imagine leaving my children and hitchhiking across the nation and going to a new state and working for hardly anything, and then making the choice to take in another grown person and that person's children. Betty McAllister is the closest thing to a saint that I've ever encountered. She was a beautiful, beautiful woman who loved children. She loved children so much. She went on to have, we always had a ton of children in our house and growing up with them. I don't want to tell you the whole long story, but while I was in my addiction, because that's what happens when you survive trauma and living in the village, and all of those years, I think that's such an important thing for all of you to know. If you have children who have those, even if you haven't experienced it, that trauma gets passed down in the body. Sometimes we talk about it as blood memory. The science of it is called epigenetics. That means that all of you are the culmination of your mother, of your grandmother, of your families, that we inherit this, that trauma gets passed down. The other thing is that recovery gets passed down. Healing gets passed down. There's this beautiful quote that talks about healing, that all of the services that I have received impacts past generations and future generations. And that's beautiful to think about, because that means that prevention is beyond time. Sometimes I talk about it as fourth dimension prevention. The things that we're doing here now ripple out in a way that we can never quantify. That I am a product of prevention. I am a product of services. I'm a product of prayers, of dreams, of connection, of community, all of those things. I get to be here because of events like this and education like this. And everything that I'm teaching you has brought me some type of liberation in my body and in my mind. Learning that addiction is a disease was so liberating for me. Learning that I wasn't the only one that struggled with things like this, that it was bigger than me and in our community, was so liberating for me. Learning the truth about who we are, that I am more than the harm that has happened to me. That's not even my identity. That's not even the greatest thing about me. And that recovery is possible no matter what. I'm gonna try and get to that part so then we can get a break in too. So it was there in Fairbanks that it's just a coincidence that my mother's name is Betty and my grandmother's name is Betty. Decided to take her in, and those trauma responses. When I was younger, I remember the closer that people would get to me, the more rage I would have. I remember going into my room and thinking, why would I talk to people who loved me like this in this way? I remember they would be just trying to give me a hug or talking to me, and I would be full of rage. I would throw things and I would scream until I couldn't scream anymore. That I would be so angry, so incredibly angry. I thought this is who I was. And I remember, and this is really, really important for all of us to be able to identify what type of trauma response that you have. Do you freeze? Do you run away? Are you nice to people who harm you? Do you get really angry and you don't know why? This is what it means when we have this dysregulation in our bodies. Or maybe if it gets too loud, do you feel overwhelmed? Does that make you feel stressed out? We don't often talk about this, and if you aren't taught this, then you're going to think there's something wrong with you. that when we have that trauma and that dysregulation in our body, that maybe when you're holding your baby and your baby cried too much, that you got overwhelmed, you felt like a bad mother. Or maybe you're doing this prevention work and it's weighing heavy and you're hearing people's stories and you go home and you kick your dog. That you know that there's nothing wrong with you, that there's nothing wrong with any of us. There's just things that are missing. And for some of us, they're big things, and for some of us, they've been missing for a long time. Just like our community. There's nothing wrong with our community. There's just things that are missing. Things that were purposefully taken from us. Our culture, our language, our ways of being, our ways of life. And that's what this process is reclaiming those, is telling the truth about who we are, our identity, who we have always been. So, my grandmother ended up getting really sick. She got a tumor in her mouth. And I was in Anchorage. I'd been homeless for about 10 years, in and out of in and out of incarceration. And that's, there's so much there that you, to make sense of it, it's a disease of the brain. I used to tell people that if I could have traded oxygen for drugs, then I would have. And now what I understand is that addiction, as it progresses, there are cycles and there are stages. And it goes from the prefrontal cortex, logic, reasoning, decision-making, all the way to the back of the brain. We call this part the reptilian part of the brain. Sometimes we'll use this to show people. You have the exact same response in trauma. There's so many similarities. This is the connection. So this reptilian part of your brain, that's where oxygen and food and water and protecting our children is. So if you've ever thought, why is somebody choosing drugs over housing, over employment, over their children? They're not. You lose that ability to choose. Addiction, the hierarchy, supersedes that. Drugs become the most important thing, and it's a subconscious thought that you have. It makes no sense. So I would tell people, if I could have traded oxygen for drugs, I would have. And when you learn the science of addiction, that's exactly what happens. So let me give you an example. So when I was 7 years old, I had my first cigarette. And I remember taking a puff. And do you know what happened? I took a puff and I went, and that weight lifted off my chest, and that talking in my head stopped. And the same thing happened when I had my first drink with Felicia Prokopiev. She overdosed 3 weeks ago. Her oldest daughter had just graduated. We stole a bottle of peppermint schnapps from her uncle, who had sexually abused her and myself. And we drank the whole bottle. I was 9 years old. I remember trying to walk home, and I couldn't walk, stumbling. But we took that first drink, and it burned. And then you know what happened? That sick anxiety feeling in my stomach went away. That feeling small and worthless and a burden to people went away. It didn't matter if I felt smart or if I felt pretty. All of it stopped. And the exact same thing happened when I took heroin and methamphetamine and all of the other drugs. And then it got to a place where they didn't work anymore. The drugs stopped working. But you know what drugs did? Is they kept me alive long enough till I found something else. Until I found people who told me that I was worthy. People who told me that I was a life worth saving. I'm a life worth saving. And every person who has died was a life worth saving. They're worthy of our time. They're worthy of our resources, of our prayers, of our love. I get to be here today because my family bought 3 plane tickets. They paid the drug dealer the money that I owed him. They paid him money to get me high, and they paid him money to drive me to the airport. I missed 3 flights, and now they buy flight insurance. They love to tell that story. And then when I got off the plane, they thought, like I thought, we're just going to bring her to a dry cabin, and she's going to detox, and if she's not around drugs anymore, she'll never use drugs again. And I thought the same thing too. If I could get away from the drugs are the problem, right? No, the drugs are the smoke. The real problem is the trauma. So they brought me to the cabin, and they also love to tell this story too, that as soon as the detox set in, then my uncle had to corner me in the kitchen. It was 60 below, and they love to tell this story. They said I had hooker boots on. I was in leather boots and a leather coat because I had to do all kinds of things to survive. That's another thing we have to normalize. I think you already know the things that people are doing to get drugs. And there's some people have a line that they say, I'll never do that. I'll never do heroin. I'll never intravenously use it. I'll never do coke. I'll never sell my body for drugs. I would never leave my kids. I would never do this or that. That line doesn't exist. And bottom doesn't exist. There are so many people that die without ever getting on bottom. I detoxed in a jail cell in a straitjacket. Those myths about how it has to hurt enough, it hurt. And I went back and I used drugs again. Those myths about how you have to want it. See, the thing is about it being a medical issue, just like cancer and any other thing, that you don't have to want it. You don't even have to believe in it. But if you do what it takes, you can recover. And having people that can normalize and not make you feel bad. Shame and guilt. That shame and that guilt, I see the exact same thing in domestic violence, in mental health, and in substance use. And it's based off of 2 things. Do you know what they are? It's also a reason why a lot of people blame Native people. 1, if they believe that you caused it, or 2, if they believe that you could do something to change it, they will have 0 empathy for you. Mass miseducation about the disease of addiction, about mental health, about Native people. And think also about all the other things that we have no sympathy for. Just a mass misunderstanding, depression. There's so many things that could fit that we see. And we also see that different parts of the brain light up the way that we talk about it. So if I think that you're a human being and that you're worthy of services, it's going to light up in one area of your brain. If I call you a savage, if I call you an addict, if I call you an alcoholic, it's going to light up in a different part of the brain. That when we dehumanize people, we justify harm that happens to them, which is exactly what's happening to people who are struggling with substances and mental health. We justify those. We've seen that. That ideology connects to language. So they brought me back to the cabin, and detox sets in, and I end up having a seizure, and they have to take me to the hospital. And from there, I went to Gateway Detox, and that's where I met Paul Finch, who's still working in Fairbanks as a physician's assistant. Paul Finch was the very first person in my entire life who told me that I had a disease of addiction. He said, Christina, I don't think that you're a bad person. I think that you've been through a lot of harm. And then he said, most importantly, that I could recover. He said that recovery was possible. And I remember asking him, I also remember, and I think this is one of the greatest things that I could leave you with, hand on heart. Place your hand on your heart. Is that I want you all to become acutely aware of how you feel in people's presence. You know how people feel about you when you walk into the room, and they don't have to say anything at all. They can be on the other side of the desk. They could be on the other side of this gym. We know how people feel about us. A lot of this work is in the unseen. I'm also telling you this because I want you to be acutely aware of how you make people feel in your presence. Paul Finch gave me this gift. Thank you. I'm going to close with this exercise. We're going to come back to this. But he looked me in the eye, and he made me feel like a whole person. And if you know Paul Finch, he's like a quirky uncle. He goes, well, yeah, sure. I said, I could recover? Yeah, sure, he said. I'd never heard that before. And then he went in to explain how it is a disease and how it hijacks the brain and how it will make you search drugs out over everything else. And then they did whatever it took. They filled out the applications, they made all the calls, they made the doctor's appointment, they drove me to the appointments. Because at that time in my life, I couldn't fill out an application, I couldn't make a phone call. It was so overwhelming, and it's overwhelming for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of science behind that, but when you start to think of addiction as a disability, that changes. And when we do whatever it takes, that changes things too. You're not enabling people, I promise you. To just get to that appointment, you would not believe how hard it is. To just pick up the phone, you would not believe how hard it is. To just be alive, breathing was exhausting. I remember laying on that floor, and I couldn't, they got me into the shower, and I couldn't even pick my arms up to wash my hair because of the track marks. But I remember people who've gone through detox, I almost asked you guys, how many of you have gone through detox? Yeah, enough of you. There are plenty of us who know that even breathing is exhausting. Just laying there on the floor is exhausting. It does feel like you're gonna die, and you do wish you were, because it is so awful, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. We don't talk enough about it spiritually, what it does to you. But I remember thinking, I was laying on that floor, and I thought, if I could get up, I could do anything. And I will tell you, I've been through a lot of things, and nothing has come close to detox. Nothing. But I also remember that time because they gave me music in my room, and I was so excited. I started to become awake again. I started to unthaw. And if you walk with people on this journey, it's the greatest thing that you'll ever do. That we get to come back to a sense of purpose and a sense of meaning, and which is why peer support is so important. For people who have received so much, it's so important for us to give back. About reciprocity, about sovereignty and empowerment, that we get to use our experience and we get to share it with other people. The greatest service that we have is one person who is not above or below working with another person, another human being. I am a peer. I have done peer support and recovery coaching, and to this day, if I need to do my dishes, if I need to fill out paperwork, then I'll call somebody, and I'll just have them on the phone, or I'll have them come over to my house, or I love going over to people's houses, and I love doing their dishes, and I love holding their baby, and I love folding their laundry, and I love working in their garden. Just two people, and that's what we're doing. We're healing together, all of us. So your role is harm reduction, and your role is peer support, no matter what it is, that we become good relatives to one another, that we become acutely aware of how people feel in our presence and how we feel in their presence. And that gift that we give to them, we give them presence, because the healing is in the now. I learned in my process that I don't need drugs to escape. Everything that distracts us disconnects us. That I can be with my kids and not be there. So when you're working with people, the most important thing that you can do is being present with them. When I'm having a conversation with you, I know when you're not present with me, when you're thinking about what you're gonna have for dinner, or your taxes, or whatever it is. You will know healing by the way it feels. You'll feel it in your body. You can feel it now. I'm speaking truth. I'm telling you from my experience. This is how I got to be here. This is how I got to be alive. This information will save someone's life. Maybe it'll save yours. 2 years ago, after I was sexually assaulted, I didn't want to be here. And it was hard to say that I was thinking of taking my own life again. Not the first time. I pray to God that it's the last. That's the reality of pain, that hurt. I knew I didn't want to use heroin or alcohol again. I had a whole lifetime of experience to show me that that would make things a lot worse for me. So what do we do when we have that heaviness on our heart, when we feel alone, when we feel misunderstood? What do? Who do you turn to? Connection with the divine, family, friends. We have all these pathways that are with us. And the truth is that it still hurts. And what saved my life was having people who would ask me real questions, who would be present with me, exactly like Paul Finch did. And it doesn't matter how much time I have in recovery, or it doesn't matter what you've done in your life up till now. The reality is that tomorrow you could have a pain on your heart so heavy and not have resources or not have someone to call. I know this is something that we all feel. Pain comes for us all. So Paul looked me in the eye, and he made me feel like a whole person. And Manny Cole and Jennifer Summers. Tiffany Webb, Amber Webb, Tish, Cindy. These are all people, Natalie, that I have been in deep community with. These are people who, in their presence, I'm not just tolerated, I am celebrated. I am so beloved. So I go to treatment, and I get to have one last Christmas with my grandma. And my grandma asked me, why didn't you come home sooner? We're sitting there in the house that she built. I don't think the lower 48 knows. There's poor, and then there's Alaska poor. You guys know what I'm talking about. We built our own house, looks like a shack, no running water. But I remember being so embarrassed of that. And then I came back in my addiction, and I was so happy and proud to be there. She had macaroni and cheese and hot dogs for a Christmas dinner. And I was so happy. I remember she made a fire, and The Simpsons were on, and I was on the couch. And I never thought I'd be in that house again. And I felt like I was like 9 years old again. And she said, can I ask you something? And I said, yeah. And she said, how come you didn't come home sooner? I said, because I was embarrassed. I was ashamed that I was addicted and all the things that happened while I was in my addiction. She had the most beautiful hands. They were riddled with arthritis, but she would French braid my hair every day. And I remember the way that she touched my face. And she said, I've loved you every day of your life, and I'll always love you. And I love you no matter what. Like 10 years was lifted off my chest. There was no shame and no guilt about the way that I had survived then, and I didn't carry it with me anymore. None of it mattered prior to that. I wasn't going to be ashamed or guilty of any of it anymore. I am so grateful that somebody gave that to me. I was so worried for so long about what people would think. I remember sitting in the Fred Meyer's parking lot, and I saw somebody that I went to school with, and I remember closing my sweatshirt till I looked like Beavis and Butthead. Because I was so embarrassed about the way that I was living. I didn't want anybody to know. And I think about all those thoughts that I had. I remember being down on Fifth Avenue with a sign and asking people for money to buy alcohol. And I thought, man, I have become exactly what they said. Or I remember stripping to buy money for drugs. And I thought, I'm the girl with daddy issues that's doing this thing. Exactly what they said. And all of those stories like that, you know, that we carry on us. And I refuse to carry that anymore. I went back home, and I ran into somebody I hadn't seen in about 10, 15 years, and they said, you would not believe the crazy rumors I heard about you. And I said, oh yeah? And they said, yeah, I heard that you were into drugs and you were going to jail and all kinds of stuff. And I laughed. I said, it's way worse than that. But I refuse to be embarrassed about it. I'm not gonna be, there's no shame here. And there's nothing that you're gonna tell me that I am gonna feel any bit of judgment about. I will not be ashamed to be alive. And our relatives who are out there struggling don't have to feel shame or guilt either. There's life beyond that, and that's what all of your role is. Paul did something for me that my grandmother did for me, and hundreds of other people after him, is he held hope for me until I could hold it for myself. He knew that recovery was possible, and he believed that I had the ability to do that because he'd seen it. And that's what all of your role is. You're working with people. Your role is first to believe that you have the ability to overcome anything that's in your way. And second is that you give that to other people, because you can't give other people what you don't have. If you don't believe in yourself, empower yourself, and if you don't feel it for yourself yet, start to give it away to other people. And when you do encounter somebody that you believe doesn't have the ability to recover, let that come up and then look at it Don't look away from it. The only way out is through. We learn this in childbirth, and we learn this in addiction, that a lot of the things that we are avoiding are the way through it. You learn that when you're having contractions. How many of you have delivered a baby? You know that pain comes and it's awful, and you try everything that you can to get away from it. I remember trying to crawl off the bed away from it. And I'm so grateful for the people who held my hand and rubbed my back and said, you're gonna get through this. Here it comes, you're gonna get through this. And this is what we do for one another. This is what we have always done. So your role is, we cheer people on. We be people that people can come to us and they can tell us honestly. If you want to know what it's like to be a good relative and a good friend, you want to be somebody that people tell things to that you don't tell other people. If it's something that's so big, you encourage them to tell other people, because guarding and protecting people's identity and stories is safety. It's life-saving. If you want to know how to make a friend as an adult, this is it. This is how we make friends. We give people bits of ourselves, and then we see what they do with that information. Do you share that information without my permission? Do you use that information to harm me? Because we're watching. This is how we build trust. So we need to be people, and we need people to share honestly. Because when we make these plans about safety, and this is something we do naturally, if somebody's going through a hard time, then we ask them, what supports do you have? How can I help? And then we intuitively try to meet those needs without burdening them with having to ask. So I got to go into treatment, and this is the beautiful thing, is that my grandmother's medical issue, when I look at the disease of addiction, we start to think about it that way, that I got to live. My daughter's running around here. Her father passed away from a fentanyl overdose. Let's see here. It was October 2020. We're coming up on almost 3 years, which is so wild. Time is such a wild, wild thing. But when he went in, he had really bad asthma. He got into a motorcycle accident, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. Ended up with a traumatic brain injury. And there's a lot of connection between trauma and brain injuries, and substance use and mental health, and the way that it changes things. But I'm telling you this because while he was there and receiving medical services, they would incubate him. And he would be unconscious for days, and because he would have these really bad asthma attacks, and he couldn't. And he was ending up in the hospital again and again. And his doctor told me one time, he said, as soon as he wakes up, he's going to rip out all of his IVs and he's going to run out. And I said, well, why do you think that is? And he goes, because he's going to be in detox from heroin. And I said, well, what are you going to do about it? If you treat addiction like any other mental health or physical disease, people recover. He would be here today had they treated his addiction the way that they treated the other physical illnesses that he was struggling with. I am so grateful that I had people that gave me this information. I get to be here today, I get to be a mom because of people like you, because I watched the way that you were with your children. I saw how you were as friends. I watched you on the phone. I watched the way that you dress. I watched the way that you get dressed, what clothes you wear, how you communicate. I saw you with your partners and with your loved ones. And that's exactly what it is that we all do the best we can until someone shows us another way. That we get these experiences of love, of patience, of kindness, that we already, as communities, we already have everything that we need to recover. I am so grateful that I know a lot of those myths are wrong. I'm grateful that my life has gone to the extremes that it has, so that I can stand here and tell you that we recover no matter what, that recovery is always possible no matter what. To the person who is homeless downtown in Anchorage, to the person who is struggling here, to the person who has 10 kids and who's been struggling with addiction for the last 20 or 30 years, recovery is always possible. There's nothing wrong with any of those people. There are only things that are missing. And we get to fill this gap. That's what all of your role is. We get to fill those gaps. We get to be the people that hold hope for people until they can hold it for themselves. We get to be the people that people feel empowered to be in our presence. That's what your role is. You get to champion people on, and we get to do whatever it takes. So you want to know how to get people into treatment? ask Claire. She'll tell you that we do everything that we can, and we try again and 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 again. I've been to treatment 6 times, and I have never completed treatment. I've been kicked out of treatment 6 times. And what worked was that I finally, even this last treatment, that I was surrounded by other people. We naturally create community. We created community in jail. We created community in treatment. We created community when I was homeless. We created community when I was in public housing. We created community in the organization. What we're creating here is community. We already have everything that we need. It's already right here, everything that we need. Being present with one another and having these relationships. I'm so grateful for the people that continue to speak truth to power, to say that change has to happen. What we're doing isn't working. I think how we want to close out is by giving you all the gift that we talked about. So if you'd stand up with me. Okay, we're going to go hand on heart. Close your eyes. We're going to do a big belly breath. Breathe in through your nose, out of your mouth, and then I want you to make some type of an audible relaxation noise. Maybe it's but I want you to be able to hear yourself. We're going to do it together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to do one more together on 3. 1, 2, 3. This next time, I want you to take in everything that you need, and I want you to release everything that you don't need. You can go back as far as this lifetime, and maybe every life before, and go all the way back through generations, whatever you want. Maybe it's a specific thing, but I want you to take in what you need and then release what you don't on 3. 1, 2, 3. Wiggle your toes. Feel your toes on the floor or in your shoes. Or tickle your feet. Feel your clothes on your skin. And with your eyes closed, I want you to come with me. Behind our house, I built this bench on the mountain, and when I would have these moments of anger and sadness, I would climb up there, and I love going there in my mind. I can feel the dirt under my hands. I can feel the branches on my skin. And then when I'm sitting there at the top, I can feel the wind on me. And I want you to sit on this bench, and I want you to feel the sun on your skin, on your face and on your shoulders. There's a slight breeze, but you can smell that clean Alaskan air. It's a little bit like wet dirt and trees. It smells and feels like safety, like home and freedom. And sitting next to you on the bench is somebody who makes you feel like the best version of you. I want you to feel in your body how it feels to be next to this person. It can be somebody who's alive or somebody who's passed. But I want you to feel within yourself what it feels like to be near them. Maybe you give them a hug. Maybe you want to tell them all the things that are going really great for you. Or maybe you want to tell them everything that's been hard and sad. You can stay here as long as you want. And you can come here anytime. I want you to thank them. I want you to tell them that they are the person that you chose that makes you feel like the best version of you. And if this is somebody who is still alive, it is so important that you do tell them that they are the person, this role that they played for you. I want you to bring your attention to what makes them them. Why do you feel celebrated in their presence? Why do you feel loved or accepted? What is it about them? Our elders would talk about how the importance of when our children come into the room, that we would light up so that they would know delight in their bodies. I want you to know that feeling in your body right now. I want you to know delight. I want you to feel that excitement that somebody is so excited to see you. They value you. They love you. Okay, come back with me. Wiggle your toes. Feel your clothes on your skin. We're going to take one more deep breath and breathe in everything that we don't, breathe in everything that you do need and release everything you don't on 3. 1, 2, 3. Open your eyes when you're ready. Have a seat. Thank you so much for bringing me home. I first met Marilyn Castile in Anchorage, and she told me, she said, if we would have known one of our people was struggling with homelessness and addiction, we would have come got you, and we would have brought you home. And I believed her. I do believe her. Rebecca Hammond in the back, Stevie Ray, they go to Anchorage and they bring our people home all the time. Yes, please give them a hand clap. Thank you so much for bringing me home. Thank you so much for being here and for being present with your whole hearts and with your whole self. I hope that you go out and that you remember what it feels like to feel that delight in your body and that you give that to other people. Thank you so much for teaching me to be a mom and a friend. Thank you so much for being part of my recovery. Koyana Gunishchish.
Okay, you know I gotta who needs a break? Not a breakdown, not a breakup, a break. Some of what we'll be taking a journey, but 2 of our next folks that are gonna guide us through, Tim and Mike. So we're gonna take a gentle 10 minutes. I see the sacred nectar still back there. I don't know what's in those pop-up plates. Get some water, take care of yourself, and come back. Part of recovery and healing and celebration and creating community is self-care. So please, self-care, and that includes me too. See you in the hallway.
Do you want me to get you some water?
Well, I gotta go.
the panel. Who's 177? Is Christina, oh, Gustina Alexi, door prize? We'll save hers, Gustina, okay. How about, it's taking a long time. 111, let's see. Adrian Wanhola? Okay, we'll email her. Woohoo! Okay, 137. 137. Summer Roll? Is Summer Roll here? Summer? We'll save it for her. We'll give it to her. Okay. $61. Emma Love, she won. I'm gonna go tell them that we're gonna do the panel after.
Talk directly.
Deanna, are you here? You won. Deanna, not you. Another. Yeah, here you are. You won, Deanna. Yeah. And then 13. Whoever's 13. Huh? Okay, 13.
Amber Beasley.
Did Amber Beasley win one? Amber Beasley? Jackie really wants to win something. She's like, how come I don't win? 151. Who's 151? J.R. Dole? One. He's trying to give her what he won. She thought it's a bag and she thought it was a shirt. And I could hear her saying, it's too small. And he was like, it's a bag. Okay? I was telling Stevie.
Just a reminder that the vendors are still here, and also the silent auction. And I know that the hand sanitizers might hold, you think we don't need them anymore, but they're still good in 2023. So there's a whole bunch over there, just in case.
Thank you.
You know, roadside surgery or whatever. And the purple by Mike Duncan are those medication charcoal disposable packets to make things inert so they cannot carry potency.
We have some. I gave him the If you guys want to make your way to the seats, the seats, whatever seat. We're going to have our recovery panel. We actually have 3 mics. Stevie. So you just press the button for a second, like you hold it for a second.
Hello?
Okay, sorry. So you gotta be like right on it, and then it'll. Hello. Yeah, good. So I wanted to thank everybody so much for staying and waiting to be on the panel. We really appreciate that. We're starting quite a lot later than we had planned for them to start. So if everybody wants to like come back inside, if you're going to the bathroom, kind of come back in, make your way to your seats. Always, I can't help it. It's way. Okay. So I'm going to briefly introduce the people on our panel. This is weird. So we have Stevie Ray, JJ, Kim, and Clarissa. And I think that, so we've talked about like all these different things today. For me, hearing people's stories and hearing people talk about their experiences, that's really where we're basing everything that we're doing here, is people's lived experiences. So I have a deep respect for everybody sitting here, and they know things that are really important for us to know if we want to honestly talk about, recovery and what it's like. What is it really like? How do we support each other? How do we support family members? So there was a little bit of time when I stopped drinking and I stopped using drugs that I thought that the best plan to encourage other people was to like shame them. Like, well, I got better, so why don't you get better? And that didn't really work. And so having this discussion with everybody here today is it's important to me personally, because there's some people that aren't in this room and can't have this discussion because they're not alive anymore. And so I'm grateful that they're willing to do this, and I'm extremely happy that they're here. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves too, you can. Do you want to?
I'm JJ Larson. I'm from Dillingham, 31, and I'm a recovering addict.
I'm Stevie Anguson, and I'm from Naknek, and I as well am a recovering addict.
I'm Kim Larson. I'm also from Dillingham, and I am a recovering addict.
Clarissa Larson from Dillingham, 38, and I'm a recovering addict also.
Okay, thank you guys. It's funny, this feels like the dating game, or so like when you watch it on TV, like how it looks. So our first question for everybody is, what does recovery mean to you? Like, could you define recovery for us? You can pass any of these if you want to pass.
Recovery is, for me, very lifelong. I come from a very horrific chain of events that in my recovery I was so lost. I think about Christina Love and her boldness to stand up here and tell her story today, because it's been a while since I've told and spoken on my journey and what I've come from, but I know that it's important because I'm from this region, and I know that Bristol Bay has a lot of people who need to hear those things that I've been to relate to know that it's possible to recover. So I came from the streets of Anchorage. That's where my addiction took me. I lived that life comfortably for many years. After fishing, I would go back and live on the streets of Mountain View, and I would feed my addiction. And I had to do some really horrific things to feed my addiction in that time. So recovery to me is lifelong, and it's important that I share my recovery journey with people of Bristol Bay for them to know that you're not alone, that you are lovable. You don't have to carry that shame and guilt no more. We do recover. It's possible. I have a very, very successful life right now. I'm married. I got my daughter back. I left her at the hospital when she was born. I have her back in my custody. She lives with me. I have many job opportunities that I can't keep up with, so I kind of have to choose and trade and go back and forth. And of course, the money is always a factor. But yeah, recovery is lifelong, and you share it with your people, the surrounding villages. Dillingham has a very huge place in my heart because I had no resources in Naknek, and I kind of feel like they were tired of me over there, and they're like, we don't know what to do with her, let's send her to Dillingham, and then they'll know what to do with her. So Dillingham, it has a very special place in my heart, and there was so many new people that loved me the way I needed to be loved, where maybe Naknek folks were just at their wits' end with me. So I will always love Dillingham, and I will always come back and share my story.
Thank you, Stevie.
Yeah, thank you. Recovery for me is really, it's everything. It's everything that my life is right now. When I think about where I would be without recovery, I don't think I'd be alive. Where I was at in my point, or in my addiction, it was either start IV use or get clean. That was where I was at. And I knew the way that I used drugs, if I was gonna be an IV user, it wouldn't be long before I was dead. And I owe everything that I have right now in my life to recovery, because when I got sober and got clean, I was told that I can't put anything before my recovery because I won't have my recovery if I put something before it. So that's the first thing that I think about every day is I need to be sober. I need to be recovered from alcohol and drug addiction. But the biggest thing, and I think Christina touched on it, was that it's about the trauma, and recovery gave me healing from trauma that I never would have had. And there's like an appreciation for the addiction, because when I came through recovery, I had to heal from those things or I would not be able to maintain my recovery. So, you know, I'm at a point in my life where I'm so much better off than I was before I started using drugs, because I've healed from these things. It's just really amazing to me to think about the opportunities and the things that I have now. Like this summer, me and my wife have been trying to get the hockey rink going, and the guys that run it now are like, oh, we've got a bunch of money in the bank, come over and we'll sign it over to you. And I'm like, what? Like, I think of myself as that drug addict that was stealing and a criminal, and no one trusts me. And for someone to just be like, hey, we've got money, let's put it in your name, like, just blows me away. And that's what recovery is. It just gives me all these opportunities to not only make my life better, but make my community better.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank Tiffany for putting this together, because everybody's recovery story is different. Mine's not going to be the same as his or hers or anybody else in this room. So getting perspective from different recovering addicts is huge. And I know that any one of us would be open to talking if somebody would like to talk. But today, recovery means to me something different than it did 8 years ago. When I went to treatment, recovery was just about not using drugs. 2 years later, recovery meant not using alcohol. Today, my recovery is completely different from that. Maybe I'm not thinking about using drugs or alcohol today, but I am thinking about my recovery, I'm thinking about being honest and open and willing today, being truthful and helpful. And my recovery today means doing the next right thing. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been reading this book called The Red Road to Wellbriety, and I think it explained it the best way that I could. So it's a book about recovery, but specifically towards Indigenous people. And they talk about how they came up with the name Red Road to Wellbriety. And at first they were gonna call it Red Road to Sobriety, but the elders said that recovery is going beyond sobriety and living like in wellness and health. And so I think of recovery as wellbriety, like taking it farther than, you know, sobriety is the first step, but healing from those things that you were running away from and numbing. So that's how I think of recovery.
Thank you. I have kind of like a part two to that question. So there's some, I guess, there's some debate in 12-step communities anyway. Do you feel like maybe if opiates were your drug of choice, but so you stop using opiates, but you drink or you smoke cannabis, is that still recovery to you? Or could you guys talk about that a little bit? That's kind of something that comes up, and we're talking about harm reduction. So I would, if you guys are comfortable, could you answer that question?
So for me, recovery is a personal journey, right? My recovery looks different than hers and anyone else's. And when I think about like the definition of recovery, right, it's to get back what we lost. So, you know, for me, I have to abstain from all drugs and alcohol to maintain my recovery. That's the way I define it for me. I think that it's really important when people who want to seek recovery or to seek harm reduction, they really look at the way they use drugs and alcohol and how it affects their life. Because that's what I had to do. You know, when I first went to treatment, it was a 28-day program, and for 25 days I kept telling myself I'm still gonna smoke weed. That's not gonna stop. I'm not gonna give that up. And towards the very end of it, I really had to look at it, and I was really considering still drinking alcohol. And my sponsor at the time had told me to think about it in this way. If you told yourself, I'm gonna go to the bar and take one shot every night for a week, I bet you could do it. But what would that 8th day look like? And for me, I knew that 8th day would be every shot I could get my hands on, because that's what I want. That's the way I drink. And so for me, I understood that it wasn't just about my drug of choice, which was really anything, but at the time it was heroin and meth. I had to abstain from everything because one leads to another for me, and the way I use any drug is an addictive way. But that journey is different for others. I know people who quit doing heroin and meth, and they might use other substances, and they're happy with their lives, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Thank you, JJ. Okay, so then the next question is, what would you say to a family member of people who are actively using substances today? What would you, how would you recommend supporting them? Or just what would you say? Like maybe they're not interested in, they're not ready to change anything, but you still want to keep that relationship with them. What would you say to them?
Someone over there talking? Okay. So I'm grateful for how far I've come in my walk with God, and how it wasn't until I turned my life over to God and I asked Him in and I invited Him into my life that I started seeing changes. But something along the line in my recovery changed in me. I got very angry at my family who was using. The same family that encouraged me to sober up and change my life, because they see so much inside of me and that I can live a life and sober up and all those things that I am now saying to them, and they're not comprehending it. Over this summer, I got to personally see people who were overdosing, and it was affecting me different this time. I was angry at family, and I got to see somebody that wasn't family who I care deeply for, and I just encouraged him to sober up. The first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, I was still giving him this love that he needed, and to keep encouraging him, and I was wondering, why can't I give that same love to my family? Why am I being so hard on my family who needs this same love that I'm offering to a non-family member? And something inside me within that realization to this, it was about 2 weeks ago that I've come to this, that I could just tell my family, I love you no matter what. I'm here for you. And I'm sorry that I was hard on you, and I just wanted what was best for you, but just offering them love and support without condition, like I needed it, right? And I'm so grateful for this gentleman who's doing well today, that can open my eyes to love your family and look them in the eyes and tell them you love them. I remember my dad, I was his baby, and I am still today. And I remember he never would tell me nothing like, correct me in my actions, and he would just offer that love that I needed. And I came home from the streets of Anchorage, and I probably weighed 120 pounds. And I've always been a big girl, and my hair was really messy, and I probably stunk like the streets, and just detoxing. And I think that was the first time he opened up to me about, if anything ever happened to you, I don't know what I would do with myself. And I never heard him talk like that. So maybe telling your family, I love you, and let them know how much it's affecting them and that you really love them, is important conversations. They're hard, but they're important conversations, because I remember how it affected me, and I realized, I gotta make changes in my life.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add to what Stevie said is, like, the first thing I could think of is letting them know that you love them every day, or as often as you can, because we don't always get to see our loved ones every day when they're in active addiction, and just making sure they know that you care. I think it's important also to make sure you have safe boundaries, but like, I had a family that made sure I knew they cared about me every day, because if I didn't answer, my dad was pounding on my door until he seen that I was alive. He had lost a son some time back, and so me being in active addiction, it was hard for him to think about what could happen. So every day he called me. If I didn't answer, he was at my door and making sure that I was alive. And I don't doubt for a second that throughout my whole career of addiction, knowing that he cared about me that much, whether it bugged me or not, played a factor in wanting to get clean, because I knew I had someone who wanted me in their life. I know a lot of, like to Tiffany's point earlier, was like the hard love and shaming, right, and how that doesn't work. If I had nobody in my life, if I didn't have family I knew that wanted me to be there, I don't know if I had wanted to get clean, because one of the biggest things that kept me alive was knowing that I didn't want to hurt my family any more than I already had, or by losing others had. I didn't want to be what caused them more pain. But if they didn't care about me, I would have had nothing to live for. So just, making sure your loved one knows that you love them and care about them every chance you get.
I agree with that too. The support system that I had was amazing. My mom and my sister, I can't speak more highly of them, but the part that I think about is honesty. I thought I was the best actor. I was probably 120 pounds soaking wet too when I went to treatment, and the ghost of myself, pale, scrawny, but I thought I had it made, and I thought nobody knew. It wasn't until my mom and my sister really started pushing that I needed to get help. At my mom's wit end, I remember her texting me, "Where are we gonna bury you?" And that really hit hard. That really flipped a switch, and I was like, they know. I can't hide. I need to do something, or they will bury me. Having that open honesty with that person that you love, letting them know that you love them, but you know that they need help and that you're there to help, can go far.
To be honest, this is a hard question for me to answer because I feel like I've been on both ends of it now. I was the addict, and I'm also now a family member to people that are still using, and I still don't have the answers. Basically, I think giving them dignity, I think everybody deserves to feel compassion, love, and I even now, it's hard because if my phone rings at midnight, I'm like, who died? One of my friends died. Why is my dad calling me so late? And yeah, it's just hard being on the other end of it and still not having the answers.
Okay. So how should we support people and still hold our boundaries? How do you do that? How do you love somebody that's, actively using substances, but how do you keep yourself safe, emotionally, and still show up for them?
I pray a lot. I wasn't really good at this at first. I was really horrible at boundaries, and it is something that you need to do to protect yourself in your recovery. It's one of the harder things to do, and just say your prayers and keep your boundaries no matter what, because they're important. They're what helped you recover and stay sober.
Yeah, I think this is a really hard one because everyone has different boundaries that they're willing to set, or different levels of support they're willing to give. But I think it's really important to set some boundaries and maintain those. One of the things that me and my wife talked about, that we both were thinking was, don't give them cash. If you know someone's an active user, you don't have to give them cash, because when I was in active addiction, I tried to get money out of my family at any chance I could get. And I would say I needed fuel, I needed food, my kid needs diapers, blah, 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 blah. And at every turn, my family would say, oh, I'll buy you some diapers. I'm like, no, just give me the money and I'll go get them. And if that happened, the kid wasn't getting the diapers. But I think it's okay if you're comfortable, right, to say, okay, my loved one, I know they're not eating, I'm gonna go buy groceries for them and put groceries in their food. I'm not gonna send them $100 to go buy groceries. But having that hard line of where you're not going to cross, I think one of the things you can do is, I only, like if you have family events, trying to have that line of like, if you're gonna come here, just be sober when you're here, right? But those are all hard boundaries to maintain. They're hard boundaries to keep because someone in active addiction is probably going to do their best to get around that boundary. But it's important to be open and honest and make sure they know where your line is. Because if they don't know that, they're gonna definitely push beyond that.
Anything else to add to that?
No, okay. Okay. Oh, not Clarissa either?
No.
Well, this is, I'm gonna throw in an answer. Nobody asked me, but I'm gonna ask myself. So I feel like I had a very like old school kind of outlook. I guess to me it's old school that I would never give anyone money. I would never give anyone drugs or alcohol, even cigarettes. And at a certain point, I also thought that it was my full-time job to tell the people in my life who I loved everything that they were doing wrong. And I don't know how often I told them I love them or showed that with that unconditional love. I mean, it came with a lot of conditions, or at least it looked like it did. The reality of it was I love them no matter what. But probably from their perspective, it didn't seem like that because of how harsh I was. Sorry, I hope you guys can hear. So where I kind of had to figure out my boundary was, there were times where I could see that people were hurting so bad, and they didn't have the ability to handle what they were feeling. And I had money, and I would buy alcohol or drugs for them. And which this is, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but where my boundary was do I still have what I need to take care of myself? And that was where I had to figure out, what my limits were. But I went from being like, almost like I'll beat you over the head with everything that you're doing wrong and the fact that you can't stop using drugs, even though I had been there. And it was almost like that unhealed part of me that was still angry at myself for not being able to stop when I wanted to stop, came out with them. And also my anger with other family members, like as a kid growing up, my anger at people who drank and who didn't show up for me, that came out. As soon as I stopped using alcohol and drugs myself, I felt like empowered to say and do all these things. But I feel now those were not the right things to say and do. So figuring out my boundaries was sometimes like dropping some of the walls that I had that were just like solid, and some of the beliefs I had that were so judgmental and harsh. So I thought I'd just throw that out there. And
Could I?
Yeah.
If you're done, could I just add? One of the things that I forgot to say, but I think is important, if you really care for someone and you love them, one of the things that you can do to support them is to figure out which treatment centers there are in your community or in the surrounding communities or even in the next state over. Get their intake packets, figure out what it takes to get someone into that treatment center, and you can even have some of that paperwork ready, waiting for them when they're ready to go and they want to get help. Be ready. That's what I tell families all the time is be ready for that moment that hits when they say, I'm ready for help. I need help. I don't know what to do. Be ready for that moment so that when it comes, if it comes, you can have them getting the help they need as soon as possible, because there is not a lot of resources as far as treatment and beds and places that people can go to get that help. So if you're ready and you have it available for them as soon as they're ready, that's the best thing you can do for them. But we live in the real world, and something that I tell families too is be ready to bury them. Like, that is reality, you know, and my wife touched on it earlier by what her mom said. But that's the reality of the addiction that we're dealing with, is you may have to bury this person and you might not like it, but that's the world that we live in.
I wanted to add to that you can have relationships with these people that are addicted, that are suffering, but you can say, you know, I love you, but I'm not going to give you cash. I love you, but you can't take my car. You can set those limits and make sure you're doing it for yourself, for your mindset. I did everything that I possibly could to stay high. That mentality, it changes your brain. The addiction changes your brain. That's the only thing you think about is your next high. What do you have to do to get the money, to get your drugs, to continue that lifestyle? Everything else gets pushed out the window. And if it wasn't, I'm not sure how my mom and my sister did it, because like I said, I did everything that I could. But they set those limits, and that's what I do now too for my family and my friends that are still struggling, is I love you, but I'm not gonna send you cash. I love you, but you can come over and have a shower, stay the night, but you're not gonna take the car. And it's just like, you know, when you teach your kids, they have to be trained again. You have to relearn how to be a productive member of society. It took me years to learn how to be a normal human again. When I was in treatment, I had a job, I had a car, but every time I walked into Walmart, I was stealing something. Just because that's how I lived, just because that's how my life was going. I had to retrain myself to be normal again. Normal.
Thank you. I can't remember where I heard this from, and it might sound a little harsh, but it goes, if you're, how can I say? If someone in active addiction is happy with you, you most likely are enabling them. If they're mad at you, you're most likely setting healthy boundaries for yourself.
One place that people get me still is Facebook. I made these earrings. Do you want to buy these earrings? And then it's funny, but it's not funny. So I'll send the money, and then of course, like, I never get the earrings or whatever it is, seal oil. So, you know, and there's been one thing that my mom used to tell me is if people ask to borrow money, there's times where she'll give that money knowing that it's not going to come back. So don't give more than you can just let go of. And yeah. Thank you guys. I think this is our last question. Maybe we'll come up with one. In answering this, there might be a few other questions. So what service do you wish that you would have had here at home, or what addition or specific aspect of treatment or prevention services do you wish that would have existed here at home when you first wanted help to stop using drugs?
Transitional housing, sober living. When I got out of treatment, it was 28 days intensive care treatment, or inpatient treatment, and I wanted to go home, but I knew that I couldn't go home and just move right back into my house. Yep. So I went to a sober living for another 60 days. And that was 60 days I was out of my community, 60 days I was away from my family, 60 days I was away from my home. And, you know, I would have much rather have done my sober living stint here than down in Washington, where I knew nobody.
for some reason that really made my heart start pounding really hard. Because I could just think of when I was using and when I got sent over here, it was every month at times when I was suicidal. I was trying to take my own life. I was having mental breakdowns. I was detoxing. I was going through all these things as an addict for years and years and years. And I don't want anyone who's struggling with addiction to ever go through what I've went through with the healthcare system, the jail system, and how they made me feel. They treated me pretty awful. And I think it's almost illegal today.
It's definitely unethical.
Yeah, so, if I had the proper resources at home, it would, of course, the stigma would be gone, and then there'd be options of detox and being at home, staying home. I know for a fact that's why a lot of people in my village don't get the help that they need, because they're going to get sent elsewhere, and that's scary. It was scary for me at some point. I just had gotten used to it because I wanted the help, and I was willing to listen to anyone. But just having proper detox in our villages and being able to have treatment in my village. I know they have it here. I love Jake's place. I'm like a walking advertisement for them, because I went there many times and I ended up loving it. I'm having flashbacks of the things they would say to me, like, you're here to fix yourself, not the program. And I was like, what do you even mean? And yeah, I wasn't there to fix the program. I was there to fix myself. And once you change that and you learn that and you just grow, and oh man, I love Jake's. So I wish we had a treatment center and more villages, more options of that for our people.
I agree with Stevie. When I finally got into treatment, I was at the end of my line. I wasn't ready to live anymore, and that's where I knew where I was going, is into the grave. And it called the detox centers in Anchorage, and there was up to a year, at least a year-long wait lists for all the places in Anchorage. And I knew I didn't have a year left. I didn't have days left. And then I heard of a medication-assisted treatment center that had just opened and that was taking new clients, and we went that weekend. Within the next 3 days, I was in treatment and I was not using drugs anymore. But if I didn't have that option, I wouldn't be here today. So I wish we did have more options. Medication-assisted treatment. I know they're doing that now at the hospital, which I'm grateful for, but a facility, more beds, more places, detox, transitional housing, more opportunities for our people to get clean.
So the last time I went to treatment was in 2019, and I went all the way to Pennsylvania. There was a lot of things that Dillingham didn't offer at the time, and I just want to say that I am seeing positive changes in Dillingham, and I think things are going in the right direction, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Would you guys all have gone to treatment at home if you could have? Or no?
No. To be honest, I ran away from home. I didn't want my mom to see me. I didn't want my community to see me. I didn't want my family around anymore. I wanted to hide. I was a runner and a hider through all my life. And that's one of the main things that I had to work on. But I know that there are people that would have, if they could have, but for me, I wouldn't have done it.
I would have. When I got clean, I was ready. I was ready to do whatever was asked of me, and if that meant, you know, that was our first option, was Jake's place. They didn't have a bed available at the time, and the nearest available bed was in Washington, and that's where I went. But if I could have stayed here, I would have, because I was willing to. Ideally I wouldn't have, because I didn't want to tell people I know all the things, but I was ready for whatever it took at that time, so I would have.
Thank you.
Yes, I would have done treatment in NACNIC if they had it.
Thank you. Clarissa, did you want to add anything?
I don't think I would have succeeded here because I would know that I could run off and find someone or something. And I did try to run away from treatment in Pennsylvania. So yeah, it is different for everyone, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. So everybody talked a little bit about stigma. And you guys kind of listed some of the reasons that people die instead of asking for help. It is hard. It's hard to get through those steps. And so, like, two things can be true at the same time. So there are people now that are in treatment that probably don't appreciate it, probably don't like it, aren't enjoying it. Do you have anything that you would want to say to them? People just hating life, being in treatment?
Yeah, recovery is hard. Recovery is not easy. It's easy to get out and use and figuratively stay high and not deal with all of the problems and the issues that you have to deal with. There's a lot of growing and self-realization in recovery continuously. And it's gonna be hard and it's gonna be difficult, but it's gonna be good. You have to, just like Christina said, you have to go through it.
Yeah, for me, when I look back at when I was in treatment, I don't know, I was so ready to be clean that I was willing to do whatever it took. And so for me, it was easier to tell these complete strangers about all of the sick and twisted things that I've done and that have been done to me than it was to wake up again and wonder how I'm gonna get drugs so I don't feel completely miserable. But as Kim said, it's not easy. And sobriety is something that is fluid and that you have to work at consistently. But the greatest thing about it is I get to wake up now and choose what I do today. I don't wake up anymore with the first thing on my mind is, how am I gonna get money to get drugs so I don't feel miserable today? And it wasn't, like Kim alluded to it, it wasn't about getting high anymore. It wasn't about feeling good anymore, getting high and just having a great time anymore. It was about, I have no money, I have nothing left, but somehow today I have to do whatever it takes to get drugs. And I was willing to do that. And when I look at my sobriety, that's how I approached sobriety, was that I'm gonna wake up today and be willing to do whatever it takes to stay sober, because I was willing to do whatever it took to get drugs. So I'm gonna be willing to do whatever it takes to save my life. And now today I wake up and I get up at like 6:30 in the morning and I just wake up happy. Like, that was not a thing 7 years ago. Every day was misery, and now I just, I wake up and I get to choose what I do every day. And I never had that in my life until I had recovery.
Thank you.
If you are a family member, even now or in the future or in treatment, I think the advice that I can give to you is that you're really given an opportunity of a lifetime to work on yourself and to change and to look at what you did and to just reflect on yourself. And as you heard from each and every one of us, that there's a struggle for space in treatment centers, that people who earnestly want to go into a treatment center, it's not possible if in that moment, and I've dealt with this over and over with people who will come to me and say, can you help me get help? And there's no place overnight for them. There's not even a place in 2 months for them. And by then they have changed their mind. So you're really given the opportunity of a lifetime, and just really take advantage of that to reflect on yourself. And I promise you, I was one of the, I was a tough kid, and I thought I was always right and everyone else was wrong, and everything was an attack on me. And at some point I realized that these people are here to help me, and I'm going to listen to them, and I'm going to earnestly work on myself. And I remember the first time I went to a counselor, and I said, all right, I'm going to listen to what you say to me. And it was so hard. It felt like an attack. And I just sat there and I listened and I listened and I listened, and then I didn't say nothing. And I went in my room and I cried, and I started working on myself. So yeah, just really take advantage of the opportunity you're given, because many people want to be where you're at.
I used to hear people say, stopping using the drugs was not the solution, but I had to work on myself, or I had to do the work. And I remember people saying that a lot and wondering, what's the work? What does that mean? Like, what do I have to do the work? Could you guys, would you guys be willing to say, what is the work? What does that mean for people that are like new to this? And they want to do the work, but they're like, what the hell is the work? I don't know what the work is.
So for me, the biggest thing was communicating my traumas to other people, because I had internalized those things my entire life, and I had started realizing when I would quit doing drugs and I would stop drinking, there'd be a period of time after about a week to 2 weeks of sobriety that I could not deal with those thoughts any longer. And I would start using it again, and that usually was weed, and then booze, and then heroin, and next thing you know, I'm strung out within a week. So I knew that I had to communicate all of those traumas with people and work through that. And I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but my first day at treatment, I told everybody all of my trauma, like right now. It was like first group session, like, I'm telling you guys everything right now because I know I need to work on it, and that's what I'm here to do. So it's like the work is going through all of that stuff that you didn't want to deal with in the first place that put you in active addiction. Now, I know there's people that end up in active, in addiction without trauma in the first place, through, like being prescribed opiates and then becoming addicted that way. But through your addiction, you found traumas, or you had trauma inflicted upon you in your addiction that you're going to have to work through. I think anyone that's in active addiction has experienced trauma that they're going to have to work through, and that means talking about it, speaking with licensed people or whatever, people that have done the work, and learning from them. I went through a 12-step program. That was the work. That was the big work that I did. It was really important for me to find people who had done the work already and learn how to do it from them. Because I had always told myself, I'm going to do it my way, and it's going to work, and that never did. I still think that way, though.
The work, I see the work as the hurt. What hurts are you carrying? Like I said before, what pain are you carrying? I was a runner and a hider, and I'd run away from my problems and my confrontations, but I always had that baggage, that pain that I was carrying, that baggage. And the longer my addiction went on, I was just filling more things, stealing from my family, put it in the bag, running and hiding, put it in the bag. All of those things just kept adding up and adding up. No matter where I went, I still had that big bag on my back. It's all of those pains and all of that trauma and all of that hurt that I had to work through, that I had to talk about, that I had to stand up and I had to face and learn how to deal with that, learn to be okay today with that. that's the work that I had to do.
So this might be answering the last question, but I've heard a lot of stories recently about people that went to jail or went to treatment. They stopped using for a little while, they went back out and they overdosed the very first time they went back out. So when I have those thoughts about relapsing, because life is hard, I struggle, I think we all struggle, and even being sober, sometimes you get that thought of like, oh, I could have relief, but as soon as I think about that, I ask myself, am I gonna risk my life for this? Because that's what it is nowadays. It's overdoses happening, it's people dying. This is life and death for me every time I think about it.
Thank you. I read this thing, it wasn't very long ago, but it was, can you imagine like all of the brilliant writers, engineers, people that could teach you, people that could tell stories, who we never hear from because of trauma and addiction. So when I think about that, and I think about all the people that are gone who I knew that they were brilliant, I knew that they were amazing, they didn't see that in themselves at the time. What I would like to say to people in leadership roles and people that are holding power, in a position that holds power, if you're making decisions about money, you are in a position of power. If somebody voted you into a seat and you're making decisions about tribal funds or healthcare money, you are in a position of power. And so what I heard from everybody is that we need transitional housing. We need more options for treatment where people don't have to leave home unless they want to. And we need more resources and options for that. And we need more safety in our treatment centers, in our healthcare system, so that if you are working up the courage to ask for help, that you don't feel bad about yourself and just walk away. So again, if you're in a position of power, if you're in a leadership role and you're making decisions about money, you have heard very clearly, and I've heard this from a lot of people, we need more. We need more people to work in this field. We need more people in recovery to take these jobs. We're losing almost an entire generation of people, or there's the potential to lose an entire generation of people. And if you have access to funding, to money, and you're making these decisions, I hope you hear this and you remember this. This is what we want. This is what we need. We don't need a bigger dividend. I mean, it's nice. I'm not going to complain. Like, I'll take it. It's not like I'm going to give it back. But I'm more concerned with the shareholders, right? If it's a corporation, if it's a village corporation, whatever it is, if it's a for-profit, a nonprofit, if you're making decisions about money, you're hearing, this is what we want and this is what we need. We want to be alive. We want to be alive. So thank you very much. Thank you guys very, very much. Is there anything that you guys want to say to people in positions of leadership? I mean, since I kind of started that train.
The only thing I wanted to add to what you had to say was that the point of the opiate epidemic that we're in now, there is not an aspect of our society that it doesn't affect. It affects every aspect of our society in a very effective way. So, when you're thinking about having workforce issues, you're thinking about having other issues in your business or your organization, think about, recovered addicts are some of the hardest working, most passionate people I know. And the more we have, the more people that'll be available for your organizations to work. And a lot of recovered addicts, one of the big things about recovery is volunteer work. So, pay us, but also there's also people that will work for volunteer work, because it's a part of recovery. So it's not just fixing one issue, it's fixing every issue.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you very much.
So our next folks are ready, right? Yep, they're Project Hope, they're ready. So do you need any volunteers? Because I heard that there's a bunch of volunteers out there that might be able to help them. Step on up. I believe the expression is walk your talk. Holy, look at that. Project Hope. So we've heard a lot of really good messages today, and I'm just make sure they're not going to get feedback. So here they come.
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Tim Easterly. I'm with the Project Hope, State of Alaska's Naloxone distribution program. Some people are coming around and they're going to hand you guys a Naloxone kit, right? This is what we give out. If you don't know what Naloxone is, it's an opioid overdose reversal medication. Okay. Is the PowerPoint ready? Okay. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically about opioid overdose. Okay. Everybody's already giving you numbers. I'm not a numbers guy. Oh, okay. Sorry. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Next slide, please. So Project Hope stands for Harm Reduction, Overdose Prevention, and Education. And so if you want to get technical, we're the state's overdose education and naloxone distribution program. So we teach people how to recognize opioid overdose and then how to use naloxone to reverse that overdose. We're going to start out with a really high-level overview of how an opioid overdose works. So in your brain, there's things, the receptors, right? And they do a lot of different things, and most of them multitask. And it just so happens the ones that we call opioid receptors or mu receptors are the same ones that receive the signal to breathe. So when you get too many opioids in your system, they attach to those receptors and they block that signal and the person stops breathing. The technical term for this is respiratory depression. Naloxone, as I mentioned, is an opioid antagonist. So it's attracted to the same receptors in the brain, right? And those receptors prefer the naloxone. So when you introduce the naloxone to somebody's system who has opioids in their system, the naloxone will knock the opioids off of those receptors, and then the signal to breathe can start to get through again. So they'll start to breathe. This is a temporary situation, okay? So we want to keep that in mind. Next slide. Naloxone has no effect of its own. It doesn't do anything by itself. It only works if there are opioids in the person's system, okay? But it only works against opioids. So it works against heroin, methadone, oxys, Norcos, even fentanyl. Now, I know everybody's heard fentanyl mentioned a couple of times. I'm going to give you a little bit of history on it. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid, and it was developed initially, I think it was mentioned, for big surgeries, right? Keeping people unconscious while their heart was being operated on. So this is a very powerful drug, okay? Small amount can kill somebody who's never had any opioids before. A lot of people don't think that naloxone will work against fentanyl, but it will. You just might have to use more of it. It's one of the reasons why we switched from Narcan, which is the term or the name that you guys are probably more familiar with than naloxone. Everybody knows what Narcan is, but not everybody knows what naloxone is. Naloxone is the active ingredient in Narcan. And we switched to something called Cloxado, which is double the dose. So Narcan is 4 milligrams, and Cloxado, what we use now, is 8 milligrams. And we switched to that. One of the reasons that we switched to that anyway is because of fentanyl. Fentanyl is a big problem. I think somebody mentioned the DEA's campaign, One Pill Can Kill, right? And we'll talk about that a little bit more. These things down here at the bottom of the slide, they're not opioids. So naloxone will not work in the case of a cocaine overdose or an alcohol overdose or a benzodiazepine overdose. This DEA thing, the One Pill Can Kill, this is where it's important to keep in mind that if somebody thinks they've taken an oxycodone, but it was really one of these fake pills that's out there, it's got fentanyl in it, so the naloxone will work. So somebody might be telling you they were doing methamphetamines, but they're out, right? Methamphetamines don't make you go to sleep. That's a fentanyl overdose, most likely. So the naloxones will still work, even though they have methamphetamines in their system. But that's a cross-contamination. If it's just a cocaine overdose or a methamphetamine overdose, then naloxone is not going to work. But it won't hurt them. That's a lot of people worry that they're going to give somebody something that's not necessary, right? People are afraid that they're not going to be able to recognize when it's an opioid overdose or there's going to be something else. Naloxone will not make it worse. The only time, if somebody happens to be allergic to the naloxone, then there's going to be a problem, but that's extremely rare. And the naloxone, the quicker you can get it into somebody's system who's experiencing an overdose, the quicker they're going to start to breathe again. And that's what we're worried about, right? We want the people to breathe. Now, when I was using, you heard all kinds of things like put them in an ice bath, give them a shower, make them walk around, slap them. These are not effective responses to an opioid overdose, all right? They're wives' tales. The only effective response to an opioid overdose is naloxone. Next slide, please. All right, so that was a little bit of background. That was a little bit of information. The next few slides are going to be what you actually do, right? How to recognize an overdose, and then what you're actually going to do if you come across somebody that you think is experiencing an overdose. So, next slide. Call 911. This is a medical emergency, okay? Giving somebody naloxone does not replace medical attention. We want to get that medical attention, we want to get that 911 on the way as soon as possible because it might be something else, right? A lot of people in the past have mistaken somebody being asleep, taking a nap, and not realize that that person was overdosing, okay? If you have some suspicion that somebody isn't acting normally, call 911, right? And then give them the naloxone or move on to your next step. So, next slide. Okay, I tell people, in most cases, one of three things is going to happen. It's not on this slide, but it's the three most likely things that are going to happen are you're going to know the person or the situation. You might see what house they come out of, right? And know that they're unconscious or whatever, that you know what's going on, okay? The second thing that might happen is somebody's going to be telling you, hey, I think this person has overdosed, right? And then the last thing that's most likely is there's going to be some kind of physical evidence, right? If you come across somebody who's unconscious and there's drugs on them or paraphernalia on them or near them, that's going to tell you that this is an overdose, okay? These are what to look for if you don't have one of those three things, right? If you don't have some knowledge or something that indicates to you that this is an opioid overdose, these are the physical signs to look for. If their skin is really pale, clammy, if the skin under their fingertips or near their lips is turning blue or purple, or if they're a darker complexion, it might be a gray or an ashy color. If the center part of their eyes, the pupil, is really called pinned or pinpoint pupils, that's a big indicator that there's opioids involved, okay? If they're really limp, this is a tough one because somebody can be awake but very lethargic, right? And maybe they can't even speak properly when you talk to them, okay? If their breathing is inadequate, right? That's a tough one. A lot of people, what does that mean? Well, if they're only breathing every now and then, you know, it's not consistent, or if they're not breathing at all, and of course, if their heartbeat is slow or stopped. These are all the signs of physical things to look for if you don't have something else telling you that this is an opioid overdose. Next slide. So once you've decided this is an overdose, you're going to give them some naloxone. So you can open up these kits and you can take a look. They're usually in a blister pack. Every single one of the nasal applicators is 1 dose. So you're going to get that out. You're going to put the person on their back if they're not already on their back. You're going to support the back of the head with one hand, and you're going to insert that nasal applicator all the way in until the back of your fingers touch their nose, okay? Then you're going to completely repress that plunger all the way down. Like I said, each one of these is 1 dose, so you push that plunger all the way in, and then you can just throw it away. So once you've given them, next slide please. Once you've given them naloxone, there's a couple of things to consider here. You want to put them in what's called the recovery position, and there's a couple of different reasons for that. I like to mention here, though, that if you're not sure how long they've not been breathing, you can leave them on their back, and if there's a heartbeat, of course, you don't want to start doing chest compressions or anything, but you might want to breathe for them, right? If you're not sure how long they've not been breathing, because that's something that's important and will have an effect later on. But if you know, if it hasn't been very long, whatever, put them in the recovery position here, and it's illustrated on the slide. On their side, 1 knee to keep them from rolling onto their stomach, and 1 hand under their cheek. And I'll tell you why that's important here in a minute. But you're going to watch them. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you can't really give somebody too much naloxone. You have to give them really, really high doses before you start seeing any kind of effect, and it's generally related to increased heart rate and breathing. But how much you give them is going to have an effect when they wake up. So we want to keep that in mind. We don't want to, we want to give them enough till they start breathing again, and that's it. Okay. There's I don't know if anybody's heard of xylazine, but it's a contaminant that's being found in some fentanyl. And it's not an opioid, and it's a tranquilizer. And so you give somebody naloxone, if there's xylazine in it, they're not going to wake up, but they're going to start breathing. So if somebody's breathing, don't give them any more naloxone because they don't need it. That's what the naloxone is for, is to make them breathe again. If they don't start breathing in 2 or 3 minutes, give them some more. Because if this is an opioid overdose, you can continue to give them that naloxone until they do start to breathe, all right? It usually happens fairly quickly, again, giving it that full 2 to 3 minutes is important because we don't want to give them more than we have to. And I'll talk about why here in a minute. Next slide. So when they do start to come around, these are the things that you're going to most likely see. You're going to see some vomiting, possibly agitation, restlessness, diarrhea, goosebumps, confusion, right? These are things that you might see. The more naloxone you give them, the more likely these things become, right? So what's happening is, as I mentioned earlier, the naloxone gets into the brain and it knocks the opioids off of there. So your brain is telling your body that there's no more dope, that it's gone. So they're going into what's called precipitated withdrawal. So these are all classic symptoms of withdrawal, right? So the more naloxone you've given them, the stronger these symptoms are going to be. That's why we want to keep in mind how much we're giving them. We only want to give them enough to make them start breathing again. I have a colleague who says that this is not the user-friendly way to bring somebody out of an overdose. You can't control your dosage. Advanced medical, ambulance, EMT, they're going to be able to put a needle in the vein, and they're going to be able to do what's called titrating, which is really control the dosage and how much they're giving somebody. They just want to give them enough to make them start breathing. So that's important to keep in mind, is we just want to see these people start breathing, okay? Next slide. So again, if you haven't had a chance to call 911, when you start to see them come breathing again, that's a good time to give that call to 911. And as I mentioned earlier, the naloxone is temporary. It's only going to last, depending on what you've given them, depending on a lot of different factors. 30 to 45 minutes is kind of an average. It could be less than that. It could be a little bit more than that. But we don't want to give somebody some naloxone and as soon as they start breathing or start coming around, being like, okay, I'm out of here, right? Because depending on how long it's going to take for an ambulance to get to them, and this is really important in rural areas where it might be a little bit longer, if they start to go back into that overdose because the naloxone is wearing off, give them more naloxone, and that'll bring them back. And you might have to repeat that cycle. Next slide. Okay, every one of the kits that we give out now has a barcode on it or a QR code on it. If you ever have the misfortune to have to use one of these things, tell us about it, because it helps us to secure funding moving forward. It shows that our program is working. This QR code takes you to a SurveyMonkey form, which is anonymous. It doesn't ask any identifying information, and the questions are all optional, but we do need to know, did the person survive? And kind of, it's nice to know how many doses it took to bring them around. Next slide. So here's a few miscellaneous facts for you. So Narcan has a shelf life of 3 years. Cloxado, what we give out now, has a shelf life of 2 years. This is an FDA standard, new medications get 2 years. I've read studies that say that naloxone is good for up to 30 years, okay? So if you have some that's expired, let us know, we will replace it, but don't throw it away until you've got something else, until we send you the new stuff, because if that's all you have, use it, because it'll probably work. The nasal applicators should be stored at room temperature. We don't want them to freeze, but if your car is the only place you have to keep it in your car. Just keep in mind that if it's frozen, it's not going to work. You're going to need to thaw it out before it will work. And I've read a couple of studies that indicate that the heating and cooling, freezing process itself doesn't affect the medication, but the cycle of freezing and thawing. So if the only place you have to keep it in is your car, leave it in your car. If it stays frozen, and it's not going through that cycle. There's a group out there called nextdistro.org, and they collect expired naloxone to distribute it in places where there is no other access. If you have a bunch of expired naloxone, we recommend you reach out to them. They'll work with you, as far as I know, on shipping. But it's better than throwing it in the trash. But you can throw it in the trash. It's, like, as I mentioned, it doesn't have any effect of its own. A child could accidentally self-administer, and the worst they're going to experience is maybe a headache or dry nasal passage, something like that. Next slide. So opioids.alaska.gov is the main site for the Office of Substance Misuse and Addiction Prevention, and there's information more than just naloxone. There's treatment, there's information on FASD, marijuana, and then if you ever have any questions about naloxone or about Project Hope, projecthope@alaska.gov is our webpage, or is our email, and we check that every day. I'm in there all the time. Does anybody have any questions for me? Yes? There have been, but they're extremely rare. And I've personally never seen a report of one. She asked if anybody's ever had an adverse reaction, and I believe it's strictly limited to allergic reaction. So, yeah. Yes?
Thank you, Tim. Sorry, I don't speak very loud, but I'm just thinking about a lot of good information that's come out in campaign materials, just educating youth and communities about fentanyl, but sometimes in our efforts with that education, it can make people scared about, oh no, they've used fentanyl, what about me? I'm worried, you know, if I touch this person or if I walk up to them that I might be at risk for fentanyl exposure. So I feel like, because in my efforts as a nurse, I've been doing a lot of education to try and help destigmatize that. And there's some good information out there that the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology put together, and they offer some reassurance that it would take 200 minutes of breathing fentanyl at the highest airborne concentrations for there to be a therapeutic dose, but not a fatal one. And that in the very unlikely event of a substantial exposure by other means, the slow onset of that would allow sufficient time for somebody to recognize it and say, hey, I've been exposed, I need help. So I mentioned that here because I feel like we've been getting a lot of questions. What happens if I touch it? What happens if I'm not sure or I breathe it? But just to offer that, yeah.
So I thank you for bringing that up. There have been a lot of studies because it's a big thing for police officers to be worried about it, and we've heard a lot of reports about incidental exposure being a big cause of secondary overdose. But there's a couple of different groups, AMA, the group that you mentioned, the Toxicology Association. Standard precautions are adequate. A pair of gloves. If you feel like you need a face mask, that's fine. But as powerful as naloxone is, it's not a nerve agent that you can just breathe it in and it's going to kill you. It needs to be introduced into the body. And skin exposure, they say you'd have to get it wet and it would take time. Just the I want to say casual exposure that you're going to get by helping somebody isn't going to be enough to hurt you in 99% of the cases. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bombard your speech, Tim, but I was actually asked by an audience member to talk about fentanyl because when we were in Dillingham in February, I had also mentioned it during our naloxone training. And so, you know, one of the things that I want you to keep in mind is, yes, your own safety. There are a pair of gloves in your kit, and I like to use gloves when I'm around something toxic because it gives me a visual reminder not to touch my face, not to breathe in what I'm touching. Another thing to keep in mind when it comes to handling drugs, especially fentanyl, we want to get whatever is on our hands off. We've talked today all about hand sanitizer. It's really popular since the pandemic, right? Well, alcohol actually increases your skin's permeability to absorb drugs. So when you're handling an unknown substance, use soap and water to get it off of your hands if you don't use those gloves. There is a fentanyl test strip in there as well in your kit, so if you want to test the substance, if you are aware of it. And another thing that I like to make sure people know is, you know, when you first see somebody who's incapacitated and you suspect drugs are involved, check the scene. Make sure you're not gonna step on a needle accidentally or anything like that. There's also a face shield in the kit. It has a diagram that shows how to line it up on the face, and it has a one-way valve so that if you give rescue breathing, you're not exposing yourself to whatever might be on their mouth or to illness that they may have, swapping spit. And we're definitely available to answer any other questions as well. I'm a pharmacist, so I encourage people to ask me questions about drugs all the time. We have a practice device up here. If you want to feel what it's like to actually administer the drug, I encourage you to come up here because we've actually had a trainer of ours. She talks about how she found somebody incapacitated in her hotel when she was traveling to do trainings. And she didn't realize how hard it was to press that plunger, and she wasted the dose in her own face. And I like to share that story because, you know, as Tim said, if opioids aren't in your system, naloxone isn't going to do anything. It literally just holds that receptor open to do its normal function, which is to tell the body to breathe. So if you expose yourself to naloxone, it's not going to do anything to you, okay? And also, it's a lot harder to press that plunger than you think. So use the training device if you want. And if you came here from a remote village and you're the only person from your village, take back more than one kit with you, please.
Anybody else? Yes.
Sorry, we have a question from the people watching the stream. Jermaine says, naloxone can be administered after 2 to 3 minutes if it didn't reverse the overdose. What is the max amount that should be administered if it didn't work the first time?
Okay, so as Deanna mentioned, or maybe I did, I can't remember. Until you get over like 24 grams or 28 grams or something like that, you're not going to see any negative outcomes from naloxone itself. If you know that this is an opioid overdose, keep giving them naloxone until they start breathing. Okay, it's that simple. There is no limit. If they're not allergic to it, then again, there are no negative outcomes I know of that are associated with naloxone. If it's not an opioid overdose, at some point, advanced medical is going to get there and tell you to stop, right? And if you're not sure that it's an opioid overdose, I would still say keep giving them naloxone until you know that that's not the case.
So as Tim mentioned earlier, there's the side effect of possible headache. You're not going to see side effects really until you get up to like 20 doses of this. So give it if you know an opioid is present. But the two main side effects to naloxone would include headache and rapid heart rate. So, you know, you might be concerned with rapid heart rate if somebody has a heart condition, but otherwise, you know, a headache's a lot better than not breathing. And one more thing about fentanyl that just occurred to me to let you know that, you know, a lot of the overdose deaths that we see caused by fentanyl are people who are in recovery or people who have been trying to quit or have never been exposed to an opioid. And that's because, you know, as a healthcare professionals, we know that we would never put somebody who's never had an opioid on fentanyl because of how strong it is. So that is to say, if you've quit, your tolerance has decreased. And so it takes very little to send you into an overdose. You know, so I just try and help people to understand that most of the people that are dying are unfortunately the people who are trying to be well. If you've been in long-term addiction, you may actually be looking for fentanyl because your tolerance is so high, you know. And so I also mention that because it's even more important for us to make sure that if somebody goes into recovery, that they are ready for that hard fight that we heard that it takes to get well. Because if they're at risk of stopping and starting and stopping and starting, that's going to put them at a higher risk of overdose. Once you overdose once, you're at a higher risk of overdosing again, and so forth.
Okay, thank you guys for having us.
So I believe that today, is this full? Is this full? Okay. Is this full? Is this okay? Right? You have to be your own parent sometime. That's what wellness is, reparenting, sometimes a lot. But I would like to thank everybody, and there will be an evening activity, but as you can see, we opened with the drum, which is this ancestors and love and prayer, and that's what we're going to close with. So I'm turning it over. Somebody want to scoot away this table? How about this table? Hop up. Thank you.
Quentin, for having us this evening to close off the meeting, wonderful meeting. We're going to do this song I composed called The Seal Boy. It's about a boy who wanted to live with the seals and came back with this wonderful story to tell about and why we do things a certain way because of that relationship that we must and need to maintain. And with Tiffany and Amber, I'd like to point out that I have been drumming for them since they were like 4 and 5, 6 years old. And it's wonderful to see them do wonderful things for our people now. It's their turn to take over kind of in that regard. So we are going to be doing that Seal Boy. And then on the drum solo, they're going to be shoveling snow to one side. Shovel snow to one side on the drum solo and shovel to the other side. Clear a path and clear a path the other side. Pick up their harpoon the seal and pull it in, and for each drum solo. So this is it.
everybody.
No, my son will call one. So what about 6 o'clock? Yeah, my son will call one. Oh, he's gonna go, not go. No, he's gonna prevent. Oh my God, I was like, Okay, so starting at 6 p.m. today, just an hour from now, please be welcome to come back for more of what we just got filled up with, the drum, the stories, the dance. Right here. Thank you all for today.
this one's down to 100 minutes. went to go rest, I was like, hey, Aussie, go tell them stories and teach them stuff. So it worked out. They did the seal way, and then he taught us like this wind dance. It's really cool. I haven't heard of it. But he'll have us practice it more. Glad you checked it. He said the live is still on. Yeah, we were live stream this, I guess. You just hear people. I really did. I was like, I said it.
we're just gonna wing it. The first song is, it's probably the simplest song we know. I'll take it away, Aaron. Yuraq, Yuraq. Another song that I like to teach kids, the rabbit song. Aya, aya, aya. I like to teach the older kids the song because pretty much all you have to, the words you need to know is Alinif Ginak, Inaris Gina. Do not be afraid when you're going to go to bed. Alinif Gina, Inaris Gina, Alinif Gina. getting ready. We're going to get ready to you. This is another good song to teach kids because it doesn't have any words, it's chanting. So it's a great song for kids to learn to sing. We're going to get ready to you. We're going to put on our mukleks, our gamukseks. We're going to put on our dustbuck, grab our gloves or our tehumaks. We're going to look both sides. Look one more time. Nobody's looking. Quickly fix our hair. And then we're ready to Yuraq. Getting ready. Ya, ya, ya. Ya, ya, ya. Keep thinking of Teresa John. We got to do her song. The Raven song. Society song. In the song, we're gonna have some coffee, and then the second verse, we're gonna really yurak. Oh, yurak, we're really gonna yurak. Feel free to join.
Yeah.
started this song, all the elders were sitting up front. The school was just full. All the dancers were behind the elders. There were so many drummers, they just stayed in the seats. And everybody had a drum, and everybody sang this song and danced together. And I love this. One of my favorite Yupik songs, Dialogue. As you guys know, when the missionaries first came and they saw our Yupik, they saw it as evil. And they told our people to quit Yupik. It's evil. So Mary composed this song just to prove that our Yupik, yes, it is spiritual, but it's not evil. This song proves our Heavenly Father came down to earth as a baby. He walked among us, he taught among us, and he died on the cross for us. And for that, we are forever grateful. We are thank you. So thank you, Lord. Just saying that. Praise you. Let's do something a little different. Let's recognize our Lux, the Siberian Yupiks, the Bering Language song. Siberian Yupiks, when they first were able to go to Russia to see their relatives after they haven't seen their relatives in Russia for like over 50 years. They went to go Yuraq, and this song, they found out that the Siberian Yupiks from St. Lawrence Island, they had the same exact song in Russia, covered in it. So they call this a Bering Language song.